May your days be as light, miraculous, freeing as breath. I hope the world treats you kind. 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 Goodness. I hope the world treats you kind. I hope the world treats you kind. Goodness. Always lift you high. Love lift you high. Always lift you high. Love lift you high. And every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Every step lift you high. And will lift you high. Always lift you high. Love lift you high. Always lift you high. Love lift you high. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always. Always. Goodness. Always.
Hey, everyone. I'm going to post the link for that. Alicia, there it is. If you have not, please go over there and show her some support like this. This was a beautiful, beautiful song, and I feel like I want to do this almost like every time I come on because it's just such a good song. And I want you guys to be able to like listen it before we get into any kind of mess. I just kind of want you guys to be centered, and I want to be centered. So like we are good. Um, that being said, I think there were some people that wanted to come up from the podcast when we were talking about parenting. Let me put her name up here. When we were talking about parenting, who didn't get a chance to come up and to tell us what they believe and all of that stuff. And I want people to feel like they have an opportunity to talk. I'm trying to separate the podcast from. I'm trying to separate the podcast generally from the rest of the channel because I think that is important, and I want us to be able to have conversations here that are different, but sometimes there are some crossovers. And the parent thing, I think, might be one of those conversation. So if you guys want, for the intro, before we get into what this video is about, if you guys want, let me know and I will do this. Do you guys want me to open the panel up in the beginning and do a sort of a 20 minutes or less of just like discussing the parenting style with that little girl and her stepdad, and my opinion and your opinion, and kind of deal with that. I had a ton of emails and DMs about it. Well, not a ton of emails, a ton of DMs. And I want all of us to feel like we're being heard. I want us all to feel like we have uh, I want us all to feel like we can disagree and it'll be okay. And I worry that for a lot of the spaces, um, I think for a lot of the spaces, it feels like people are silenced when they disagree, and they feel like they have to like leave, and it's so egregious how Themis treat his daughter like that or whatever. And I just want everyone to feel like they are being heard and that they can talk to me. Um, Someone said it's better to do at the end. Look, I said it because I wanted, wait, someone said my mic is off. That's impossible because everyone else is responding to what I'm saying. So I'm not sure. Drop a one if you can hear me. Before I get going any further, drop a one if you can hear what I'm saying. Yeah, all right, so people can hear me. Someone said there's an echo. All right, I'm gonna listen back to myself because I don't know what is happening. Mute, 2 seconds. Are being heard, and that is the echo off. Is it, so do you guys hear an echo? There is no echo. All right. The elite audio isn't there. No echo. It's not echo, just not as crisp. All right, let me check my microphone again. Microphone. Oh. Hello? Let me know. I can't. I cannot with this. All right. Can you guys hear me? Please let me know. All right. I can hear me. I think that if this is not working, I don't know what to do. I think this is it. I've changed the voice, you're back. All right. Audio is good. You got it. All right. Whew. Oh my God. Thank you all. All right. So we're going to do the parenting thing at the end because that's what people want to do. I also have gotten a ton of comments and messages from men who are saying that they want to teach me about the community and that they can explain to me better what I'm missing and explain why I shouldn't be helping women. I'm assuming they think women are demonic or whatever. I don't know what they think. But I definitely did say you guys can come and let me know, and I will be more than willing to listen to you. So let me know. I told you guys when I would be on, I sent you the link, and everything is fine. So when they're here, let me know, and I will. If you're here now, let me know. Just drop a one and say I'm here, and it is what it is. Like, I will stop whatever we're doing to get into the discussion, and that's just that on that. All right, let's play the intro, and we will come back and start the show. This intro was horrible, so let's refresh. All right. Welcome back to Themis and Thoughts. Grab your coffee, water, tea, whatever you're drinking. Go and get that. I am so happy. I don't know how there's already 500 people in here, but thank you all. I just did that and I felt like Anna Lucia. Not going to do that again. Warning, Themis, you will lose at least 200 brain cells. Look, I'm ready. I am done sort of petting people. I'm not going to get into like these huge debates with anyone. I'm going to sit back. I'm going to push back, but I'm not going to let people have my head go crazy, right? That's not what I'm doing today. What I am doing, however, is reviewing the debate between FD Signifier and Bernard Riley. I'm wearing my black turtleneck because today I remembered a video we did, and Wake Up Makeup Slay sent me some clips, and I reposted them as shorts. So people in the Discord, thank you so much. In the Discord, they'll send me clips of what I said and say to post those as shorts, and I've been doing that. So thank you to the Discord members. To the Discord members who got on a call with me today to talk about what we talked about. Again, appreciate you so much. The community we're building there is amazing, and you guys are welcome to join that journey with us. All right. So I wore this because of one of the video I saw. I was like, oh my God, I forgot I had that turtleneck. How did I forget I have that turtleneck, which is my favorite? So I'm wearing it now. All right. So how do I start this? FD Signifier is an interesting figure, I think, online. And I'm happy that I spoke in the Discord before I came on. I'm also happy that I got an opportunity to review some videos and do a lot more research. And I'm glad I didn't just watch this video and say, let's come on and talk and drag or whatever, because I think I kind of figure out what's happening. I absolutely love debates. And I think there are a group of people online who think that the quote unquote debate bros are bad and debating is bad. And I think the reason most people think debates are bad who are in academia is because they don't think the public, the people consuming debates, can distinguish between the ideas that are correct versus the ideas that won in a debate. The position that is correct versus the position that won. Sometimes they're the same, but sometimes they are not the same. And I think because they don't think we understand wish's wish, there is a dislike for debates generally. I can understand this because I, for a long time, thought that the debate sphere was understood that it is controlled, and it doesn't mean the person who won the debate is correct. But now I'm realizing that a lot of people don't understand that. And in the lack of understanding for that comes this new awakening of people to say, hey, hate debates, and I don't like that. So FD Signifier is not a debater. he's a video essayist. And I didn't even realize there were two distinctive positions about debating versus video essay. I don't care about either side. It doesn't matter to me. I love debates, but I recognize that FD Signifier is not a debater. He did not go on the platform with Bernard Riley to debate. He went there to give his ideas, and he went there to try at least to understand the manosphere. This is a problem. Now, before we get into the video, which we're just going to jump into right now, I fundamentally disagree with most of the ideas coming out of the manosphere. And I don't completely agree with FD Signifier. Actually, I disagree with him on a lot of stuff. That he's going in the manosphere, I think he's going in there trying to make a change. I'm not sure if I'm giving the best intent I have to him, that he wants to change the people in the manosphere and he believes they can be saved. And I think that's good, but he's going in there as a punching bag, and I don't appreciate that. And I'm going to play, this is going to be mostly audio, it's all audio. So I'm going to play a debate that took place between FD Signifier and Bernard Riley. If you guys don't remember, Bernard Riley is the guy who went up against Destiny initially, and Destiny sort of demolished, like completely annihilated him. Like it wasn't even close. But again, debates are debates are debates. So I was expecting FD Signifier to make sort of just quickly demolish everything that Bernard Riley was saying, but he didn't. And the reason he didn't is because FD Signifier would have to accept some really specific truth about the community. And I don't think he is willing to admit the problems in the community. And therein lies my fundamental problems with him. So, before this start, has FD Signifier ever had a friendly chat with a divester? All right. So that's it. I think FD Signifier, if he's being honest with himself, he knows where he stands. And you don't even have to do divestors. You could literally go and talk to women in BWE that are not divestors. And I don't think he has done that. And the fact is, he can say, well, I'm a man and I want to talk to men. But then your position about patriarchy becomes a bit shaky if that's where you stand, right? So it feels like he is aligned with the manosphere, but doesn't want to own it, and trying to make an equivalency between that which is happening in the manosphere with that which is happening in BWE. I find this problematic. So we're going to get into this debate, and I will point out where the issues lie. I will also say, I've said this before, I'm repeating it. If I ever speak about you on this channel, you have the right to come up here and confront me. I've always made that clear. I am not going to make a special carve out for anyone. If we are talking, if I am talking about you and you feel some kind of way, please feel free to hit the link. If anyone comes in and want to hit the link, they have that right. And I will allow you, and we will watch this stream together, and I will either congratulate you or drag you in front of you. So that's that on that. Hey, Sober Bobo, welcome, welcome, welcome. No one can miss that. If you haven't liked the stream, it's very helpful for me in the algorithm. Uppity, thank you so much for being here, everyone. Love, love, love. Call him out, Themis. I tried, but I don't care for FD Signifier content at all. He's a pseudo intellectual. So I wouldn't say he's a pseudo intellectual because I don't know. I think he's a smart guy, but I haven't made a judgment on whether or not he's a intellectual or pseudo intellectual. I don't know. And so I'm going to leave that judgment, And we are going to be nice in the chat. We are going after arguments, not people. And yeah, so that's where we're going. Thank you, Angel Martian. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Oh, you didn't say anything. I was like, what's happening to my screen? I can't read it. But I appreciate that. All right. So this is audio, so you're gonna have to look at my swollen face. Is my face swollen? I've been going back to the gym. You're gonna have to look at my swollen face because I won't put the well, I guess I could. There's not a
patriarchal power because it's always going to end up being used against us.
It's not a video, so we'll see.
This is a perfect example because when they put
Should we not want patriarchal power? Like I'm trying to understand the system. Okay, right. The system has historically been against us. It has always been against us. But when you say that we shouldn't be trying to act, and I was about to just let you have the last word, 'cause I know you got to go. No. When you say we shouldn't be trying to access patriarchal power, is like that you lose me right there. Like,
I know
like
I do.
That's essentially saying that's like saying black. That's like saying black men aren't men. This thing that men get to participate in, that ain't for you, boy. That's I mean, come on, like
that's literally written into the law, though.
I think we are joined by the man of the hour.
Test.
Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you. What is going on?
I hereby waive my appearance fee for the moment.
Okay, I don't know what your appearance fee is, but you wouldn't getting it right at me. I'm sorry.
Well, I know. It's a running joke. It's a running joke. Okay. Just because there's a what's the word I'm looking for? There seems to be different. There's a gradient scale of manosphere figures. Some are just so buffoonish and absurd that I wouldn't dare be seen with them. Okay. And then some, while I have serious disagreements and issues with their perspectives, I peep in on every once in a while. And you just said something. I was like, you know what? Let me just jump in here and get it from the word of mouth. Because one of the things that bothered me about my response from this video was this adherence to the deadbeat daddy myth for black men. Mm-hmm. But one message that I definitely wanted to engage with is removing the deadbeat daddy from the pole position of this discourse, because the data I've seen so far, and it seems like we agree on this, indicates that is a minority of black men, even among black men who have sired children.
Yeah, we agree on that. We talk about that a lot.
Okay, so that is the first problem. When you're starting off the discussion and you're saying you want to remove the deadbeat daddy from the conversation and you center it in terms of being a myth, I appreciate you, Themis. Keisha, thank you so much. I appreciate that. When you do that, right, you limit the conversation. Now, the truth is FD Signifier believes this to be a myth, and also Bernard here would also claim it is a myth, right? If this is true, shouldn't be an issue within the Black community regarding single motherhood at all. There should not be a conversation about single motherhood if there is no deadbeat dad. If the deadbeat dad trope isn't real, if there aren't many kids without fathers. The single mother conversation ends if there aren't deadbeat fathers. So unless we're saying there are no deadbeat fathers, or the deadbeat fathers are so de minimis, right, that there aren't any deadbeat mothers either, right? So the numbers wouldn't show that. It wouldn't bear that out. You cannot have deadbeat, you cannot have single mothers and use that as the issue in the Black community without conversely having deadbeat or also having deadbeat fathers. Like the two are they're inconsistent to exist. Like you have to have deadbeat fathers where you have single mothers if the single mothers are the problem in the community. Now, why present for the flowing mango juice? Sip slowly. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. Super sticker. Thank you, Jubilee. So it's weird to me. I thought I saw Cynthia G chat and someone else. Let me find this. Thank you, Jubilee. Single mother shouldn't be discussed because single motherhood wouldn't cause any issue. Yeah. If there aren't any deadbeat fathers, tithes. Now we are at church. I appreciate that, Miss Nurse Fancy. Thank you so much. All right. Let me remove these. Thank you. So you don't remove that. If you're having a discussion and single motherhood is coming up at all, deadbeat father is a part of the conversation. What they could have said, however, is that we agree that deadbeat fathers isn't a problem. So here, FD Signifier and Bernard are in agreement about single fathers being a myth. They are both wrong. Right? They are both wrong. With upwards of 70% of children being born out of wedlock in the Black community, that's I'm not even going to say that's the problem because it's not about marriage, right? It's about whether or not the father is in the child's life, even if the mom and dad aren't married, right? So even if we went there and we reduce it down to, let's say, 42%, which is what the data that FD pointed out on his channel. Even if you do that, we're not comparing fathers who are not there against fathers who are there. We would be comparing the Black community to other communities. That's what we would do, and we come out at the top in terms of absent fathers, and that's the problem. Deadbeat fathers a myth, so single mothers are a myth as well. Kids in single parent household no longer exist. That exists, right? Yeah, well, I mean, that would be the ultimate point. So FD should either push back or they should have skipped this altogether. Because I don't like the framing here, because I'm pretty sure there's enough children out here looking for a father. Like I'm pretty sure. And if we have a rate of upwards of 40% of children who don't see their dad at all, and that's the thing, even where children see their dad and talk to their dad, it does not mean their father is actively in their life. And so I find this really, really strange, because one of the problems coming out of the Manosphere, they claim, is single motherhood. But we'll get into that. I just want to point this out first, and then we can move on. This is not really a part of the debate because they removed it from the debate. Removing it from the debate put FD in a very specific spot where he cannot win. He literally cannot win. If the fathers is in the child's life, single motherhood cannot be a community issue. Yeah, period. It's just that simple. I love FD. He's smart whilst also being compassionate.
Right. Yeah. And if you get to the end of the video, I kind of engage with that. Like I want you to think about how that image is weaponized against Black men and how it's shared, and it becomes the most prominent image of who we are, despite the data and the research saying otherwise. But so we agree on that. Let's keep moving on the video. And while I'm here, y'all I'll rock with y'all until my wife gets home. So we got maybe 30 minutes.
All right. Well,
and we can parse through disagreements a little bit.
Well, one major disagreement, because you talk about how, you talked about how the image of the deadbeat dad is used against Black men. And I'm somebody, I mean, I know you talk about you're married and you got your kids and everything. I'm somebody who went through a divorce. I got custody of my kids, and grueling, expensive battle. I lost. I basically lost twice, had to come back again. And I had to, I'm not even going to get into details. My channel getting bigger to the point where I can't even talk about those details. But yeah, it got ugly. It got ugly, but I ended up winning in the end and getting a custody situation that I can accept. Here's the deal. When you talk about that system, and it did seem as this, and this is the part where I was kind of, taking some shots, but we can keep it 100% respectful here. But I was kind of taking some shots because it did seem as if it was an attempt to remove culpability from the woman who's using the system. It's like you're saying, we can't blame her because that's how the system is set up. And what do you think about my argument? That's like saying we can't blame a gun because of the way that the gun is set up or the way that the gun laws are set up. But from a cultural standpoint, we can't criticize doing a drive-by. So we should be able to also equally fight the culture war on something that's happening heavy in the Black community, but really all over, where women, yes, they're going to use that system in their favor. They're going to be strong, independent, and working and keeping up with men until they get in the family court, and all of a sudden they're 1950s housewives that need to be protected by the patriarchal system, as you call it. So
yeah, that's crazy.
That's not crazy. That, you see, this is a thing. Like, I don't expect you to debate. Like, I don't expect FD Signifier to debate. But if you're claiming to be someone who engages in research, what you're going to have to do is you're going to have to point out the group, the women who are least likely to take their male counterparts to court. I'm talking about custody. I'm talking about abuse. I'm talking about run the gamut. Black women are the least likely to take. If you are sitting there and you are saying that Black women weaponize the system against Black men, I'm going to need proof of this. I'm going to need proof of this. And FD Signifier, as someone who claims to be very careful about research, the reality about Black women weaponizing the court versus other groups of women weaponizing the court, I'm going to need you to provide that, because the proof I have says the opposite. Black women generally do not even take the kid's father to court for child support, as a general matter. I'm sure if you ask my father, he would say he's an active father because emails count as activity. Look, thank you, by the way, Gia. The thing is, Bernard is not incorrect here, right? If you're claiming that women weaponize the system, you cannot then blame the system for women weaponizing the system. The truth, however, is women don't weaponize the system against men. That's the problem. There are some women who do, but there are some men who also do. Black women are the least likely to get child support. Like, I don't understand why this is I don't understand why anyone would acquiesce to this point. If you're going to go there and talk about Black women using the system, definitely go look into how the system is being used and by whom. That's your assignment. You don't get to sit there and say, yeah, I'm just here to talk so I can get the man over on my side. Yeah, that's fine. You can do that. I think that is actually important. Someone needs to go into the manosphere and talk to people and engage with them and maybe not debate. I don't know. But even if you're not planning to debate, you have to have the facts, because people are going to slip things past you like this. All right, let's continue. Not important. Don't want to kill that point. I probably shouldn't have said the word. Too late. Thank you, Gia.
My problem right there.
But so here's so within the same logic of why I don't want to waste time, giving energy to the deadbeat daddy conversation. I'm not really all that interested in talking about evil baby mama conversations, because we both agree when you was in, like, so I don't know your story, brother, but when you was in court, you had to convince the judge, you had to pay the court, you had to pay the lawyers, you wasn't paying the mother of your children. And so while I agree, and I know brothers I don't even like that have went through this, brothers who I know they went through this because they.
This take is not going to work for me. It's just simply not going to work for me. It's not going to work for me, and it's not going to work for anyone else. If you accept the framework that Black women are taking advantage of men by using the system, if you accept that premise, if I accept that premise, I would, if the research bears this out, then I would also have a problem. You cannot accept the premise that Black women, by and large, are abusing Black men vis-a-vis the court system, are weaponizing the child against majority of these Black men, are taking these Black men's money. You cannot accept that. That framework, if you accept it, then the manosphere is correct. You cannot accept it and then ask them to give sympathy for women, to women, because the system is white supremacy. No one is going to take that. Even if that were true, no one is going to sit there and take that. That doesn't make sense. For someone to say, yeah, I am getting abused, but I'm going to ignore the abuser in their mind and blame the system. No, if that was correct, you confirm it and then you go on their side, right? And then maybe you whisper to them in private about, maybe we should focus on this. But that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. That framing is wrong. And that's the problem. That is the problem.
He messed up, but
I recognize it's very difficult to grow a platform this way. If you want to be a leftist or a right person, you choose a side and you go with that. On the left, you blame white supremacy and you just beat that home. On the right, well, I don't know what they do over there. I'm not on the right, so I'm not going to straw man them. However, if you, well, on the right, you ignore that racism exists for the Black people on the right. That's I'm going to straw man it, right? So it's easy to then latch on to a group and then grow from there, right? It's harder to have nuance. And the truth is, these people are lying. How is she using the system against an active? Period. Thank you, Cinch. Yeah. The premise is faulty. The premise is faulty. You are not the most active father while the woman is trying to use the system against you. That doesn't make sense. Thank you. This does not make sense. The framing is bad. You cannot let that go and then try to because what you're doing is FD is attempting to appeal to these men's better nature and say, yeah, but they're women, they're going to take they're using the system against us, but the system is the white supremacist thing. That's what we need to focus on. I agree that we should be focusing on the system and making sure that the system is, I think people are saying equitable now. Let's use equitable instead of equal. I don't really care at this point. We should be focusing on the system, though. They're not going to do that because if you're confirming their delusional reality, that's the problem. Like, you don't confirm something that doesn't exist so that you can engage in discourse. The only way I'm going to confirm your reality is if it's real. So if you are not going to speak to me because I won't confirm that which you believe because it's not true, then we are not going to talk. It's fine. We don't have to talk. But you don't just sit there and confirm a reality that doesn't exist. You go and you look and you'll see that Black women are the least likely to do X, Y, Z. And then when they tell you that Black women are weaponizing the system against them, then you tell them, yeah, no, that's not happening. And to the extent that that's happening, in proportion, other groups of men should be more angry regarding the women in their group, because those women are actually weaponizing the system against those men. Those men don't believe that because the man created, in your mind, the manosphere said the man created the system. How are you mad about a system you created? If you created a system and that system is no longer up to par, if that system no longer function for you, is that not a you problem? If it's defective, isn't that the producer's problem? If you've created a toy and there is a manufacturing defect, the problem isn't with the toy or there is a problem with the toy, but the people using the toy, you go back to the manufacturer for the defect that they create. I'm not doing this with y'all. Also, should I go there? We haven't gotten there, so let's continue. This is the problem. Like, you don't affirm people's, well, I'm not a therapist or a psychologist, so I don't know if you affirm a reality that doesn't exist. Maybe you do. I'm not about to do that.
But they still didn't deserve to have to work through the law to be in contact with the children. I know that that's a thing, right? My issue is, and especially this.
What do you mean you know that's a thing? Yes, there are women who are vindictive, who will weaponize the system against men. Who are those women, and is that a majority of Black women? That's where we need to get into. That's what we need to do. So the thing is, I don't think he's disingenuous, because he's saying, let's not talk about deadbeat fathers. Okay, these men don't want to talk about that, so they're going to agree with you. When you go there now and talk about evil baby mothers and say, let's ignore that, they're not going to ignore that. Because you have agreed that these women are evil. They're not going to agree to ignore that, to focus on the system in the way that they would ignore deadbeat fathers to focus on a system. Do you see what is happening now? It was very easy for him to disregard deadbeat fathers, but he's not about to disregard the few women who are using the system, Black women who are using the system against men. He's not about to do that. Now, do you see where you are? Yeah, it's not good. It's not cute. It's kind of ridiculous now. Notice how Destiny said he purposely used the court system to sort out his child support and custody. No. I was literally going to get to that, but since we put it out there, let's do it. Destiny pointed out that when he ended things with his ex, that with the child involved, he wanted to do things by the book, so he went through the court to make sure he could document everything he wanted to go to the court. Now tell me again how the court is by, all right. Because y'all don't know how to use something doesn't mean it's broken, and it doesn't mean it doesn't work in the best interest of men, because you don't know how to use it. It didn't come with a manual. Yeah, that's right. Now you can, the issue is you can accept that you weren't involved in the making of the system. We were in subjugation. It is the absence of accepting that about the system that is my problem. These men speak, then ask you to prove their point. Yeah, that's exactly what they did. I definitely went up and proved on my last video talking about Black women don't go into STEM. Well, in reality, Black people generally don't go into STEM because it's at 9%. But of the few Black people in STEM, majority, and not a simple, a super majority of Black people getting STEM degrees at all levels, every single level, are Black women, over 60%. This, by the way, is the furthest gap between a man and a woman in any group in the United States. You don't get to talk about people's degree and who is not going into STEM. So you are not going into STEM. Oh my God. Confrontation is a part of therapy, meaning a therapist is supposed to challenge your more unhealthy perception. So no affirmation of madness. Thank you.
This is my main criticism of the Black manosphere as a whole. When so you got 30K subscribers. That's pretty big for this space, at least from what I've seen. Like a lot of dudes got more. I haven't checked your metrics and all that. I'd be a YouTube nerd. I didn't get this big just by being talented. So there's what's the word I want to use here? The algorithm is a mysterious thing.
Yes, it is.
Right? The way we build audiences is not as mysterious. And then the way our content moves through communities and through populations is not so mysterious. And I say all this to say, when I pay attention to y'all, certain figures on the Manosphere, right? And I hear things I think are important for me to, I'll say sanitize, and clean up, so to speak.
How do I put this? Because I think he's being genuine, but imagine telling someone that you're there to sanitize their message. Like that. Anyway, let's move on.
Hold up a second. What's up, baby? Yeah. When I hear things that I think need to reach a further audience, a greater audience, I get frustrated with y'all because y'all have so much energy and heat and smoke for, insert random divester channel with 15 subscribers. Insert, I'm just keeping it real. For insert other Manosphere.
Themis is full of the BS. Themis is full of the BS. You can see it all over his face. I don't know what that means, but period.
Dude, you don't like it's a lot of drama.
Oh, I hate that. I absolutely hate that. Yeah,
right. It's a lot of drama peddling and a lot of wasting time and spinning wheels talking about black women this, black women that, when none of that holds up to scrutiny for anybody with a system analysis. So even me being here is an invitation to say, look, I understand why y'all feel the way y'all feel, but y'all are wrong to spend. Y'all are just literally just being inefficient to spend as much time as y'all do talking about blaming and attacking black women, when some of y'all, not all of y'all, some of y'all know damn well that the real problem is white supremacy and white patriarchy, of which we don't belong to. And some and brothers don't want to hear that. And I made a point this year. The reason I'm here is going to be.
So I actually sympathize with FD's position here. I believe this, right? I believe that the patriarchy that exists currently exclude Black men because we don't have the power to access, we don't have the finances to access, we don't have, in some people's mind, the skin tone to access this power. Now, what I don't agree with is his prescription. So I agree with him, and I feel like a lot of the men in the manosphere are operating on ego, because to accept that you don't have that kind of access requires you to also acknowledge that you are subjugated in a system. And a lot of people's ego can't accept that they are subjugated in a system. We are subjugated in the system. Someone said, Themis, how do I get on your live? So there is a ton of people who claim they had some smoke for me. That's fine. If you are here and you have issues with me, drop a 1 in the chat so I know you are here, and I'm ready to drop the link because we can go, we can talk. I'm actually taking a page from F.D Signifier's book tonight, where he's not debating. I'm just going to try to understand what people are saying, because everyone said they need to school me on some things, and I'm a lifelong student, so I'm ready to be taught that.
You know what? I'm gonna come on my whole little bit to just try to reach a little bit with folks, and that's all I'm saying.
All right. You said a lot. Okay, let me try to.
What are you sanitizing, sir, with all that dust? Period. Thank you, A. Walker.
Try to circle it back. Okay, we do spend a lot of time talking about the system and the problem. I don't think the biggest problem when we're talking about Black culture at this point in the game, I don't think the biggest problem is white supremacy. I think that system, I think, well, when we talking about family court, that family, the system is the system, the rules are the rules. And I think other cultures don't do things to exploit it as much. Now, as far as your
all right. So he does not think the biggest problem is the system. Do you think he thinks the biggest problem is in the Black communities? Like, if the system is not the biggest problem, what do you think he thinks the biggest problem is? And why I wish FD Signifier had asked him. Because FD just said, all you have done in the Manosphere, all you guys are doing is talking about Black women and single mothers. What do you think they think the biggest problem in the system is? That is a problem. Like let me do this. Because a lot of people don't understand why it is that I stand. My position is where I am. Thankfully, everyone who've talked to me, who've emailed me, who've messaged me, who've dragged me, all said they believe I believe what I'm saying. So that's good. At least you know that I'm being genuine. So period. Think about this. If I could live in a world, which one would I want to live in? The one where the black women empowerment are talking about, where men should have resources and men should have access to power and men should be good men, the feminist world where everyone is equal, or the manosphere world where they don't believe white supremacy and racism exists. All they want is for women to be subjugated to them. So essentially, we would be in the same world we are in under the manosphere rule. The only difference is that Black women would not be fat, Black women would be submissive, Black women would cater to their man, right? That's the only difference. And your education and your job wouldn't matter. Tell me if that is not a much worse world than the one we currently live in. Please tell me that you understand that is a much worse world than the one we live in. It's not going to be better if women stop caring, if Black women stop caring about their education. Well, that STEM number that is only at a 9% is going to drop tremendously to about 4%, if that. No one in the community, most people at least, would not be able to provide for their family. These children, look, you want an example? Let's use the passport bros. They're going overseas because those women are more submissive, right? They cater to their man. They're soft, sweet, submissive, all of that. Are they marrying them? When these passport bros are saying they're going here for this submission and they're going there for this submission, are they marrying them? Absolutely not. So give these men the women that they want and they still treat them terribly. We do not live in a better world if they get what they want. No, I am not about to sit there and pretend like these men know what they're talking about. Their ego is bruised because the women in their community are outperforming them. It is what it is. If you want to do better, if you want to talk about women in school, then you go. Talking about school is hostile to Black men. Like, you can't pick the classes you want for your major and not go to the gender studies class. Like, the gender studies classes aren't a prerequisite, particularly if you claim you're going into STEM. You don't have to take Sociology 101. You don't. For the universities that have basket weaving, you don't have to go there. Ignore the fact that their economy is built on actual basket weaving by women to provide for communities all over Africa. So we just gonna ignore that. We're talking down, oh, you went to school for basket weaving, as if, even if someone did, that's a problem. This is a problem. You are the problem. From me, I am with FD Signifier on racism. I am with him on the system. But when you sit in front of a man that is literally subjugated under said system and being taken advantage of by that system, and they say that the system is not the biggest problem, oh, it's Black women, yeah, no. Because that person is not about to push back against that system. That person is not about to change the system. They're going to sit there and continue to blame the woman instead of actually looking at what the enemy could be. Maybe the criminal justice system that disproportionately send dark-skinned people to prison at the longer sentences. Maybe that's where you should look. Oh, it's single mother. Okay, a single mother is killing each other and killing you. Is that what's happening? How is it the single mother's fault? Like, how is this your perception? If we want to rank the things that are bad in the community, I'm pretty sure murder and homicide would be at the top. The people causing those things at the top would probably be the biggest problem in the community. Absolutely not the women who are reproducing you. That's not it. That is not it. And that is the problem with FD Signifier trying to create a weird sort of equivalency between that which the women are talking about. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Take care of your children. With the man over here talking about, oh, the men aren't killing anyone. Fathers are the most involved, but the problem is single mother. How? How can the problem be single mothers? How can the problem be single mothers when Black men are the most involved? That don't make sense. He wants to join in on the oppression, not rid it. Get rid. Yeah. He's essentially talked about being accessing patriarchal power at the end. This is ridiculous. This is actually ridiculous. We are sitting here having larger conversations about a system and equity in a system, and you're talking about Black women, weave, wig, weight. Like, Yanni said it best. These people are not about to lead anyone. Absolutely not. Your ego is so bruised by women doing well that you can't even conceive of the reality that the system might be the problem for you.
Criticism of some channels in this space, and I freely admit I don't even know what this space is anymore. But to the people that spend, to people in this space, and this is part of the reason why I don't know what the hell the space is anymore. To the people in this space that spend so much time.
Welcome, Whiskey Girl. Let me know if you're hearing the audio well, because I'm not trying to mute my mic. Trying to mute and unmute like it's kind of annoying right now. Thank you, Whiskey. Welcome to the member.
Time going after other people that they disagree with, they got a beef with, they want to fight with this person about this and fight with that person about that. And then what you said about the divester channels that got 15 subscribers. Yeah, some people do engage in that, and I think that can be goofy at times. But when somebody is making a bad argument, like for example, I think you said some things in this video, and whether you got 400,000 subs or 1,000 subs, if you say something I disagree with, I don't think nothing wrong with picking it apart and getting it out there, either way. But I do understand that there is a level of inefficiency in how a lot of people in this space do that, and that stunts the growth. And my channel just started growing because I started doing other things to get it out there. So I do understand that. I do understand the criticism of this space and how we are ineffective at getting our message out. And then other people who are not in this space will take many aspects of the message, but just present it better. And then they channels blow up using a lot of stuff that came from the belly of this beast down here, the belly of the beast of the Black Manosphere. So that is a legit issue that I've talked to a lot of people on, and I'm trying to work out those kinks myself, and trying to embolden other content creators to work out the kinks, those that will listen to me. But my circle in this space has gotten pretty damn small. It's only a few people I talk to.
I don't know what he's rambling on about. They only have the capacity to lead others into squalor.
To at this point, because it do be a bunch of the parts that's not bull is our analysis of what we're talking about. That's not bullshit. And there are plenty of parts in the video where you said, I agree. You basically said you agree with our analysis of certain things, but it seemed like you stopped short when the woman is being put in the hot seat. And I said it once, and I'm not going to just beat you over the head with the same statement, but I'll just say this. I'll say this one last time. The system is an inanimate object, essentially. When we're talking about kids, we're talking about.
That is literally one of the dumbest take I've ever heard. The system is an inanimate object. What? And the fact that FD is just like sitting there, whatever. I don't care.
Family court. We're talking about the family court system. Technically, we're talking about an inanimate object. It's like a gun. Somebody has to load it, cock it, aim it, shoot it. If they're loading it, cocking it, aiming it, shooting it to their benefit, and you agree that it's anti-male in practice, that means it's pro them. That means from a culture.
How are you not going to correct him? The system is not anti-male. If the system is anti-male, then men failed in creating said system. Now, I don't believe men were the only people involved in the creation of the system. And sure, I know this as a fact. Men aren't the only one involved in the operation of the system. Why isn't FD speaking up here to explain this? They don't believe in their ability to influence anything else but women. They know they are losers, but expect sex as a participation trophy for existing. Yeah, no, actually, when he said, this is when it came out, the rule is the rule. We're in the system and the rule is just the rule. No. You should be able to impact the rule. If you don't believe you have this kind of control, I understand the complacency with respect to the system. Thank you, concerned.
Cultural standpoint, we can call that out, and that cultural, us stirring the pot of the culture, and I don't know if you agree with my analysis when I said, changing the culture, the laws typically follow. So I think what a lot of people try to do, they try to get in the way of us stirring the pot of the culture because it makes them uncomfortable because women are being placed firmly in that hot seat and criticized. And that goes back to what I normally say. They want to protect women from criticism, but agree that this is a problem that need to be fixed, but fix it without criticizing our precious women. That's what it comes off to me.
So I can understand.
I agree with him, right? I agree. I think within the system, even when broken, if we are going to attempt to fix the system, we can still critique the people in the system that are causing harm. Where we disagree is who that is. Where we disagree is that Black women and single mothers are the one causing harm within the system. That's where we disagree. Because even if we're to agree that the women cannot raise the children and don't do it well, what we do have to analyze is why are the men not protecting themselves in terms of reproduction? We just gonna ignore that they play that part? Like, are we just gonna ignore that?
Understand that, especially from your perspective within the space where you all feel like women never get the appropriate criticism they deserve. I don't agree. I want to be clear.
They do now, thanks to us.
Well, mission
accomplished. Mission accomplished. We planted the flag. We did it. Yeah.
I don't think that's true. But I want to get off on a tangent. You said something earlier that I think really is the core of my criticism. You talked about the guns and the culture and all that stuff, right? So obviously within African American spaces, we have, air quotes, a culture that is connected to our material conditions, which plays some role in the reproduction of our problems, i.e., street violence, gang violence, whatever, right? But we also know from actual research that if you reduce the guns in a space, you reduce the propensity for violent crime. And so when you say,
why? So should we reduce the court system to prevent women from having access? This analogy does not work. It does not work here. It literally does not work here. I agree, the system is broken and needs correcting. What you're doing here doesn't work because the Republican talking point that's going to push back against you, and he's going to do it because even if you don't read anything and don't know anything, you've heard that the laws getting stricter only prevents good people from having gun. Bad people will continue to have gun. I'm not going to analyze this. That is just what it is. So when you go there, this is an L. I know it's not it is a debate because it was framed as a debate, but this discussion is not going well for FD. This does not make sense. You have to let these men know that they are wrong. You can say the women are wrong, but the system. So if FD fundamentally believe that the problem in the community, if we're going to ignore the system, would be Black women, that is the problem. FD has a problem if he believes the system is to be blamed, but the men are correct that the women are weaponizing the system against them. Then he's wrong. Straight up wrong. If your understanding of the system is that it is disproportionately affecting Black people in a negative way, I'm on board with you, FD. I think the system is bad for Black people. The outcomes are bad. I think people are saying, don't go back to redlining, don't go back to Jim Crow, don't go back to slavery. I think they are also wrong. I think we should, and we can talk about how racism in the system has evolved to continue to affect Black people today. I am with you, right? But if you're saying the people within said system, white supremacist system, are Black women who are causing the harm in the community, yeah, no, I'm not with you on that. No, and you know you're wrong. You're wrong. What are the problems in the community? Let's say out of wedlock birth is a problem. Who is to be blamed? All right, let's say single motherhood is to be blamed for the problem. Even if you blame single mothers for the single motherhood problem, as you see it, is that really the biggest problem in the Black community? Like, think about it. Because if we're doing direct causes, right, we're not doing a chain sequence to go back to figure out that white supremacy and racism is the problem. If we're doing the direct causes, I'm going to go ahead and say the people killing people would be the problem. I'm going to say the biggest problem in the Black community are the crimes, the gangs, the killing. I think that might be the top of mine. Who are the people involved at that level? Yeah, they're the problem. That's the problem in the Black, that right there. So if you're accepting their paradigm, it's a problem. You're not going to convince them by appealing to their better nature. These are how dare a Black woman use a system created by white people against me? A Black man disparaging Black woman on YouTube, run by a white right? The irony is actually palpable, DJ. Thank you. Gia says, what will they do when the birth rate falls below the replacement rate for ADOS? They'll have to do a 180 to start shaming us to having babies. I think Sinji was talking about how the Black men, and I did look at the music and the product was about how they're leaving the community because Black women won't do certain things in the bedroom. And now they're saying Black women are doing too much of this and too promiscuous, so they have to go. So you're not going to win at all. Yeah, it's going to turn. Thank you so much, Gia. Black women will struggle to raise their kids, but won't file child support on the father. It doesn't matter if he is in the child's life or not. Yeah, no, they're the least likely. This is what I don't like. This is the disingenuous take that I don't like. If you are going to talk to these men, they're not going to bring research, but it is your duty to bring the research. You can't just go there and say, yeah, I accept your paradigm where women are the problem in the Black community, but we can't blame the women. We can't blame the women. We have to blame the system that causes the women to do these things. No, no one is going to take that. I'm not going to take that. I don't think I'm going to blame the system for Black men's behavior, the specific men in the community who engage in this way. I'm not going to blame the system, but I can accept that if FD is talking to me and says, Demas, but the system is terrible, I'm going to say, yes, I agree. It is bad. In my estimation, when we have the court in New York looking at stop and frisk and ruling that the way that the police decided to stop Black men was unconstitutional because they only did it to Black men, I'm going to say, yeah, I believe you. I agree with you. Now, tell me how the system is causing you to us to kill each other. Let me know that. And you might have an answer. I'm not saying you don't, but the focus would be on the most pressing issues within the community, and the fact that you might lose your life might actually be the top priority for me. Yeah, not the single mother struggling to raise her child. It is probably going to be the fact that there are people killing each other. That's probably where I'm going to go first. That's probably where I'm going to go first. GC, welcome. Again, this is not to do away, and this is probably why the Republicans hate me, who reach out to me talking about coming to talk, like, no, you can't use my videos anywhere for any reasons, because I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I don't believe there's a racist system. Like, that's not going to happen. But I'm also not going to sit here and pretend like we don't have personal responsibility. That's also not going to happen. So yeah, this community, we are stuck in the middle on an island on our own. That's where we are. Themis, this man is saying, I got her pregnant. I don't want to face manhood. She has to accept responsibility. He wants her punished for not respecting him as he fails. Right? Right? Thank you, Curry Up and Eat.
Really? We shouldn't be playing. Yeah. Hold on. When you reduce, like, it. Go ahead.
Let me explain to you what I came to understand with that. Reducing the guns, criminals are going to always.
Yeah, that was me doing a caricature. I apologize for that in advance. But from the emails I have had, where people are telling me, hey, Themis, we really love your content. Would you like to join this panel? This is what we're going to discuss. And I'm saying, yeah, this is filled with white people, and you guys want to talk about the Black community. I'm fine sitting up there with you white people who are all Republicans, but do know that I'm not going to be talking about Black men with you. I'm going to be talking about systemic oppression. Here are the list of things that I want to talk about. And they said, no, we don't want to talk about that. We want to talk about what you talk about on your channel. Yeah, no. This is internal. If there are white people here, I love it. Any kind of people, I love every people. We are having this conversation. But please note that I recognize a white supremacist system when I see one. So, no, I'm not about to be a part of your club. And on the left, when you're sending me an email telling me, oh, let's be a part of this club, and this is what the left believe, and blah, 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 and yeah, white supremacy, yeah, are you going to talk about personal responsibility within the community? No? Okay, yeah, I'm not doing that either. So as smart as you think I am, as useful as you think I am, I recognize that you all want to use me in this platform. To all the people requesting that I be a part of anything, no. I keep my integrity. That is the one thing that I have and I will die with. So absolutely not. So no, I don't think Republicans or conservatives are racist, but I think a lot of them peddle in racism. So maybe, yeah, a lot of them are racist, and a lot of them will ignore systemic problems, and I'm not about to do that. Close enough to racism, if not racist for me.
Find a way to get a gun in their hands. So if you reduce the guns or make it harder to get the guns, you're basically unarming the law-abiding citizens who want to protect themselves against the bad ones.
I want to be clear. I'm not anti-gun. I own a gun. I've actually used my gun in self-defense. But I know that the total reduction of guns, like the reduction of the access to lethal means, it's a net negative in the activity that is gun violence. And that goes across the board with pretty much any negative thing. Like, for example, I lost train of thought that quick.
Well, hold on. We'll back up and say what you said before.
So my point is,
I agree. I agree. There is a conversation on the left going on now. Professor Flowers, I think, and there's some content creators involved from the left that I just didn't even know about. I know about what they did, and I would agree with you, by the way, Melinda, regarding the left having racists. Like, yeah, yes. Let the people on the left, there are some people on the left, let you as a Black person not agree with them and see how quickly they revert to racism. Remember that lady in the park with the dog? Yeah, she was left. And there's a distinction FD is going to make regarding the left and Democrats. It exists. I'm not about to get into this.
I got to stop babysitting my chat room. Because I'm trying to keep it respectful as possible.
I haven't even looked at the chat.
Good. I'm making sure they keep it clean down there. So just go ahead and repeat the last thing you said, because I can't read the chat and listen at the same time. So go ahead. I'm focusing.
A better way to put it is, while I agree with the analysis, the problem is the interpretation. Mm-hmm. So when you look into, if you do academic research, you do science, you get your degrees, whatever. You read a research paper, they give you the methods, they give you the data, they give you the analysis, and then they give you the discussion. And the discussion is the interpretation. So the interpretation is supposed to follow the data through some type of logical, theoretical framework. And what happens here, and this is partly y'all fault, partly the algorithm's fault, partly just, we live in a patriarchy, so certain voices and certain attitudes are going to get amplified. But what happens here, like, who else has sat here in y'all space and did a 40-minute video explaining how the courts are not just anti-male, but are also pro-rich white men and when weaponize women against these marginalized.
What are you? Oh my God, how is this your position? This is so wrong. The courts are not anti-male. If they're anti-anything, it's a very specific kind of male. And you need to explain why, and why that means subjugation. That's what you need to do. The courts aren't anti-male, and the family court specifically aren't anti-men. What we're going to do, and I actually do have a ton of stuff that I want to show, but I probably won't get to that because I realize I'm pausing too much. Let's get a big chunk of it. Well, I don't know. Let's hear.
Us poor men. Y'all, I haven't seen y'all do that. What I see y'all do is point out baby mama here, really bad Black woman here, and say this is the problem. And ain't nobody sat and talked about the fact that Georgia, a state built on white supremacist legal systems, has laws that apply that were built for white slave owners that are in the 1800s that are affecting Black single fathers or Black co-parenting fathers in 2023. Like, that's not a conversation.
How is the law? Okay, with two things. we do, well, you said it's made to benefit rich white men. I mean, right now we see a lot of rich white men getting just tore out the frame.
So this man right here is defending rich white men. He does not believe the system is in favor of rich white men. He believes that women are able to overpower rich white men. This is his position. FD, your turn. Say something. Johnny Depp, I'm pretty sure that he is probably in his mind. Please say something. This is your whole shtick, that the system is bad for everyone in it, women and everyone of color, as you say, except rich white men. Even poor white men are subjugated by the system. This is your philosophy. Please, please, please say something.
A lot of rich men get taught to frame, but we do a long, intense breakdown of what you were talking about. Some better than others. Like BGS will do a would do a whole. I mean, I think you know who he is. You mentioned him.
I'm familiar with BGS.
Okay,
BGS
good.
Is not a fan.
Yeah, I know. But no, but he's one that does long.
So you're just not going to defend your position at all. So the court is against rich white men, and you're not gonna push back. You're not gonna explain how he's wrong. You need to do a very in-depth system analysis currently, because you said you don't want to debate. So this is your position. Like, let's pretend the Me Too era didn't happen. Let's pretend that women weren't being abused when they went into the workforce. Let's pretend that didn't happen. This is your position regarding rich white men being the benefactor of society. Do something now. The white patriarchy was black patriarchy all along.
Long, analytical, empirical breakdowns of things. So
I need to go through his channel and see what he said, because I know if I'm not mistaken from my research earlier, he has in particular been affected by the court situation. So I'll be waiting. Maybe he'll respond to the video.
Well, it ain't even about his personal stuff. I didn't even know that. If you said he's been personally affected by, I didn't even know that. He normally takes himself out.
This man is defending rich white men because the big bad system controlled by women is disproportionately affecting rich white men in a negative way. Please tell me, FD Signifier, that you are going to respond to this claim.
Out of it and just does an amoral, pragmatic breakdown of what stuff is. And there's a lot of people. They're throwing out names in the chat room right now.
But hold on, yeah, somebody said lead, and if I'm not mistaken, lead attorney is telling men not to fight for their children.
Whoa.
Is that true?
No, he didn't say that. I'm pretty sure.
I know this. I asked my Discord to send me this. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to pull this up. My Discord definitely sent me this. Because
like, that to me is a L. You know, this, like, if you want to be in your kid's life, you have to actively pursue being in your kid's life by any means.
All right. So ready? You guys ready? Because he said the lead attorney didn't say this. Let's hear it from the lead attorney's mouth himself. He said it multiple times in this video. I hope this is where.
Like, that to me is a L. You know, this, like, if you want to be in your kid's life, you have to actively pursue being in your kid's life by any means.
This is so wrong. This is so wrong. I'm so glad you're saying this. This is so wrong. You have no idea how many men's lives have been destroyed financially trying to fight for something that you're not going to get.
Yeah, you know? Again, I'm just saying.
No. True. You don't know how many men have been destroyed trying to fight for their kids. I don't. How many? Tell me how many. I don't, and apparently you do. How many? Let me know. Please tell me how many. No. You're not going to just say that as a rhetorical device and think you're going to get away with it. Okay, cool. I don't actually know. The stat says 90% of them don't actually fight. They give it up, right? So we know of that 90%, the 90% of them don't, right? Great. Now tell me how many, because there is no amount of many that you can provide that's going to convince me that's important after 90% have just decided to give it up. So tell me how many men's life has been ruined financially. I'm not saying they haven't. I'm sure they have been. I'm pretty sure there are really amazing dads out there who fought tooth and nail and did not win. I am pretty sure. But you need to tell me how many. Because that's not on that. Tell me how many. Please don't just say, you don't know how many. Yeah, I don't. How many? TLA is a fanboy of Kevin Samuels. So I was on the live stream when Kevin Samuels joined the show. TLA, we were so excited when Kevin Samuels joined the first time, not following TLA. Yeah, I know this. Monica. I know. Thank you.
all I could go off of is the data that I'm finding, and the data that I'm
You're
finding.
misinterpreting the data. That's what I'm telling you.
According to the data, the men have a better shot if they escalated. So I don't know how
I'm
to
telling you
misinterpret that.
why.
You're saying
It's the why. No, you're saying that you're reading the data, but you don't know the why. It's like, guys, you can read that 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand it. You might need someone to explain it to you. You're saying 2 + 2 = 4, but you might not understand why. You're reading the statistics, Ruslan, but I'm telling you why. Why is it that the majority of men do not go to court for these kids? It's because they're not going to get them. You know, it would be...
Or can I propose an alternative hypothesis?
Yeah.
Or is it that the men don't want their kids? Or is it the men aren't the primary care provider? Or is it the men don't have the emotional capacity to fight for their kids? Or is it because the men have moved on and maybe the man practiced hypergamy, found a younger, hotter wife, and they're ready to start a new family? Why are we not going to acknowledge that those scenarios happen? I see those happen a lot. I see a lot of single mothers around here that would love for the father to be in the picture, but the dad's checked out. The dad's moved on. Like, where's the responsibility on the men on this situation? I understand that the court system's not fair. You're way more astute to that. That's your line of work, your expertise. I'll defer to you. But I'm saying we can't say that all men always want their kids and always get a bad shot from the court system. It's hard for me to wrap my brain around that. Personally, anecdotally speaking, knowing multiple single dads, and also from the data that I'm saying.
Yeah, you're misinterpreting the data, and I think we haven't really talked.
Nope. You got dragged. Here, and when you hear the analysis here, push for fathers who can prove that they are awarded. You know it.
You can get resolved for under 15 grand. You can. There's one type of case that you can never get resolved for 15 grand. It is the most expensive type of case that a regular person is going to have. And that type of case is a custody battle. And when you talk about custody battles, those things can get easily 35, 50, 75, 115. Now, imagine you're a man and you've got four credit cards, and you come to me and you say, Lee, listen, I make $60,000 a year, but I want to fight for my 2 kids. And you're going to tell me the facts of your case, and you got a little something. You got some arguments, but it's going to be a real battle because the judges are biased against men. And so we're going to have to put up a ton of evidence. What are we going to have to put up? Well, we got to do discovery. That's going to cost you 5, 10, 15,000.
No, I can't listen to this. This is what I started with. If lawyers are telling men not to fight for their children, absolutely not. No. Please remember that in the beginning, he was saying men don't fight for their children because they're not going to win, blah, 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 90% of the time. Okay. Yesterday, after I watched this, I went on the phone and he works in Georgia. So I called multiple family law practices in Georgia just to confirm that what I heard was true. This is not true. First of all, these lawyers aren't about to tell you to not pay them to fight a case. They're not going to do that. Now, there is... particularly certain kinds of lawyer, let's just say that, right? But legal advice should be unbiased. It should be helpful. The truth, however, is when someone wants their children, that is not a moment where you look and you say, oh, you do have a case, but it's unlikely that you will win because the court is sexist. That does not make sense. So I called around, and absolutely none of the attorneys I called, including the partners and one judge, I'll tell you what this one judge told me, said they would suggest this. Now, there are cases where men and women cannot afford to fight custody battles because they are actually quite expensive when it comes to family law and dispute over literally everything is easy, not easy, let me not. But custody can get really, really contentious, right? Here's another tidbit. This is not research, but every single one of the attorneys, guess what they said? Every time there is a divorce and the man comes, the lawyers are the one who have to introduce the custody battle. Usually, a lot of the men assume that the woman will keep the children, and they're trying to figure out child support, right? 100% of the time, when I call these attorneys, there were 15 of them, all of them said the man just agrees that the woman should get the child, they're just trying to figure out child support, right? And visitation, which they kind of give up custody in some ways, and we can actually talk about why and how, blah, blah, blah. When I spoke to the judge, right, about the analysis for, and by the way, I can do this on my own. You can literally go on Westlaw, get the custody case, and you will find what judges do in terms of the best interest of the child. 1 or 2 cases will literally tell you what you need to know about this, right? It is the best interest of the child, that is. Not that you'll be an expert, but important.
The judge was pointing out that there were a number of legal aid in Georgia, right? Some of them are associated with schools, and this is where I'm helping the Manosphere. Y'all need to create this list of legal aid in different cities for men and women if you want, but for men, because you're the Manosphere, to go to get, quote, free legal help. The expense, and I'm not telling you to do pro se, because they're going to argue about pro se in a minute, which is you doing it by yourself. The fact that you don't even, as an attorney, you don't even consider that there might be clinics and pro bono programs where people can go to get legal help without having to pay the money if they cannot afford it is absolutely absurd and ridiculous to me. And I know this because the reason that the clinic thing came up was the judge, we were talking, and I said, when I was in school, I was doing landlord-tenant courts where I represented the tenants who could not afford to get an attorney. And I did it for free because I was a student working in a clinic, helping tenants be able to stay or whatever they needed in their homes. And I went to court and argued for them. So I also called around at different schools to find out if there are family law clinics that allows for people who do not have resources to access the legal system in a way that is going to be beneficial to them. Guess what? There are. The fact that the Manosphere is over here, not even the Manosphere, an attorney is in the Manosphere. This, I feel like this should be your contribution to the Manosphere. Your contribution to the Manosphere probably should have something to do with the free resources for men who want to access justice if you think they're being disenfranchised in that way. There should be a push in Georgia to abolish legitimization. Right? There should be a push for fathers who can prove that they are the paternity. If they can prove paternity, then they should have some rights to their children, even if they're not married. Go fight that. You are there. Do that. You got facts and smoke. Bring it. Team Temus. Thank you, Monica. I appreciate that. Curry Up and Eat says, he pulled that logic off of Swiffer Duster, no books and Thank you, Curry Up and Eat. Oh, I just missed that. If women can Google free attorney, why can't... Look, like, here's how weird it is. You are saying men can't get their kids back because the attorney is too expensive. Instead of crying about that, which I'm not saying crying is a bad thing again, you could literally go figure out, one, create a fund to help men, and all of the men who believe that men need representation, pour into that fund and you can get it. You can figure out how to get access to justice and lawyers without having to pay. I'm not doing this with y'all. He's literally telling men not to fight for custody because they're going to lose. He should be ashamed of himself. The Manosphere, yeah. And people are in there saying, yeah, lead is eating. And I'm sitting there like, they're telling y'all not to fight for your kids. The only way I can think that you are okay and you're thinking, yeah, that's a good thing, look at you winning, is because you don't want them children. You don't want them children. You do not want the kids. If you are saying a man telling you, don't fight for your kids because you're going to lose is winning. No. Now let's figure out how we can. First of all, you should be having, well, whatever. I'm not going to go there. That don't make sense to me. That does not make sense to me. I'm going to continue. This is actual insanity. You are telling men not to fight for their children. Really? Really? That does not mean... Men, I know y'all don't listen to me. I know you don't listen to me, because why would you? If you're listening to me and you want to fight for your children, please fight for your children. Even if you do it pro se and you will lose, if the other party has an attorney, you most likely will lose. Fight. I would much rather to know, if my dad wasn't in my life, to know that he fought to be in my life. Right? Even if you're going to do it pro se, lose pro se because you fight. I am never going to tell you not to fight for your kids, but you don't have to do it pro se. You can literally go to find attorneys who are willing to do it for free at different kinds of programs. Now, Manosphere, do the research and give these men programs by which they can access attorney without paying for it. That is your job, not mine.
We got to take a deposition, but then we also need to get the kids some counseling. And we need to get some experts on the case. We need to get the psychiatrists. We need to get the kids evaluated. We need all their reports. We need for these experts to show up to court. And so you can make $60,000 a year, and I can run up your bill to $80,000, which you cannot afford. So I have to tell you, I have to say, listen, you got a little something. But if I had to say whether you're going to win or lose, I don't think it's 50%. There are attorneys who will tell you, listen, pay me the $80,000, just put it all on all your credit cards, and I'm really going to try, and we're probably going to win. And what happens when you lose? They're going to look at you and say, well, we tried. We gave you the college try. Then they're going to take their $80,000, the $80,000 you paid them, and they're going to fix their house and put their kids through a couple of semesters of college. Good attorneys don't do that. Good attorneys do the opposite. Good attorneys say, listen, what's going to happen when I start charging this $80,000, you get up to $30,000, and you're going to come to me and tell me, you're going to say, Lee, I ain't got no money. What am I going to do? You know what I'm going to do, Ruslan? I'm going to drop you as a fucking client because I don't work for free. So now I've got your $30,000, but your trial isn't going to come for a year and a half. That means you got to get up another $30,000. You got to get on another attorney's plan to pay for the case. So we attorneys tell you, listen, do not fight for custody if you cannot afford to do it. And a custody case is one of the most expensive cases that a man will.
Yeah, so he definitely said it. He said it.
Do not fight for custody. And he said if you cannot afford it at that point, but he said it before. But obviously, I'm going to Iron Man his argument and say if you can afford it, don't fight for it financially. No, fight for it. Fight for your children. So let's hear how this person, Bernard, is going to respond to the accusation that lead attorney is out here telling people, and I will read the super chats after this. Welcome, Mirage.
Didn't say that.
I'm a hold that criticism until I can confirm it. But from what I
know that if you said he's been personally affected by it, I didn't even know that. He normally takes himself out of it and just does just an amoral, pragmatic breakdown of what stuff is. And there's a lot of people they're throwing out names in the chat room right now.
But hold on, somebody said lead, and if I'm not mistaken, lead attorney is telling men not to fight for their children.
Whoa,
is that true?
No, he didn't say that. I'm pretty sure he didn't say that.
I'm a hold that criticism until I can confirm it. But from what
why didn't you confirm it before you go up there? To be fair, everyone don't know everything, and he might not ever thought he was going to use. No, you had to know you were going to use that. You had to know you were going to use that. Yep. If you're going to talk to the Manosphere and they're talking about custody, and there is a huge YouTuber in the Manosphere saying, don't fight for custody, you should know that. He did. So if you didn't know FD Signifier, I'm pretty sure you're watching. He did say it. And there's your proof that he did say it. Now go back and talk to it. Watch them move the goalpost talking about, well, now they shouldn't fight for it. Watch them move it when you go back. Do it and see.
What I saw in my comments, lead attorney is telling men that it's too costly to fight for their children, so they shouldn't bother. Now, if that's not true,
I've heard him say.
I hope that's not true.
I've had him on my show a couple times. I've been on his show. I know that he has more sympathy for the men who don't fight than I do, because he basically and you talked about this in your video, how in this video, in the video that I was reviewing, you talked about it, how for a man who's broke, fighting that system means coming up with money, and lead attorney broke it down to where, especially if you're fighting for custody, especially if you're fighting for 50-50 custody, basically, he said that you're going to pay thousands and thousands of dollars. You're going to do this. You're going to do that. You're going to do all that just for them to look at you and basically say, nope, you're going to get Uncle Dad parenting time. That's what I call that every other weekend, Wednesday from 5 to 8. So I do know that he said he understands why some men just pack it in and just throw it.
No, you are lying. He doesn't say he understands. He tells men to not fight for their children. That's what he said. He said if you make $60,000 and you come into him, he's going to tell you to not fight, because if you have him, specifically him, as an attorney, and you cannot afford it, he's just going to drop you after he took your money, because he's not obligated to continuing the case. That's what he said. Yes, it's true. The average custody battle cost a man $1 million. Look, if I don't have money, I'm in the court myself. And I'm going to lose if I have to lose. But aren't these women hypergamous? Aren't women hypergamous? And riddle me this. Aren't women hypergamous? How are the women able to afford attorneys, but you aren't? I thought women were supposed to just be hypergamous and women don't date down. So unless these women were dating down, then you should be able, if these women can get an attorney, you should be able to get an attorney. If these women can't get an attorney, aren't men logical? I thought men were logical. I thought men were logical. So if men are the smarter ones and they're going up against the woman, why can't they win in court if they go pro se? Again, your paradigm for the world is incorrect and your framework needs to change. I don't understand why FD would accept this framework. It's not. You can say women are hypergamous, which means men have more resource. But when it comes to child custody, women magically have more resources than men and can hire an attorney and go against the poor man who can't hire an attorney. That don't make sense to me. Now, if the women and the men are both going pro se based on y'all's conception of the world, the man should be able to win.
Or just throw the cards up in the air and just walk away from the table.
That may have been a mischaracterization. I hope it was, because I just can't imagine abiding by that in any community of Black men.
They're abiding by it. They're not only abiding by it, they're lying about it. He said that men should not fight for their children, particularly if you have making specifically $60,000. That's what he said. That is his advice to men. It is too costly. If you don't got the money, don't fight for your children. Don't go pro se because you will lose, so don't fight for your children. That's what he said. Why y'all like this? I think my lips look bigger probably to you guys because I shaped up my mustache. I will let it grow back so it does not look this big. Why am I talking? Well, why did I put that comment? Why did I address that comment?
To say don't fight at all. Like, I also empathize and understand why some men don't fight. Right?
Yeah.
I get that. I get that as a concept. I understand what leads to that decision. But I don't think that's just not a healthy sentiment to promote in these circumstances. So I'll leave that alone. I'll retract that completely until I actually review that information for myself.
Okay. It was something else you said that kind of slipped my mind what you said, because I know it was two things that I wanted to get into. I think one of the last things you said, it's probably even the main thing I wanted to get into, is that you depicted a lot of the conversations as people just, I got it. Yeah, people just dumping on, banging on evil baby mamas. I don't think it necessarily has to even be a situation where we're talking about some evil baby mama. Like, even when there's a marriage and the man was in the life of his kids, he was raising those kids, he loves those kids, they still get a kiss to the mother 90% of the time. They're basically saying,
FD is so fake. I don't want the FD, you're here. Please take the link. I'll send it to you. Stop pretending. FD so fake, playing both sides. He knows who the FD is doing the work that most can't do. LOL. Leave him alone. He is able to convert these crazes over time because he still sees humanity in them. Whatever saves these crazy men is cool with me. So the thing is, if I believe this, I would agree with you. I don't believe this. And I don't think it's right to call them crazies because I think they know exactly what they're doing and they're intentionally doing it. I think my issue with him is that he is reaffirming their beliefs instead of challenging them. And he's not only thing he wants to challenge is you need to look at the system. That is let me read some super chats. I completely forgot they were there. And so if he was actually addressing the issue, you don't if someone have problematic views that are harmful and they're spreading them, you don't reaffirm these views, you challenge them even if you want to be their friends. Red Hearing says, Deb, now oh my God, I definitely said that out loud. Now you can't believe your lying ears are the playback. Absolutely right, you can't. How dare you? Why do you listen to your own ears and eyes? Black men don't want to hold any black men accountable, so they will defend white men to absolve themselves and take it personal, emotional argument. Yeah. They can't use Google and library reading to He's adding misogyny to his message to appeal to men, which is hypocritical based on what he said in his kidology video. I said I would intentionally refrain from addressing kidology and her video and FD Signifier because I don't want dogpiling on that young lady. I think she's smart. I actually do like her content, and what they did dogpiling on her was ridiculous to me. But TLA isn't lawyer. A technicality is afoot. Oh, bet you TLA isn't lawyer. I'm not sure I'm understanding this. Wait, let me get this. My brain is going too quickly. Bet you TLA is a lawyer. I know what you think. A technicality is a foot because TLA is an attorney. Got it. I think concerned. I wish I could go into the Discord. There's too many moving things, so apologies if you're in the Discord and I'm ignoring you. All right, I'm in there. Self-reflect where these men want to drag women. I love that. I love that. They're going to make you self-reflect.
You know, you're going to get Uncle Dad parenting time, and you got to pay for these kids that you're being told when you can see. And I think you even referenced that to some degree.
Yeah, I don't think we disagree that the system is in practice anti-male. You know, okay. I don't think we disagree on that. And
I don't think we disagree that the system is anti-male. Ivy says, my link, if you are trying to get on the Discord and you can't, do the exact same thing I told you to do with the Discord email, follow that instruction, but in the body of the email, let me know that it's not working. I will spend the weekend trying to work with someone to try to figure that out. Thank you for letting me know. How is TLA gonna sit there, TLA? How is FD sitting there saying, hey, I agree with you, the system is not actually good for men, it's against men. No. Even if you're gonna do that, we're gonna have to figure out which kind of man.
And that's kind of the only reason why I'm here is because this is an issue where we probably have more synergy between, you know, me, the king of the manosphere, and everybody else.
You just called yourself the king of the manosphere?
I'm claiming it until I can wake up one day and not go to my mentions and see 5 or 6 manosphere dudes tagging me in videos.
I don't know if you the biggest. I don't know if you
I'm not.
I don't know if you.
Maybe FD only goes to like big channels. Maybe that's it. Because this is quite interesting. Because I don't think he would be this agreeable with the women. I actually don't think that. Because I actually want to see if he would be this agreeable with women. I do actually want to see that. And these women, like they were like 50 people. I'm kidding. Like about 200-300 people on his live stream when he did this. The women are having a lot of people in their live stream. So if clout is what they're looking for, I would want to see him go to talk to one of the women. I just want to compare his interactions with them and his pushback with them against the way he's interacting. Now I said it out loud, it probably won't make a difference now. I've been trying to get back in the Discord. How? If you were removed from the Discord, that is very different. Email me. Again, I'm only doing this one more time because I don't want to take up too much time. If you are at the Discord level or above, that means you should be able to access the Discord. If you have no access and you're in one of these levels, please email me. If you are removed from the Discord, look, there are strict community guidelines. Hopefully you weren't If it's not, if you want removed this year, then let me know. Demas, the way you would slaughter every single one of these Manosphere bozos in a debate. I'm trying to back away from debates now. Talking about debates, is there anyone here who reached out to me who claimed they had something to teach me? If you are here, drop a 1 so that I can drop the link so that you can come up. Because over 10 people at this point reached out to me individually and agreed that they would come, and no one is coming. I don't understand that. We have to flood their comment section with Uncle Dad. No, Petty said it's the father that stepped up.
You public enemy number 1. You might you.
I like that, by the way. It's not a stepfather; it's the father that stepped up.
Top 10. You top 10.
I gotta be top 5. But I don't know. I give you
I
don't pay enough attention. But that was all. That was jokey jokes. But my point is that between I have a large platform. People try to make it seem like my platform is all white people and black women, which is absurd. And I proved, like, if y'all watch the video, the Black Manosphere video, I even pulled out my data sheets. And I have a lot of black men who I know are, let's say, between two worlds. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm a radical leftist, y'all know that. But I know brothers in real life that are conservative. I know some of my viewers are conservative.
I was removed because I wasn't participating. Oh, that's separate. Oh, that's a separate Discord that was created last year. That Discord is kind of like slowly dying down intentionally. But yeah, I'm sorry. That's sad.
And while I have major issues,
email me. Only Alyssa.
Issues with conservative thinking and thought, I can put those issues aside to talk about Black fatherhood and addressing the needs of Black fathers and improving that situation as a whole, because that benefits, my political, that benefits the political world I want to live in, is to have Black fathers be a part of, their kids' lives.
You don't think the left has done a lot of things to incentivize fathers not being in the kids' lives, going all the way back to welfare reform, Great Society Act? I mean, if you go through everything that has ultimately happened,
this is so sad. The argument being made, and it's so disgusting and disparaging. It's like, it's weird to sit there and have someone say, as a man, I could not compete with welfare. So welfare is what took me out of the home. Like, that is such a that's such a terrible take. By the way, that's not what happened. It is due to abandonment that women ended up having to go on welfare. But their argument literally is that I could not compete with welfare in providing. Like that's the argument. Now, I'm not saying racism wasn't real, but like, to accept that is to say, yeah, I couldn't provide. But would you rather be with the woman, like in your world, would you rather the woman and you be together with the child when the man out of the home rule was there, right? Was in place? Would you rather not having access to welfare so that you guys can live together and starve? Like, is that what, like, is that the option? Like, I don't understand that. Now, the man out of the home rule was there for like 4 years in the 60s. It didn't take you the angry man was literally talking about how his woman was on welfare while they were together. Like, are we lying? Yes, I mean, the answer is yes, we are lying. The angry man literally was like, yeah, my girlfriend was my baby mother while we were together, have had welfare and was on welfare, and I was there with her. I don't know. For me, it's like, even if you don't care about them being wrong, how are you going? this is how are you going to help correct anything if you don't care about them being wrong? Like, you're going to let them be wrong, you're going to agree with them and with them being wrong, and then you're going to ask them to forgive these women who are treating them poorly, to come back to the system. I think you're doing more harm than good. You have to be doing more harm than good. That doesn't make sense. If you, as an academic, the person who they see as a champion of women or something, I don't know, you're coming over there to talk to them, and you are just agreeing with their reality, they're justified. If you believe what you believe, FD Signifier, the Manosphere is justified in believing what they believe and doing what they do. If women are evil and baby mother is the biggest problem in the Black community, and women by and large abuse and take the money from these men, then they have a right to they have a right. Yep, they do. Push back. If you actually believe that the system is against men, like you just, FD Signifier agreed in real time that the system is against men. So if you believe that, then they're right. If the system is against men, then I'm assuming it's for women, and that's inequality. So men probably are justified in feeling terrible about the system if you accept their reality. You can't accept their reality and then say, oh yeah, but forgive these women. They can't do any better. They don't know any better because the system is bad and white supremacy. And so they turn to the system and they use it against you, but forgive them for using the system against you. What? If women were doing this, I wouldn't be here. Like, I'm not going to defend foolishness. If I think Black women were by and large the problem in the Black community, I would not be speaking in the way that I'm speaking. You don't tell people to forgive the people causing harm because we're going to look at the system, and ultimately, hopefully one day in the future, far from now, we will destroy the system and we'll have equality. No one is going to buy that. I hope we address the system, but for now, we need to address some of the stuff that's happening internally. That does not make, your position does not make sense. This is the same time period where they had multiple families around the way. Welfare supplemented their lifestyle. Yeah. Thank you, concern. Right? And then said the Black women weren't raising children, that they were essentially wards of the state. So your Black man was on welfare with you in the house and your kids was the wards of the state. Yeah, like, how are you both, the Sinji said this, but how are you both the most involved fathers? Well, Angry Man actually provided an example of being in the home while your woman is on welfare. So all of these people lying. So there is a way to be the most involved father while everyone is on welfare. Yep. Mm-hmm. Thank you, A. Walker.
As move the needle in the wrong direction for Black families, it normally comes from the left.
So let's clarify Democrats and liberals from the left. Let's do that first, right? A lot of y'all don't understand that. I'm not a Democrat. You know, I vote Democrat because those only motherfuckers out there that I can vote for, right?
Oh, I feel. Let
me finish.
All right, go ahead.
But I don't support Democrats. I don't believe in democratic policies or whatever. I vote for Democrats like I wipe my ass when I wash my hands after I use the bathroom. Does that kind of make sense?
No,
it's like it's not something I enjoy doing, but it's a thing.
That I don't like that. When I hear that, because I wash my hands every time I use the bathroom, what I hear is it's automatic. Nothing in politics should be that automatic. Absolutely not. You're going to have to work. Democrats going to have to work for this vote. Republicans are going to have to work for my vote. I don't vote Democrat the way I wash my hands when I go through the bathroom. Absolutely not. That is way too automatic. Wait, are we going to have to do a political? Well, let me stop. Vote for who you want to vote for. Live your political life. That don't make sense to me. You vote Democrat like you wash your hands when you use the restroom. So they don't have to work for it. It's just automatic. What? Wait. Okay. look, he was just talking. I think he means they have the better policies and he's going to vote for them with the better policy. But that's not how you do that in that response. That's weird to me. I don't. Democrats, both Democrats and Republicans can get it. I'll vote for whoever have the best policy at the time. Papa was Rolling Stone, but Mama and the kids should have been destitute. They should have been destitute. They don't want to take. I can't. Thank you. Hurry up and eat. Tima's pretty sure he meant he doesn't like washing his hands. Yeah, but he does it. That's why I'm saying I wasn't trying to say his enjoyment. It was like, if I conceptualize washing your hands, it is a necessity. It is needed. I have to do this. Or I should do it. It's like, no. I mean, I'm not going to prolong this, but I wouldn't frame that way. Studies show most men don't wash their hands. I actually don't know if this is true, but I wouldn't be surprised. The way that everyone in almost every restroom that I've been to, like, just walk out, I'm like, what? How you just gonna walk? How you just gonna walk out of the restroom? Also, don't talk to me when I'm in the restroom. I don't care why. Do not speak to me. Whatever. Let's move on. Thank you. Hurry up and eat.
To do that's necessary.
We've said on this channel a bunch of times that when we vote, we vote, and black men are voting Democrat, we're voting with a bunch of well, you probably don't got a problem with them, but we say we voting with a bunch of purple-haired feminists in the policies that enable baby mamas to stay baby mamas. We could either vote with that, or we could vote with the Tiki Torch posse. One or the other. So it's
okay. This is not a framing of the right or left, right? But in his world, you can either vote with the purple-haired feminists and the people who have create policies for single mothers, or you can vote with the group that's actually a neo-Nazi. Why do you think there's a choice there? Now, if you reframed Republicans to mean traditional or whatever you want, then period. I wouldn't even care. Just do what you want. You think you're traditional, but you can't afford any, period. Do that. I wouldn't care. But to frame the Republicans as the people with the tiki torch who march as neo-Nazis, who are raised, you think there is an option? Like you thought that, go vote with the feminists. That's literally, there's not a choice there. When you frame it that way, there's not a choice. That is your framing. Oh my God. That's probably why FD was like, probably FD was like, girl, I'm not about to waste my brain on this man. Let me just agree with him, because I'm not about to do that. I'd rather live in a world where I think FD Signifier was like, I'm not about to engage with this man meaningfully.
It's like I
that
say
shouldn't be a question though, right? Like one group wants to kill us directly. Like it's like, well, all right. It's like
I'm not the most hardest core when it comes to this, but
it doesn't matter if you're not the most hardest core. You are the one who brought up this dichotomy, and you think there is a choice in the, like, this is not the framing of the Republican, and this is not the framing of the Democrats. You framed them as such, and you, in your framing them as such, believe that it's okay for you to choose the group with the tiki torches. Like, really? That's your framing. Oh my God. I just realized we're like doomed. Like, your framing of the Republican is that they are the ones with the tiki torch. Maybe you don't know what tiki torches meant. Maybe you don't know what no, because you would have pushed back. When FD said they want to kill us, I feel like you should have said, no, they were just marching with tiki torches because tiki torches are cute. Like how? Tiki torch. Like, you had to have known what that rally was about. No way you just realize. No, I mean, I know there are people who are like, don't care about like a white super, but it's like, because like when you create that kind of false dichotomy, when you create this kind of juxtaposition, you're saying the one you're saying the conservative is the one you want to vote for. And the reason you want to vote for them is that they're not as bad. But you list them as the tiki torch holders while you list the Democrats as feminists. What? Like what? I know the red pill manosphere, black manosphere leans right. I know this. I have a theory of why that is, and it includes funding. But I thought they leaned right with this idea of traditional woman and these ideas that are always prompted as sort of the Republican ideal, right? Like, I may not agree with it, but I'm like, okay, girl, period. You want traditionalism, you can't afford it, but everyone has a fantasy, everyone dreams. We close our eyes and we're in a different world. So you dream on. Be delusional all you want, thinking the average Black man making below $50,000 a year can afford to be traditional, and the woman stay home and you can take care of the kid. You can buy a home with your white picket fence, 2.5 children. You think you can afford that? I don't know why there's a half. I do know, but whatever. You think you can afford that on your own salary? You think you can do that? Period. Period. So I thought that was it. A little delusion here, a little delusion there, that's fine. But to straight up say Republicans are the ones carrying tiki torches and that's who you're going to go with, girl, period. Dingers, fathers, both active and inactive until, I don't think that where there's ego, ensure the active in their heads. So, all right, when I was in philosophy class, should I do this? Should I do this? When I was in philosophy class and this idea about that which exists versus that which does not, sorry, why is my computer doing this? I cannot, can you guys hear me? I don't know what's wrong with my computer. Everything is freezing. So, you remember the cat experiment? Do you guys remember the cat experiment? Well, it's not an experiment, right? Is the cat dead or alive? Oh my God, why is things freezing? I don't know what's happening.
I know I got a homeboy who will blow a gasket if I don't mention. When you say one group wants to kill us, he would say that no, the liberal policies is enabling the Black woman to kill us in the womb.
Oh,
so I had to get right. I had to get radical.
Can I be here? Can I? All right, I think I'm back. I forgot what I was saying. So he's saying, all right, I think I heard this. Let me go back so we can both hear. We can all hear this.
Right? Like one group wants to kill us directly. Like it's like,
Well,
all right. It's like, all right.
I'm not the most hardest core when it comes to this, but I know I got a homeboy who will blow a gasket if I don't mention. When you say one group wants to kill us, he would say that no, the liberal policies is enabling the black woman to kill us in the womb.
So one group wants to kill you directly, and you still think, this, by the way, might not be true, but you're accepting his paradigm that one group wants to kill you. Now you are saying, oh, but it's equal on the other side because the other group wants to kill you in the womb. How about marrying women before you procreate with them so you don't, these women aren't just saying, I'm going to abort their children if you're a good man who can provide. If you talk about it before you impregnate and then you guys engage in that reproduction, like it's rare, I would think, that a woman would choose to abort after they've agreed with their husband who can provide, after they've agreed to it. I would assume that's. What do you mean one group wants to kill us and the other group is making policies that make it easier for people to kill you in the what are you talking about? Whatever. I'm done. Y'all don't care. Not y'all, but these men don't care. Watchers, let's get oh yeah, please remember to like the stream. For all the people, Bernard is basically a moderate conservative. He may be right-leaning, but he may not necessarily be anti-abortion. Well, he don't know his own position, right? So that's the problem. If there were anyone who called it, not called in, but messaged and said, you wanted to talk to me, now is the time. Drop a 1 and I will be looking for a 1 in the chat if you disagree with anything that I said and you wanted to discuss it. This is like the 4th time I'm saying this on the stream.
Oh, so I had to get I had to get radical on you. I had to get radical, even though I'm not personally radical when it comes to that, but I could hear my homeboy screaming. I could hear my homeboy screaming. Shout out to Little Big Nate.
I don't want to get, let's not stray too far.
All right.
Right. But just to be clear, no, actually, we're already too far.
Yeah, we are.
But I just want to put out there that, so first and foremost, I just really want people to understand that when I talk about the left, I'm talking about Fred Hampton. You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about Kwame Nkrumah, W.E.B. Du Bois. I'm talking about socialists.
I'm going to drop the link. The link is for people who drop the 1s and who are looking to who disagree with something that I've said, either in this video or in the past. I am not, I repeat, you're going to call me disrespectful because if you come up here and you're not, I'm just going to remove you. It's just that simple. Like, I don't want a devil's advocate. Please listen. For people who have disagreed with something that I have said substantively, please come up. That is it. That is all. I will remove you otherwise. Like, I can't, like, no.
I'm talking about the original Pan-Africanism before, the United States government and the CIA starts to systematically kill and murder members of the Black left. And so a lot of people don't engage with that. And I just want to be clear. And so you go far enough left, everybody still got guns. You feel me? Mm-hmm. That said, when we are talking about socialism, we are talking about welfare systems. And I talk about this in a couple of my Manosphere videos, this framing of social welfare as an attack on the Black community, it just doesn't hold up the scrutiny. People always take out the statistic that, Black marriages were of a certain percentage, and Black women or Black children were born under wedlock of a certain percentage, and that percentage has gone down drastically since the welfare bills. And that's true, but that percentage has gone down drastically for every race in the country since those bills. And it's because women have more options as to how to choose to live. And I don't have a problem with that. Like, I don't have a problem with baby mamas as long as they are taking care of their kids and are able to take care of their kids. But they're not, I don't have a problem with baby mamas, period. I want them to be able to take care of their kids and like have functional existences in our communities. And like, I don't understand why I can go to a Black Manosphere channel and see 10 videos about baby mamas and like not any videos about this police military facility being built in my backyard. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is the thing I will always criticize.
It's strange to go into someone's community and tell them what they should be making. It's very strange. Tell them they're wrong then. If you think they should be making other videos, you don't get, like, this is unless you believe what they're doing is harmful and is not reality, then you can do that and argue with them or converse with them about why they should change. You can say, I agree with everything you're saying about Black women, single mother, all of that stuff, but like, you should be talking about white supremacy. No one is about to sit there and listen to you tell them what to make, particularly if you're not pointing out why what they're making is harmful.
Criticize y'all for, because y'all got intellectuals. It's intellectuals in this space. I say that in my video. You know what I'm saying? That's why I know some of y'all fuck with me on the low, because black men who are intellectuals are a unique experience, a unique fraternity. And we want to connect to that energy. That's why there's a whole, what is it, Sonetter?
If you then go there and you say, Black men aren't doing well intellectually, they're going to be mad, including FD Signifier, I would assume, because they're going to say, no, you're disparaging Black. That's essentially what he just did. When he said we're a small fraternity, a small group, that's why we crave for it so much, you are saying the majority aren't. That's literally what you're saying. And you know that's what you're saying. But when approached with it and say, oh, Black men aren't, then everyone gets mad.
That
Well,
whole
I don't think
Sonetter space.
Yeah, well, he don't exactly count as a.
Well, I know he don't count. I'm saying, but my point is that there's a desire for Black intellectual activity among men that has always been around, and it just frustrates me that some of y'all have whole channels dedicated to talking about Black women and talking about gynarchy. You know what I'm saying? When you could
gynocracy. I think
gynocracy, trying to give the red pill an academic name, because that's all that is. When you could be like helping to fight the power. What are y'all doing?
I'll say this. There is I would say a pro-Black and intellectual side of the Black manosphere. Like, for example, you're obviously familiar with Dr. T.S. Johnson. And truth be told, that's who you should be talking to. I appreciate you coming up, chopping it up with me.
Girl, I definitely spoke to Dr. T.S. Johnson before. That did not go well. And that person also was misrepresenting stats. I remember how that discussion went, and it was not pretty. And he did a mess. So that's the period.
You really should be talking to Dr. T.S. Johnson.
See, here's the thing. I fell out with that particular aspect of the community so hard because Dr. Curry has blocked me on Twitter. And I think, well, I don't know. I don't know what Dr. Johnson's his actual status is within that community, to be honest with you. This is about, so it's the conflict of ideas and it's a conflict of content. Maybe me and Dr. Johnson will talk one day, but like, all right, it'd have to be in a certain space. But
oh yeah, no, definitely. You know, he listen. I don't know how much you know about him, but he's absolutely A1. Y'all will probably have more. Y'all probably will have more in common than what you think. Because when I listen to him, there are some there's some areas. Okay, let me just make it clear. I'm pro-black in the sense that I would like to see black people progress, but I think most of the people who wear the title pro-black, I think I see a lot of them. This is what I think. This is what I see a lot of them doing. They complain about white people and they try to spray cologne or perfume over a lot of the shit in the black community. You know, somebody stank and they try to just spray some cologne over the funk. It's like that's what I see a lot of people that wear the title pro-black doing. Dr. T.S. Johnson, he doesn't do that, but there are some areas where, you know, I may part ways with him, but I think you may agree with him. Y'all probably have more common ground in which I think. I'm going to try to do what I can to try to see if I could get y'all to get the two of y'all to talk, because that's really the conversation.
This topic may be the topic that brings me to actually talk to BGS and Dr. T.
Yeah,
because I know if there's any men I have the most synergy with, it's probably them. I find the whole concept of gynarchy comical, and like I don't want to even like start having to do that fight before we get to the actual conversation. But we'll see. I'm sure this will make its rounds, and I'll hear from somebody, and maybe I'll pop up. Maybe I'll get another bat signal, and I'll jump into somebody's chat. But let's keep going through the video. Let's get to the parts. Let's not make this purely conflicting ideas. Are we still watching the video? I don't know how this works.
No, I said to hell with the video, to be honest. But no, I don't got no issue pulling it back up, because right now you was actually getting to the part where a lot of us will agree with you. You was basically breaking down, you know, the issues with, you know, the issues that men go through, essentially, that men go through. So I'll go.
D, before you start, I was looking for the video he did today, this live stream that you guys are telling me to do. I cannot find it. He said something in the end, but I can't find it. So,
hey, Themis, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. I don't want to be here too long. You know, I don't want to mess up your flow and anything. But that particular video, it's probably going to be on his Patreon. I think he said he's going to put it on his B-side channel. And it's going to show the entire video. So it was a pretty good build. I actually felt really like affirmed by it. It was a good, healthy conversation between two, you know, intellectual black men. They were debunking some myths about the manosphere, excuse me. And really just, you know, talking about healthy ways that black men could rehabilitate themselves amongst their community and come together. Like, you know, I'm not here to bash women, do none of that type of stuff. I just felt like there was some aspects of the video of the conversation that were a bit uncharitable to F.D Signifier, and I just wanted to clarify
part of this conversation.
Yeah, just this part of the conversation, and you know, I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, everything. I don't want to like say you're wrong.
No, you're fine. You're fine. What part do you think I was being uncharitable at?
The part that stuck out to me was I apologize if I'm not able to like pinpoint an exact point. I don't want to really cherry pick.
Yeah, no. You can do like sort of general theme and like that.
I would say, and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. It was just a general consensus, and I kind of see it in the chat too, of that FD was in his effort to be a little bit more empathetic to some of these guys in the manosphere and maybe rehabilitate them or challenge them in their own space or debunk them in that space, but not be overly, I guess, aggressive or challenging of it. That was like almost him condoning or endorsing their viewpoints. And I kind of take issue with that.
But so you don't think he was condoning and accepting their viewpoint?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
When he affirmatively says, I am with you on that, and we have synergy on that, and yes, black women use the system against you, but like you shouldn't care about that, you should care about the system. You don't think he was accepting their viewpoint there?
I don't think in that particular aspect of the conversation he was affirming that. He was saying that there are ways that those overlap. Basically, and let me clarify, because I think you should actually speak when I want to speak for him. I'm just going by the fact that I engaged with the video where he was basically saying how under patriarchy, right, systemically, Black men have suffered under patriarchy even when they don't realize it, right? We suffer under patriarchy even when we don't realize it, right? And there are certain ways the system is set up where it was initially meant to benefit, you know, black, like not black men, but benefit white, you know, men of class, white, you know, gentry, the, you know, white slave owners.
Wait. So, D, you would say, then you agree that FD Signifier would say that Black men suffer under the system of white supremacy.
They do, but they also suffer under patriarchy too. In many ways,
no,
patriarchy was never meant to benefit us. And we're trying so hard to exist.
No.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you. And then that poor white men would suffer under patriarchy too.
They do.
Yeah.
They benefit in some ways, but that's where intersectionality comes into play.
Yeah.
You can be privileged.
But you would say the benefactors, he would say, and he said this, that the system was created for the benefit of rich white men.
Yes, that's just, and I think that's just an oversimplification.
But he had said, you agree that he said that.
Right.
So when someone challenged such a core belief, when Bernard, right, says, no, the system does not benefit rich white men. In fact, they're being abused by the system. Are you saying him just being silent and moving on is okay?
I think Bernard is wrong in that aspect.
No, we both agree that he is wrong, but you're saying that I'm not being charitable to FD on the stream. And I am confused because FD actually says nothing to such a claim. If you are trying to convince people to go after a bad system created by rich white men for the benefit of rich white men, to convince them that the system is bad, you need to show why. So when they're saying rich white men are being destroyed by the system, women are weaponizing the system against rich white men, the women seem to be the problem. How do you convince a group to go against a system of white supremacy who you just agreed with that women are the problem? Please explain that to me.
Okay, so I'll let him speak for himself. He has an entire video where he basically debunked.
No. You are saying I'm not charitable. My issue, being upfront, is that he cannot move the needle in terms of helping or changing these people's mind if you're just going to accept their belief and disregard your fundamental principle about the system. Like, you literally did nothing. Not only did you do nothing, you accept that women, Black women specifically, were weaponizing the system against Black men.
Well, let me ask you a question. What would you have liked for him to have said? Do you feel like he could have challenged him a little bit more?
Yes. So one of the things that I've learned about the sphere where there's debate versus like video essays, what I like about the video essayists is that they're trying to get to truth. Debaters are trying to win. Right. And I can understand FD Signifier not trying to position himself as a debater, but trying to give good, meaningful resources and advice and that kind of approach.
Right. I don't think the chat is thinking that way though. But like I said,
no, that's what I want him to do. The problem is you still have to push back against bad ideas. You cannot accept bad ideas.
I wholeheartedly agree on that. And to be fair, I think he's not much of a debater. I think he's not much of a debater. But
yeah, but you don't have to be a debater to stand steadfast in what you believe. If I am sitting there and someone is telling me that women are weaponizing the system against men and that specifically Black women are doing this, and you say, I agree, but it's the system's fault. No, you have agreed verbally, affirmatively with what was said. So I can hold you accountable for not pushing back unless that's what you believe.
He's saying that in many ways, there are ways the system can benefit Black women at the expense of men, but it's not Black women's fault for that existing that way. The fault is of the system being put in place. And it just happens to be, under patriarchy and under
the word
system.
can sanitizes that statement.
I'm not
Because-
sanitizing at all. I'm saying that.
No. I'm not saying you were even trying to, but the word can sanitizes. He is not the one who made the claim. The other guy, Bernard, makes the claim, and he doesn't say can. He says women use the system against men.
Bernard
and that's
said
the
that.
problem.
Bernard
And
said
then
that. He said that.
Yeah, Bernard said that, and he agrees.
I don't think he agrees, but like I said, I don't want to.
No. I'm
speak for
telling
himself.
you, he agrees. I don't know if he personally agrees. I am telling you, he said, I agree, but it's not their fault. And then they went into the whole gun analogy.
Okay, so here's my issue. Sorry for the background. You know, I got relatives and everything.
Grata, welcome to the membership. Go ahead. Yeah.
Right. You want me to continue speaking?
Yeah.
Okay. So here's the thing. The issue with Bernard is that Bernard is conservative, right? Bernard, we know this. Bernard is going to always be uncharitable to Black women on the stream. What I commend FD for is going in that space and debunking those myths, because he sees that there's
All right, wait.
Have I finished, sir?
Wait, no, before you go, I just want to hear one myth that he debunked.
The myth that he debunked is this myth that Black men, you know, not only aren't active in their child's lives, but that Black men, you know, in many ways view
that is not that's not something Bernard didn't agree with. You and I could debate about whether or not that's a myth, but that's not something Bernard and his audience didn't disagree. Like that's what they say. Black men are most involved.
Okay, let me be specific. Their myth is the myth. They have this myth of Black women basically using the system to, in many ways, rip black men from their families and everything. The problem is there are many Black men who do fight for their children. They do want to be in their children's lives.
Wait. You're talking about two things. I
want to say this last thing because but
you're saying something. I'm asking you a specific question. I'm asking you to tell me one myth that he debunked by going on here.
I'm explaining that. It's the myth that Black women weaponize the system, when in fact the system was never meant for Black men to thrive.
We just had a conversation where we explained that he did not debunk that myth. He literally just said he agreed
that you know, statistically speaking, Black men are in their children's lives, and not only that, you know.
Wait. So people are saying to let you talk, and this is really frustrating me because I'm trying to. Does the Manosphere believe that Black men aren't in their children's life?
I think that they believe that they're in their children's lives, but they don't understand.
Stop. So if they already believe that they're in their children's life, when you go on there and you say, okay, let's do away with this, Black men are in their children's life, is that disabusing them of a notion or reaffirming a notion? Yes, or disabusing or reaffirming?
I'm so sorry. I want to make sure I'm understanding you.
When you go into a space where the men believe that fathers are in their children's life, Black fathers, right? And that it's a myth that they are not. When you go into that space and you say, I agree with you, Black fathers are in their children's life, are you reaffirming something or are you changing someone's mind?
I mean, I think just because you agree with someone on certain points doesn't mean that you're
no.
all of their points.
Oh my God. That one question, are you reaffirming something or disabusing them of a notion?
Yes or no, or it depends. I would say yes. I would say yes for the sake of answering your question.
No, not for the sake of answering my question. When you agree with someone with what they already believe and you state that, are you reaffirming them or changing their mind?
I would say you're affirming them, but sometimes that's a way to change people's mind. You have to lead people into these conversations in order to rehabilitate them. Hey, this is where I agree with you. This is also where you might be wrong.
On that specific topic, sure, you can do that as a get in, and we can move down to another topic, and I can change your mind down there. But on that topic, are you trying to change someone's mind, or are you reaffirming what they believe?
I would say in that instance, he was reaffirming them. In that instance.
All right. So please don't use that as an example of what he changed their minds about. What did he change their mind about?
I don't think he changed their minds at all.
You just said he changed their minds.
I said he debunked some things. I didn't say he changed their minds.
Yep. What did he debunk?
He debunked this myth that Black women are welfare queens and that they're just using the state and using, white supremacy and these court systems to basically undermine men, when the problem isn't women. The problem is the system of patriarchy. The system was never meant to benefit Black men in the first place. But that's all I really wanted to clear up.
Stop. Did he not say, you are right, they do use the system, but we should focus on the system because the system is the bad thing?
Right. They're using the system. That's because that's the only resource they may have. That doesn't mean they're weaponizing the system, though.
Does the Manosphere tell us why Black women use the system?
They may have their perspective on that, but it would be wrong.
Well, did Bernard in this segment say why they were using the system?
I didn't catch that part of
No, he didn't. He did not say why.
He didn't say why? That's because
he did not say why. That's fine. And it's probably he can't, or he doesn't know, or he doesn't care, right? Because the why is because whatever, they need it, right? All right. When you affirm that, yes, the women are using the system, are you trying to change someone's mind there?
I mean, that's just a fact. If the fact is that certain people have to use the resources that they need in order to, get what they need from said system. I mean, yeah, that's the thing, but
all right, so what was the
might not benefit from it. The fact that it might cause
on this, what did he change their mind? What did he challenge?
I just stated that previously though. The part about like the myth of the Black welfare queen,
you just said they're on welfare.
Like I said, the whole aspect of Black women utilizing, or basically
you just said they did.
That doesn't mean they're weaponizing the system. Just because a woman takes you to court because she wants you to pay child support doesn't mean that she's weaponizing the system against you. He's explaining how men, like, if you're a man who's not actively trying to be in your child's life, right? Like you just basically said, fuck them kids, right? And a woman puts you on child support, she has every right to do that. The thing he's debunking is this whole myth that, hey, Black men are actively not trying to be in their children's lives and everything. And the reason why Black women are trying to
keep doing that. Why do you keep doing that? He's not debunking that. They already believe that.
He also debunked. I'll add this point. I'm also actively, remembering and recalling everything as well. So I do apologize for not being clear. But he also debunked the whole notion of what a leftist is versus being a Democrat. Bernard, like many conservatives, views the Democrat as inherently leftist, right?
He did explain that. Bernard definitely said, I'm not that deep, I don't care, right? So that's fine. I'm trying to understand. You said I was uncharitable. You're saying he debunked something. I'm trying to get what. I'm not even debating you on the substance of what you're saying about welfare or anything like that. I'm trying to understand what he debunked.
Like I said, I think that he debunked them by going on the screen and clarifying some things for them as pertains to how the court system works. Because many of those men who probably have access to that stream or probably going to stream.
What did he say on the court? What did he say about the court system?
He made an entire video about it. I'm not a legal expert.
No. On the stream that he went on, what did he say about the court system?
He said that and I'm not even going to say on this stream, I'm going to speak on his stream. I actually dropped that in the chat. He basically said that it benefits rich white men. It was never meant to benefit your law.
He never said that on this stream. So what was he debunking when he went on their stream? Because they definitely said it doesn't benefit rich white men. Women use it to abuse rich white men. And he just moves on and he does not challenge that. And then he explained why you shouldn't care if it doesn't benefit rich white men, but you should fight the racist system. So he does not debunk. The only thing he's preaching is to fight the system without giving a reason as to why you shouldn't fight the system that would be counter to anything that they're telling.
You don't think that's an aspect of him debunking it? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he didn't debunk it, but I'm saying you don't think that's an aspect of him debunking it. But he's saying, hey, basically the blame you're placing is misplaced. You should focus on this instead because that is the true source of whatever feelings you have. Or
that is not debunking. That's you shifting blame, which is fine if you're accurate. I am not going to allow you, not you. I won't say I'm going to not blame the person causing me harm because the reason you're causing me harm is because it's distant system, which he kind of agrees, or at least lets slide, that the system is an inanimate object and you do with it what you do with it. So if you let that slide, then you can't blame the system for how someone acts, right? So unless you're going to engage with what the system really is and how it's comprised of people and how racism works to animate certain kinds of behavior, then you did not do anything. You have accepted that the system is somehow outside of the people who operate the system, right? And somehow that is to be blamed for everything that happens to you, even though you're just agreeing that it's inanimate, it's a gun. Yeah,
do you think that he believes that?
No, he doesn't. Well, I don't know. Based on his videos, I don't think he believes that. That's the problem. Given the opportunity to speak about your views and explain it to someone who might be, you could change them or the audience, you went on there and you did nothing of the sort.
Okay. Like, and thank you for clearing that up. And thank you for clearing that up for me because I think maybe you were just frustrated. And so to me, it came as like, damn, like, he trying to do the work. You ain't being in trouble. I think now you just frustrated because you feel like he could have did more. So thank you for clearing that up for me.
I mean, yeah, it's not that I'm frustrated. He could have done more. I feel like he didn't do anything in terms of challenge. And that's what I am frustrated with. Because I don't know him. I think that from what I see, he produces good enough content, and I think he could hold his own. Particularly, I've heard him say the system benefits rich white men. So if you're honest with someone who says, no, women use the system against rich white men, and rich white men are suffering at the hands of the system weaponized by women, you need to speak up. You need to explain, at least to some level, how that is incorrect.
I would agree with you on that. Now, personally, I probably would have went in on Bernard, but I'm that type of person. I wouldn't mind combating someone like that, especially if I have talking points and things lined up. But
not only that, Bernard is also very wrong. But if we're looking at this, very loud and very wrong. But when you're looking at this from FD Signifier, it's like you went on there and you don't challenge him and you let him think that he is able to drag you around in the conversation, and he does, and you agree with him, and then you're like, yeah, everything you believe is true, but like the system though. No, the system is affecting Batman in a terrible way, and you need to push back against the system for your own safety and for your own sake, and also for the sake of everyone else in the community. But if we're being selfish, for your own sake, the darker you are, the more likely you are to go to prison for an extended period of time.
You know what I hate? You know what I hate to see though, because I was watching most of that stream when it was occurring. I hate that a lot of them are so obtuse, and I'm not gonna say all black men are like that, because I think I try to engage with content with black men who are doing the work, but it's like people like Bernard are actively, like they have a grift. He's a grifter. Even they know they agree with FD to some degree, but they're I don't know, they're so steeped in misogyny and patriarchy that they just cannot let go. Like literally, there were so many points they could have agreed on if he had to just let go of this notion that, it's black women's fault. Now I did notice FD push back on who he's saying, when you create this when he as a Manosphere member create this content that is actively, being uncharitable to women, actively using the, you know, Black women at their worst. Not to say women can't be flawed and everything, but everybody is flawed. You know, we all have problems. You know what I'm saying? When you use that as a way to pathologize Black women, that's when I have a problem. You know what I'm saying? And I think he pushed back on him on that. But the problem is, like you said, Bernard isn't finna budge on that because he's so steeped in that. He's gonna always find a way to dance around that.
Yeah.
But
I wish he would
thank
try
you
to
for your
dance
time.
around that with
We
me.
can talk more and more, but thank you for your time. I just wanted to get some clarification on that. I appreciate you even challenging me and help and allow me to clarify myself in certain ways. So, you know, hey, I think y'all should keep doing what you're doing. I would even suggest maybe you reach out to FD and have a conversation. I think that would be a good conversation, a good build. We
Yeah,
need more
well,
Black men.
I'm not going to, I'm going to admit, I'm not reaching out to FD. I think FD has made his stance very clear regarding this side of YouTube. But the panel is always open. Thank
What
you.
side of YouTube is this? I
Who
mean,
knows?
I think y'all do pretty good work.
I don't know what side. I'm an island on my own. But yeah.
I feel
All right.
you. Well, peace, brother. Have a good one.
Have a good one. Bye. What's more sad is that the main quotes from the Black male leader, i.e. Alsop and Adams about Adams about the Black Memphis cop is that it sucks that they were Black and not those cops were wrong regardless. Oh, I've been going over this. I almost change the stream. Thank you, by the way, this stream into talking about that. But I realized the video was supposed to be released today. I think it's probably out now. And I'm going to go watch that and then figure out how I'm going to talk about it, because I find it really frustrating that no one really is talking about it on in the men's space, and that's very telling. You can tell he follows FD because he did exactly what FD did. Girl, stop, Prince Petty. Welcome, Super Devhead. I appreciate the membership. Babe said, debunk and prove wrong are the same thing. Period, right? My chat, you guys are. I had to stop looking at the chat because you guys are it. I appreciate y'all. I appreciate the support. Actually, I'm trying to be sane. I saw a lot of people saying, let people finish, let people finish. It's difficult when I need to get to a point. Like, I am not trying to trick. If I'm trying to trick or trap you and someone say, let you finish, then I will, right? I'll back up. But when I'm not trying to trick you or trap you or anything like that, and I just want an answer, it's very difficult to back up, because if you let people, and I've learned this about the human mind, they will meander and meander because they're uncomfortable in answering a question directly. I don't like that. Just answer my question directly and then go on to your explanation. Like, I don't like the whole like, oh, I didn't know, you know what I'm asking. Like, answer it. That's all. FD challenges, criticizes, analyze everything on his own channel, but definitely not so much outside of it. And that's why I want to see him talk to a woman in the BWE space, because I want to see what he will do. I learned from Themis, but I don't go around pretending I'm as tactful. Babes, do you know you've done a full 180 and you were obtuse not so long ago? I'm going broke tonight with my useless degrees. Period. So this all I see is sympathy and payola. They don't get how difficult it is to host when you have people who like to go on. Yeah, like it's so difficult. Like it is so difficult. Like I need an answer. Like I can't do this. I've all of 2021 and 2022, I've let people drag me on tangents. I'm not about to do that again. All right, let's continue.
I'll go ahead and roll some more of it.
Is the reality of fatherless children. Most children whose fathers are not in their lives is because those fathers are not that interested in being in their lives. I don't
Wait,
think
okay,
that's...
I'm glad I could ask you directly. When you said that, you were talking, just to be clear, I think we already talked about this, but just to be clear, you were talking about those that got absolutely positively zero involvement, not know every other weekend. I'm talking if he knocked on the door, the kids got to squint their eyes like to figure out if that is that daddy. You know, if you're talking about that, I agree with you. The ones who,
I'm talking about that. I'm talking about we all know one or two of them. If you're lucky, only one maybe, or it's one of your uncles or one of your aunts was married to one of the dudes. That's just a sad reality within all communities. There's a couple of them type of cats.
All right, yeah.
It's untrue. I'm not going to dig into that. So feel free.
Oh, I was off the screen. Absolutely not. Nope. This is true, but why are you letting him qualify it so much? No, sit in your discomfort. Most fathers who are not in their children's life are not there because they don't want to be there. Point blank, period. There's no qualification of that. It is what it is. Also, calling your child every other week is not being an active girl. You think calling your whatever. I'm done. I'm preaching to the choir at this point.
Free to come and correct me if that's not true on some level, but my experience, my understanding of these systems, research I've done, that is true. However,
so we're not going to talk about deadbeat fathers, but you're going to go engage in this. Like most dads who are not in their children's life are not there because they don't want to be there. But we're not going to talk about. I'm assuming you're going to say it's a small percentage. 42% is small for you, I guess. And that's for just no contact.
when we talk about men that do want to be a part of their children's lives, what we find is a history of essentially laws meant to protect capital, meant to protect money, meant to reinforce gender norms. These laws will definitely stand in the way of men who want to be in their children's lives, and there's a conflict with either their economic situation or the mother of their children that can be used against them to make that much, much, much harder to do. And I think we have to understand that.
Now I wanted to pause it right there. Okay, this is part of the problem that I had when I was just going to be doing a review of the video. When you said those laws are in place to try to uphold gender norms, when every other aspect of American male-female discourse, all the social dynamics between male and female, it's all to try to break the normal gender norms, or
that is a really reductive, not even reductive, because it seems like it's is saying something is stupid. I'm not saying he's stupid, he might be, I don't know, but this is a stupid take. It's a stupid take. Point blank, period. It is to reinforce gender norms. If we look at custody rulings about what is in the best interest of the child, and we take, for example, one of the things most court look at is the emotional stability of the child and who is more emotionally connected with the child, who cares for the child. If you're going to sit there from the manosphere and pretend that you don't understand that these are gendered things based on your preaching out of the manosphere, I don't know what to tell you. Now, should there be? Absolutely not. I think fathers should be loving, kind, cuddly with their kids, whatever. Do all of it. But you're not telling me, you're not going to sit there and pretend like this is not what y'all preach to men about not showing emotions. The woman is supposed to be at home taking care of the children, and you are supposed to, well, I don't know what you say you're supposed to do, because the woman should also work based on your analysis. But you are not going to tell me that you don't understand how this is reinforcing gender norms. Like, I actually feel bad for FD here because I feel like he probably said that thinking everyone would just agree and accept it because it's true. It makes sense. The roles we relegate women to, and we talk about, oh my God, women are naturally caregivers and caretakers, right? Well, men are competitive and blah, blah. We heard this. We literally heard this out of the manosphere. But now, when it comes to the court awarding, and they don't, by the way, this is not true. The court doesn't award 90% of the custody, award full custody to the mother 90% of the time. No, 90% of the time, the man gives up the child to the woman. That's what happens. The court doesn't decide in 90% of the cases. Some 8% go through some kind of mediation, and less than 2% actually go to court, and then the man wins 60% of the time. So that's what's happening. But if you're sitting there and you're saying, oh my God, these men are not getting their children, the court is against men, and you don't understand how the court is actually reinforcing gender roles, there's no conversation to be had. None.
So I'm saying, so why do you think that the family court system is the only thing that's kind of de facto faking like they're holding on to traditionalism?
The family court isn't the only thing. Literally, the entire working environment and how people are promoted, and the fact that if women decide to have a family, it actually impacts their ability to work tremendously. Like, we're not pretending like the court is the only institution that reinforces gender stereotypes.
I don't think it's holding on to traditionalism. If they're trying to break the norms everywhere else but trying to keep it here, that's just outright anti-male bias.
That's not the law, though, right? So first off, there were like, what, 150 anti-trans laws?
No,
laws introduced last year that all had to get defeated one by one. The other thing is, if I'm not mistaken, and feel free to correct me, a lot of these laws across the country are being challenged and changed. Like, this is the kind of the thing, like,
no, there is a push for progress in the cultural milieu in some sort, right? Like, there is a push for it, but there is also a push against it. There is traditionalism that is being quote unquote fought for in the system, to say in every other part of society they're against the roles, and only in the court they're pushing back, is empirically wrong. It's just wrong. Like, yeah, you're just wrong. And this is where you see talking points and no substance. Talking points, no substance.
I know y'all gonna hate it, but like, we need more Black men engaging with feminism, because what y'all are missing out on is a tool to actually attack this system. Because
nope, we need more Black men. Black men should be feminists because they need the help. That's it. Like, obviously there's equality and all of that, and I think that's important, obviously. But Black men should be feminists because they need the help financially. That is it. I mean, that's not it. I'm just saying, if you're selfish, that is one reason. You should think men and women are equal, and that you should not have to go to work and provide for your woman, your pregnant woman, because she should be able to go to work too, and both of y'all can provide for the home, because you think y'all are equal, because you can't do it on your own, statistically, by and large, the majority. That's why. Y'all push back and you hate feminism, but feminism allows you to exist. Someone said that's not a feminist. It is a feminist. A feminist believes in the equality of the sexes. There are different kinds of feminism, and I'm talking about quote unquote same feminists who believe that men and women are equal and the same, similar. There is something called different feminism, and they say you're equal, but you guys are different in kind. Don't do that, because we know feminism believes in equality of the sexes. Feminism is why women went to work or had the ability to go to work. Feminism is why women got the ability to vote. Feminism works in the interest of every group of men in society today who cannot provide for a family on their own. That is my opinion. No, feminism is about equality of the sexes. Choice to do what you want comes in after you've been equalized. If you are not equal to the man and don't have the same options as the man, you don't have autonomy. If you don't have autonomy, you don't have choice. Feminism at its core is about equality of the sexes. Women liberation. It is about women being fully autonomous beings. So you can choose to be a stay-at-home mother if you want and still be a feminist. That is fine. What I'm saying is without feminism, you do not get to work, you do not get to vote, you do not engage in political and social life in a meaningful way. Feminism is about equality, first and foremost. Black men benefit from feminism more than any other group. Yeah. Without feminism, Black women would be even more disenfranchised. They really want us to suffer. Yeah. I think people, I think people are, wait, is this FD, is that you? If that is you, I don't know if that's you. You said test us, so I'm assuming that's you. Here is the link if you want to join, because they're definitely talking about you. Feminism is about equality.
I'm just keeping it real.
Hold on. Wait
Y'all
a minute.
gonna hate it.
Time out. Mm-hmm. I've said that.
What's that? The person that said feminism was not, I forgot what he said it wasn't. You can also click the link, because I don't want you to feel like I'm just lecturing you and drowning you out. If you are wanting to come up and defend feminism and tell me how I'm wrong when I said feminism is about equality, please do that. Feminists think white men make 300 on average. I literally said feminism benefit every group of men. I don't know what you mean. With inflation the way it is currently, most people are working, men and women are working in their society. Like, I don't understand why you think that I think that white men are making 300K on average. When the stat, like, you literally can go look at the stat.
On this show before that the actual true feminist, they agree with us. They want equality. They want 50-50 at birth, 50-50 custody at birth, the true feminists. But the ones who basically own the day,
I feel like that's a misrepresentation of feminism, talking about they want 50-50 at birth. I feel like feminism would have different views on child custody too. I do see some writing out there. I had a friend at Harvard who was very much, I don't want to talk about her ideas because I think they were really detrimental, because they had to do about a very specific kind of abuse, and that it should be seen as regular and not be debated with, and men who engage in this behavior against women should not be treated any differently, and the law should see it as simple assault. But there was writing out of it that suggests that There are some feminists that actually would want 50-50 in terms of child custody. And I say, drop them kids off. I think women, whatever. I love the teaching, Themis. It's so soothing to watch. Thank you. I appreciate that. I watch this be a troll.
It is working. It is working.
Hello? Hello? FD,
Give me 1
you're
second.
on. All right.
Huh?
Hi there. Hi, Alexander. Welcome back. I haven't seen you in forever.
The discourse and are the loudest voices in the room, and who normally get their way are the ones who they not about that. They just want power in every situation that benefits them.
Imagine if we could turn the misogyny down to a 2 and have some come to Jesus conversations with real feminists.
What was my misogyny at on that?
Well, not you in
right
particular.
there.
I don't.
Oh,
I can't.
okay.
I'm not casting that
Okay.
aspersion upon you
Okay.
specifically. Although, you know, let's be real. Don't let me go through your channel of the videos. Now I'm sure I'll find something.
You're gonna find something.
All right.
Yeah,
Well,
let's
let's not blow smoke. I'm just saying,
Okay,
like as a
all right.
whole, imagine if we could turn.
Test. Am I here?
Yep, you are. Are you? Can you hear me?
Yes. Good evening.
Good
I may be
evening. How
interrupted
are you?
again.
No, you're
just
fine.
as a fair warning. I'm doing good.
You're a father with his child, hopefully. So, like, obviously, you can do whatever you want when your child needs you. I do. Do you mind if I ask you a series of questions, and you can definitely ask me questions back?
Sure. I think that'd be probably the best way to start.
All right. So, do you believe when you spoke to Bernard here that you acquiesce more than you would if you were on your own channel?
I was probably more amenable to keeping the conversation going and trying to find commonalities. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at right now with this particular community.
So if you're finding community, not commonality, not community, but commonality, do you understand why it's hard sometimes to hear when they're like factually inaccurate? When someone say the system does not benefit rich white men, it's hard for someone who consumes your content when you let that go.
You know, I can imagine that's a very reasonable response. I think some things are so absurd that come out of that community in particular that if I went there to like argue and like jump on every point that is erroneous, counterfactual, ahistorical, etc., the conversation would. I am not a debater too tough, you know. So I was going. I'm on a Black Manosphere speaking tour. And so Bernard was the first. I also talked to another brother the other day. I eventually hope to talk to the lead attorney, and then I know, and then you know, some of their chosen intellectuals. I probably talked to one of them at least, and because I'm working on some ideas for not just content, but maybe even you know, direct action around things that will benefit Black men. But I think it's useful to engage with their perspective directly, if that makes sense. And also to, you know, go in and dispel, you know, certain ideas they have about me, so that when I do want to galvanize those within that space who are of, I want to say of use, but like are not as lost in the sauce, that there is a familiarity there, you know?
All right. So when you say you want to engage with their ideas, it becomes strange then if you don't push back against them.
Well, I mean, did I not push back at all?
No.
Or just you think I didn't push back at all?
You didn't in the beginning when he says black women are weaponizing the system against black men, or the biggest problem isn't white supremacy, it's essentially black women. Like
that was absurd though. I think when he said that, I was like, oh Lord. Like I think that was
yes, you did, but like for him, then you go on to say, okay, but then you made a really you then talk about a gun analogy where as soon as you said the gun, the Republican talking point just popped into my head about stricter gun laws only prevent the good people with the gun from accessing the gun where bad people will get the gun.
He might have
and so
even
it's
said
like,
that.
Go ahead.
No, say he might have even said that. I was agreeing with you.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off.
No, you're fine. That popped into my head, and he then said it, and I was like, you cannot go and tell someone, yeah, women, because what they heard was women are abusing me, women are using the system against me, and I am disenfranchised by the system, but these women aren't. For some reason, these women aren't. And you are telling me to forgive these women and focus on the system. I am not about to do that. The only way I'm going to focus on the system is if you show me how the system has affected me directly. But it feels disingenuous to even ask someone that as a black man in America.
I'm slightly, I think I may have slightly lost you. So is it disingenuous to ask?
He is disingenuous to ask you to explain.
To explain how,
should explain.
To explain how the system disenfranchises black men.
Yeah,
I mean, for so as I study the Black Manosphere, there's different factions, right? Bernard is in the Republican conservative brother faction. The pull yourself up by the
He said he's going to vote for Tiki Torches. Sorry.
Yeah, there you go. He's in that faction, and so for me, there's only I'm just generally not interested in like trying to debunk like obvious truths, or I should say obvious falsehoods. Like I didn't want to go in there and have explain why the earth is round, or why the earth revolves around the moon, why water is wet. Like I just didn't want to waste energy doing that, because so many in that community, I mean, you can look into the comment section when you're going into spaces where you're immediately an outsider or there's hostility towards your core ideas. I wasn't interested in winning a debate around obvious truths. I was more interested in saying, like I said earlier, where are the areas in which me and you can find common ground? How can I galvanize energy around that? And then what can I learn about the perspective that you all have, that even if I vehemently disagree with it, I can empathize with how you develop that perspective. So, and so one thing I want to put out that I've talked about previously is being kind of in a unique and difficult space to try to do those things in those spaces, right? Like there's, since I've came on the scene, there's only a handful of, traditionally masculine presenting black men that speak that language, that understand that context. And so I kind of need to be up in there, and I can't go in there, throwing
Guns
things
blazing.
and guns blazing and expect to have any value extracted. Because, while there's definitely people in their comment section that, obviously think I'm a buffoon and call me all the names, etc. People came to my comment section right afterward and said, I heard you on this person's channel, I heard you on that person's channel, and I'm at least paying attention. So it's kind of the ugly work.
So you think even if you go in there and you don't challenge what you call the obvious wrong ideas, you think you're still able to reach people?
Yeah. So when you look at audiences as a whole, my audience in particular is like really diverse. I have people that watch me that clearly must hate me, right? I have, a lot of Black men who are like-minded. So I'm speaking to the choir. I have a lot of Black women. I have a large queer and trans following. I got a lot of white folks. I got a handful of Republicans, obviously, you know, and I have a handful of those gentlemen from the Black Manosphere. Like, that is why there is so much connectivity, because they will watch the insert, you know, their favorite Black Manosphere person, and then come back and watch my content. And they may leave a comment, they may not, but there's opportunity within that. And so there's people within that space that there's no way I'm going to convince them of anything. I could take them up in a spaceship and show them that the earth is round, and they'll explain to me why it's actually still really flat. And then there's people who are amenable to ideas, on the fence, passing through, especially with the Black Manosphere. One thing I believe and have, you know, some research behind is that the dudes that there's the diehards, the ones that have been there for like 10, 15 years. And then there's a lot of dudes that just got there because they went through a breakup, they got rejected, you know, they have an issue with their baby mom, etc. And that is their space where they're venting and, like, you know, engaging in this vitriolic rhetoric. And if I come in there, again, guns blazing, those gentlemen are not going to be open to hearing me. You know what I'm saying? So it can't look, I can't go in there. I don't do the Dominique Wilkins, and I generally don't do that anywhere. That's one of the reasons also why I was on his platform and I didn't bring him to mine, which I think will be a much bigger issue for not pushing back, because then it's like I'm legitimizing him with his presence on my platform, you know?
Yeah, so from a tactical perspective, I can understand wanting to get in. This conversation might not be the best for you in doing that. I might actually remove this at the end if I so believe this. Just remove it generally from YouTube. But I am trying to understand, if you go in and you're able to connect, what good does it do if you don't challenge the ideas? Or are we to believe that you're going to challenge the ideas after you've been accepted?
I don't know if I'm looking to get accepted.
Not accepted, but like at least be able to communicate.
Here's how I look at it. So number one, I don't believe that one appearance on any given channel is going to be the, you know, aha moment for any given person involved in some type of negative or toxic space. You know, so I don't like when I don't know how much you're familiar with like Debate Bros, etc.
Okay.
So like they like to argue that they do these, you know, rah pants on fire debates with white supremacists, and then that converts, you know, former Nazis into radical leftists. And I've always been skeptical of that as a real thing. But for me in particular, for the type of work I'm trying to do in particular, what I think I'm trying to contribute to is expanding the scope of how Black men, you know, traditionally masculine, you know, looking, you know, acting, etc., Black men can exist on these types of platforms. Whereas, you know, I know, like, it's funny, I'm sure you're familiar with Foreign Man. Like, me and him have had conversations, and he's talked about feeling like, and he's received comments, and I've received comments that said, "Oh, I thought you was another one of them, and I didn't even watch your content because you look the part. You look like another, you know, alpha male podcast type dude." And so you have to first make sure that people witness what you're doing, and what you're doing is different. Like, I don't know, I did a live today that I can't wait to release with Professor Odie. I don't know if you're familiar, he's on TikTok. He does a lot of men's mental health stuff.
Yeah.
And we had a really powerful conversation, and I'm excited, not just because I thought the conversation we had was so great, but also it's important to put that image out there into the bloodstream of these spaces. And so when I go there, I'm not going there to, you know, take the heads of all the Black Manosphere figures and show them who's boss. I'm going there almost like a missionary. What's the other people? Ambassador, so to speak. I wasn't really going there to debate, but to say, hey, there's commonality on this particular issue about, you know, fatherhood, right?
Oh, wait,
So
before we continue there, did you get the clip where the lead attorney said that men should not? I know this was a debate there that some people didn't believe that the lead attorney said that men
it
should
did
not.
sound like he said that when I watched it. That's what it sounded like to me. You know, I don't know. What was your interpretation?
No, he did say that. He did
Okay.
say it. He said it
Yeah.
verbatim. And he said, I tell men if they make less than $60,000 to not fight for their children because they will lose. That's what he said. He said. And then I called a bunch of attorneys in Georgia, and they confirmed that that's not a general thing that they do, and none of them have ever done that. When you go in as a missionary, you're first seeing that these people need saving, and you're attempting to save them. This is, I don't think this is bad. What I think is bad is when they use you to legitimize their stance. Because if FD, who makes these great video essays and is thoughtful, comes in and agrees with me and can push back, then my position is correct. And when my position is correct, I can just reaffirm these beliefs, and they are actually like they have real world consequences. Like women are having to interact with these men who have been in some ways radicalized by the manosphere. And in that sort of radicalizing of people, women and children are getting harmed. The empirical evidence is not out yet. I'm sure there'll be a ton of studies about this time in history regarding the social media impact. And if we're not challenging these ideas, even if you're not forceful, like I'm trying now, I'm trying not to be mean and yell at people, but at some point you have to push back. And if not aggressively, be militant in your stance and your willingness to push back.
So,
go ahead.
So I mean, I did make a 2-hour, 45-minute video on the Black Manosphere that has 400,000+ views. So
which was really well done. And your people are going to watch that. But when you go to the manosphere, you have to reaffirm and then reassert those ideas. You also made a video. I can sympathize with divestors, but it feels like there is an equivalency being made where women are saying, men are killing us, men are abusing us. At least 60% of Black women who report this are abused in some way sexually before they leave their home, before they turn 18. We're talking about domestic violence. We're talking about a lot of things. And on the manosphere side, they're saying, we want you to submit. Okay, yeah, no. And I don't want your world. And so it feels like the equivalency being made is really, really harmful because they don't compare in my mind. And the men aren't going to listen to me. So the reason I'm not even like yelling or doing anything, one, I don't want to, but two, I believe it's going to take a traditionally masculine presenting man to talk to these men. It's not going to be me. And I feel like that opportunity, like you have the intelligence, you have the research, and then you're sitting there with Bernard, and it's like you guys are equals, and it's like, well, I mean, you're men equal. It's like no.
I mean, so I guess it's a matter of So the first thing is, you know, I ask for grace, right? This is a unique and specific type of work that is not going to be attractive or satisfying to witness. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be fun. It's not fun when I see their content, you know what I'm saying? Or when when I see my name pop up and my face pop up and it's like 75 videos, call me all these different names. Like, please believe. I mean, I don't know if you look at the comments. Like, this wasn't just me not pushing back against ridiculous talking points. These men have been quite offensive and egregious in the way they've talked about me. So like, I went in there humbly, not just on some, I want to let these talking points ride, but also like, this is the energy I need to take to try to accomplish this goal. And I don't expect everyone to be to enjoy or be happy with what they see in those spaces. So I don't expect that the fan base that came. Hold on for 1 second. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'll read some super chats while you do that. Kevin Samuels isn't masculine in nihilist. Y'all need to stop. Leave that man alone. That man is in his grave. FD, why were you there? He said he's trying to communicate to them. Hopefully he's listening and he'll answer if he feels like that was inadequate. FD, we get it, but doing the bare minimum of countering their talking point is just platform nonsense, placating while feed the monster. I hope he heard that, because I actually would like I guess that's kind of what we're talking about now. Thank you.
So I don't know where I was at, but somebody just go back to that last comment.
It passed. It says that you being there is placating them if you're not meaningfully challenging them.
So I mean, it depends on what you consider meaningfully challenging, and it's like what are the goals and what is the strategy? If I go in there and I stop them at every point to correct, clarify, challenge, etc. Number one, that's just going to be a long conversation. It's going to be exhaustive.
I know.
Yeah, I'm not much for that, and that's not my style. I'm not skilled in that type of. I'm not super skilled in that type of performance, live performance. But two, it just wouldn't be very effective. They would just write me off as, the man-hating, misandrous, intersectional feminist guy. And it would be easy for every person that was on the margins or just entering or maybe on their way out to dismiss anything else I have to do or say. And, it would just be for my ego. You know what I mean? It had just been for me to go in there. Like I could
wait. That doesn't make sense though. If you don't push back, if you don't in some ways actually engage in the debate, then your point does not get heard. And I do believe you on this. I do think some people will turn people off if you go in aggressively. Based on the way you are talking to me, like I am incapable of even yelling at you or like going off. Like maybe they can, but I literally can't. I physically cannot. So like, because of that, maybe you should engage in debate. Right, like maybe you not fully debate. I debate bros is a different thing. I watch it for entertainment and not like for the winner and what's right. But you probably should engage in meaningful pushback, because if you don't, then your face and name will be used for views and it will be clipped and cut however they want, and then you will be used in that way. So it doesn't make sense to not push back.
No, I disagree.
All right.
For one, first, I disagree that I didn't push back at all. Like that's just my
and I don't say you didn't push back at all, but like you didn't push back on me.
I failed to push back every time that it could have been, that may have necessitated.
No, that's a straw man. You failed to push back where it was meaningful in shifting the conversation. When you accept that Black women are the problem, when you don't push back on that,
did I accept that, or did I just?
You didn't push back. You move on with them, and you say, "Sure, even if they are, we should blame the system." if you accept that paradigm, you don't move the needle.
So
Like,
I want to be clear, because maybe this is actually a place where we disagree.
all right.
I don't think black women are the problem. I think the system is the problem. But if the question is, and if this is the parts where me and him met and agreed to some extent, if the question is whether or not some women weaponize the system to make it hard for some black men to get access to their kids, I have no pushback for that. I think that's true.
All right, wait. Yes. There is no pushback that there are some black women who weaponize the system. The problem is there are very few. Black women are the least likely of all races of women, except Native Americans, to weaponize, to drag a man to custody, to get child support or for custody battles. 90% of men leave their children in a divorce proceeding by literally agreeing, right? Yeah. They don't, by agreeing, they sign over the rights to the child. They don't fight. Only less than 2% of cases make it up to be decided by a judge. Of that, 60% is awarded to men. Now we can talk about why. The issue I have here is if you're saying we are not going to talk about deadbeat dads, right? Which you said you weren't. It's very strange to then say we can talk about women who weaponize the system and also say black men are the most involved fathers. Those three things seems very odd, but if we're only taking black men are not deadbeat dads, then if you think that there are more of that than there are women dragging black men to court,
definitely.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was co-signing what you were saying. I was agreeing.
Yeah. So if you're going to dismiss the one where you're like, I'm not going to talk about deadbeat dads, don't talk about women going to court either or dragging you to court, because that's smaller than the deadbeat dad. So if you can talk about and hold women accountable for dragging men to court, you can definitely talk about deadbeat dads. And I feel like that was the problem. It felt like you were more in line with them, or you allowed them to, or him, to Bernard, to take you and the conversation where he wants you to go with it.
No, that was where I wanted to take the conversation. Did you see the video I did about fatherhood in the courts on the B-Sides channel? That's what. So maybe that will help clarify.
Is it the one where you were talking about where the law legitimation in Georgia comes from?
Yeah.
I actually did a video like not similar. I did a live stream where I talked about that.
And I want to hear more, because like you clearly have done more of a dive into the specifics and numbers, because I want to. This is all, God willing, going to culminate in one specific project. But so and here's where we differ. Maybe it's a difference in perspective, having been around these men in my personal life. Maybe it's a difference in goals and where I think we might be positioned. Again, as a gentleman, that I think it's my responsibility to be in this particular space trying to do better, right? So that means, do you think that people are unaware that there are black deadbeat fathers, right? That is a well understood, deeply rooted trope within not just black communities, but nationwide. Agreed. What people don't know and didn't know was that there's many elements in the system that help reproduce that outcome, and that there's many men whose stories are never told that have to create GoFundMes, that have to hire private investigators, that have to do a lot of things to get access to their children, because of that 2% is still millions of men, and I care about that. I care about.
No, I mean, of that million, less than 30%. I have to pull this number up. Is black? It's less than a million.
I imagine it's probably, I'm not speaking to that in terms of it's
I get you.
Significant number, but that the number, when you think about the cultural relevance of that narrative, the stories that get told or don't get told, those stories don't get told. And so, like, no, I don't think it's necessary. Just like I don't think it's necessary. It's the same logic as to why I don't know if this was stated or this you got to this part when they wanted to bring up divestors, and I'm like, you talking about these divestors with 15 subscribers? Like, I'm not going to waste time talking. You kind of what I'm saying? Like, they want, if you can't put every narrative equal all the time just because one is in direct conflict with the other. And so, no, I did not come there specifically to talk about deadbeat dads because I don't think there was any value I could offer to that conversation. But if
I don't think, but to be clear, I'm not saying you should have talked about deadbeat dads. I think you should have, but that's not the point. My point is, if you're saying, okay, I'm going to let them go on deadbeat dads so we don't have to talk about it, and we're going to open by saying we're going to remove that from it because it's a myth, and then you go into saying, allowing him to talk about women taking advantage of the court, it's like, why wouldn't you do the same thing there? 1 second. Themis, did you push back against Sinji calling for the preventing of black male babies being born? Sinji and I debated twice on there, and then I facilitated another debate, and I've told her multiple times how much I disagree with this, and we've argued back and forth live multiple times about this. Every single time it's brought up, we've argued about it. Sorry, I just needed to clarify that because
no problem. I think you were talking though.
Yeah, so it feels like on one hand you're explaining that, okay, this is why I'm talking about one thing where you've allowed the other, which is black male men involvement in their kids' life, to be removed from the conversation.
Well, because that conversation has been had. That's kind of what I'm saying. Like we have to. So if I'm going in there with the goal of, at a minimum baseline, I want these men here to come and watch my Black Manosphere video, and that which is where my thesis is availed in full. And so to get them there and to get them to watch it with open eyes, open hearts, I need not spend time beating them over the head with information that they've heard 100 times before and just refuse to acknowledge or agree. And even though I think he agreed with me that the deadbeat daddy issue was what it was. And so what I wanted to do was put on display things that I could offer them that weren't being offered in the space that they exist in, and a perspective that actually offers answers and solutions as opposed to complaining and whining about Black women. And to do that, I have to sell. I have to, to slip punches, and not throw haymakers every time. Does that kind of make sense? This the classic honey versus poison. Catch more flies with vinegar. I don't know. You've heard the saying.
Honey versus vinegar. Yeah.
Honey versus vinegar.
The thing is, the reason
I'm sorry. Can I say something real quick? But I completely empathize and understand from your perspective, why that made you uncomfortable, or that makes people uncomfortable. So as I come here, I don't come here to say that you need to be okay with the strategy I took up in the process. I understand, because it's easy for me to do that because I don't have the same thing at stake. So I just want to make sure that's clear.
Yeah, no, that's very clear. But the reason I don't want to tell you my judgment in my mind. I don't think you care about that either, about whether or not this is real. But I would have assumed that if you came on my platform, you would have been more boisterous. So it's very strange that you aren't, because I thought you were just placating them. But if this is how you engage with everyone, that's who you are. I don't think that's bad or good. I just think that you have to be able to assert your true beliefs when confronted with pushbacks. Because if you don't, I don't know that, I do know, I think you're just going to be used in the manosphere to reaffirm what they already believe. And I'm not saying your content, I'm saying you being on their platform, and you already know the debate, bro. So everyone is seeing a versus, and when you show up to the versus and you are having a conversation and you're trying to understand and you're trying to be lenient and you're leaning into them and you're trying to understand, and they're just trying to slam dunk and get a gotcha moment, it does not work in the grand scheme of things, because that's going to be able to legitimize their content. Like for me, I was sitting here like, how did FD lose to Bernard in a debate? Because he positioned the debate, the thing as a debate. Like the thing says versus. Like like this is a debate.
You got the Street Fighter versus.
Yeah, it's not like a good conversation where, yeah, we don't agree or we might not. No, like what it sounds like is you came on trying to convert me. Instead, I showed you were wrong. You had nothing else to say, but you were like, oh yeah, I agree. Black women are the problem. Single baby mama is the problem in the Black community. And we should blame the system though.
Did I say that?
No, you did not say that. That's what he said, and then you moved on.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
You said actually that you don't think baby mothers are the problem. You think they should be able to take care of themselves and their children. But then you said that they're weaponizing the system is you essentially agreed with him that it's real. You just said it's real now, but you said it's a small number. But we shouldn't care about that. We should care about the system. Again, they're not going to care about why they're doing it if you agree that they're doing it. Black women aren't doing this en masse. In fact, people hate when I say this, but Black women are the only group of women who don't drag men into court by and large and are the first to date down. Most women are going to have to date down academically, financially, because women are now in schools more than men, and the number of men in schools are declining. The anti-intellectualism in the manosphere is not helping with that number. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I disagree with the point you just made. I'm sorry, I got caught up by the comment at the bottom. I think the thing that we're
good evening. Will he offer the same courtesy of soft discussion to people who are anti-trans? Is this coming from the kid? We'll wait on. Yeah, we'll come back, Prince Petty. We'll go back to that. Sorry, go ahead.
Where was I at? I think the difference is in how we see the possibilities of my presence in these spaces. I don't know if anything has changed in terms of how I'm utilized or weaponized in the Black Manosphere. The guy Obsidian said I was the best friend the Black Manosphere ever had after I did from the Manosphere video. So I did a whole 2 hour and 45-minute Manosphere video where I, clowned Kevin Samuels, called him a Republican and a coon, and, did all the things, right? And like Obsidian still made it into a positive talking point for them. So like, I think the difference is in perspective as to what's really possible and what's already happening. Like if I search my name, there's already 50 videos from the Black Manosphere positioning me as some type of recruitment tool or, common enemy to rail against, etc. I think if I come to that space, again, like we're not bringing them to my space. And when I come to that space and I let them, talk their stuff and then offer nuggets of truth, offer breadcrumbs out of where they are, it's for the goal of not, having a debate win against a guy with, 5,000 views per video, where my video is going to be the most viewed video of his for the year. It's to one, learn and like engage directly and, create, get more information, just like I'm learning from you right now, but also for those people that watch that aren't on the team sports train, that are not going to be swayed, that are possible to be swayed, to create a pathway out of that space. I mean, that's, if I'm not doing that, like, it'd be very easy from a numbers and clout perspective to just keep making anti-Black Manosphere videos. If I drop the anti-Kevin Samuels video every month, I could guarantee it hit most of my numbers. You know what I'm saying? I haven't done a fresh and fit video, etc. And so, like, the riskier thing is what I'm doing, but I think the thing that I'm doing is more valuable to the actual issue versus my position.
I agree with you on that, right? So this is what this person is saying. FD sounds like he wants to sway Black men away from red pill content because he understands its dangers. To sensible content, content like his. If you understand his goals, it makes sense. No, I understand the goal and I actually think it makes sense. This is probably why, like, this discussion, for me, I will only keep it a very specific way. But it requires you analyzing them in real time to them to highlight how you think they are wrong or right without pushing them away. Now, obviously, that's a tough thing to do. I have tried and failed, but I don't know if not pushing back at like really toxic ideas, if you don't do that, I don't know how this works. Because while you could sway people over to your side, they could use you to sway people over to their side. The people who follow you will go over there when your face is on a thumbnail with saying verses.
Mm-hmm.
And
so there's no person that watched that video that was on their side already, like seriously on their side, that is now, well, I'm sorry, there's no person that watched that video that is even somewhat on my side, that watched that video and said, oh, I guess I should be in the Black Manosphere. Like, I just I don't think that's,
I mean,
yeah, at all.
I hope not, but what I'm saying is there might be, because when I watched it, I became concerned. I actually went back to look at some of your videos to try to understand where you stood in terms of, are Black women like, there is homicide, all kinds. We're talking murder in all the degrees, manslaughter, and all of that, right? We're talking about robbery, we're talking about all of that stuff. And while you will say this is systemic, I will agree that there is a system issue at play that needs to be addressed. But I also have this idea about agency that I cannot negate, right? It is this idea of agency that's going to have me think about who is doing what within the community. And what can we do about that while we're figuring out how to fix the system? For the Manosphere, the who doing what are Black women abusing Black men and using the system to disenfranchise Black men. Black women, single mothers are the problem in the Black community. That cannot be the case when the biggest issue within a community, if I have to put a top thing, it probably would be homicide.
So I guess this is where we disagree on a couple of things. So one, I don't really believe in agency. I'm a critical theorist to my core. At least when it comes to you know, certain social outcomes of crime and criminality and things like that. I don't have a ton of, I don't put a ton of value in agency. I think that's
wait. So
go ahead.
I feel like for people who do this kind of social commentary, academics specifically, I hope this doesn't go over anyone's head, but they do that. But when you narrow the focus in on individuals, they don't do the same. Are you saying on an individual level, you don't believe in agency?
So on an individual level, I believe a person makes a decision and generally speaking knows whether or not that decision will hurt someone else or put them in danger or etc. So like on an individual level, I do believe in agency.
All right.
But I believe that is a highly overblown aspect of how to understand human behavior, if that makes sense. Because sociological research and inquiry and theory pretty much shows us that you can predict the outcome of a person's behavior based on their environment and their resources and their inputs, to a level of probability. Like you can literally scan. Remember this study where you can scan children's brains in elementary school and evaluate the I can't remember the totality of the study, but basically what they discovered was that they could predict the percentage of kids in a classroom that would end up with a criminal record before they finish high school, to like some like minute number. And
yeah, social engineering only works if this is possible.
Right. And so I kind of forgot why we were here.
Agency.
But why were we talking about agency?
Because we are going to talk about holding people accountable for doing doing things.
Right. So, I guess I'll see back to you then, just to kind of, because I guess that thrown off your, they may have thrown off where you were going.
Yeah, no, that's fine. But in terms of agency, I think is it possible to step away from the system for 2 seconds and go with me? We're gonna do blame game.
That doesn't sound fun, but go ahead. Let's take a crack at it.
What would be the biggest problem outside of the system and white supremacy in the Black community? If you could wave your wand and only stop one thing, what would that be?
Like stop one negative behavior or outcome?
Yeah, I expect you to try to weasel out of this with an answer, but then I'm going to follow up.
I guess, divestment from education. I would stop people from not putting everything they have into education in Black communities. I think that would have the most significant positive outcome as a whole.
Wait, sorry, this is interesting. So you threw me off because I thought you were going to say finance, but
education informs finance.
Yeah. Is there an anti-intellectualism that you sense in the Black community?
Not that's uniquely Black. Like I wouldn't call it, like there's anti-intellectualism within like class in America and worldwide in general. So like I'm very wary of attributing things to Black people as a uniquely Black issue, if that makes sense. So is there anti-intellectualism in Black communities? Of course. Is it a uniquely Black issue or some type of more?
I'm talking about overrepresentation.
Overrepresentation
in the Black community.
In terms of anti-intellectualism?
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. Would you like to hear my theory as to why? I'm
going to allow you to do it, but yes, why?
Well, no, actually, let me save it. Let me save it because I want to make sure I understand where you're going.
All right. So there is, and who do you think sets this culture of anti-intellectualism? Because this is where your why is coming from, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. So, man, this is a product of what voices are enfranchised within Black spaces, who gets to have the microphone, who gets to have a platform, whose ideas are rewarded, and what those ideas and attitudes reify within community and around community. So
if I simplified that to saying white people choose certain Black people to elevate their voice and make it the voice of the Black community, would I be right in that?
That's pretty much it. That's good enough for me. That's good enough for me. That's also the algorithm, which makes it even more sinister now.
I love this. I do peg you as an academic now. All right, good.
So, I dropped out of a PhD program. I'm not, I read the books.
Yes, got it. So when you do this, if we're thinking about what causes the most direct harm in the Black community, what would you say that is?
Direct harm.
Yeah.
Bad health.
Really? Do you
Yeah.
think that's killing people?
That's definitely the number one killer of Black people in general.
I mean, homicide is right up there in the
disease.
top 3.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
Let's
And then when you look,
let's look that up.
Yep.
I would, if it's a top 3, I'm pretty
for
confident
ages,
that.
I mean, it's broken down into ages. So particularly for Black men, ages, I think 14 to 25-ish, that age range. So
all ages is number 5. For young people,
yeah,
it's number 1.
Yeah.
I would imagine though for young people it's probably like 1 or 2 across race though. That's kind of my thing. Let me see. I'm here on the CDC's. Let's see, non-Hispanic.
It's number 1 for Black men. Should say man, boy to man?
So unintentional injuries. So it's number 4 for white men.
And number 1 for us.
Number 1 for us between ages 1 to 19.
Yeah.
And it's number 2 for Latino man. Yes. So, but I mean, like, so we're talking about 1 to 19. I guess I want to make sure I understand where you're going, so I understand how to respond.
Okay, wait, no. So what you're feeling is what I classify as the academic discomfort, and what academics would do, and they're going to do it again, and I can predict this very easily. When the passport bros becomes the face of sex tourism, which I've been talking about since last year,
which is crazy.
When they right. How are Black men the face of sex tourism? In what world? How is that possible? It is possible because you're loud and obnoxious about it. And so, I mean, you shouldn't do it, right? But you're also loud and obnoxious about it. And so every one of the scholars, including you're going to come back and you're going to write that the algorithm did it, that white supremacy caused it, and we are going to essentially take away accountability from the people who engaged in the behavior, because we should know the numbers don't count. Like, Black people don't have the resources to be sex tourists. They just don't. And so it's interesting that what other groups of men engage in but do it silently, we do it loudly, and then we are saying, oh, but you should go do the research to find these men who are doing it privately. Their intent is not broadcast online for people to find out. So it's very difficult to say white men are engaging in sex tourism. I'm from Jamaica. I know they do that there, but we don't know that's why they did it. We know Black men are doing this because they're allowed online, but everyone is going to, including you, and yes, I did see your video today, going to blame white supremacy in the system for something that reports cannot capture white men doing it, because you have to be in these countries while they're doing it, whereas Black men are saying this online, and the academics are going to come back and say it's racism and all of that. Anywho,
so hold on,
I want to respond to that.
So yeah, so I would disagree on 2 levels. One, to say that white men are not promoting and putting themselves out there as sex tourists, I think is erroneous. I'm aware of sex tourism because of how white men talked about it for decades. You know what I'm saying? Now,
that is not true. That is not true. I know they engage in it, but they don't come out. You might find 1 or 2 people, but there is not a movement of white men talking about passport bros and actually going in, videoing women overseas and engaging in this behavior.
I guarantee you, with 20 minutes of effort, I could find plenty of evidence to the otherwise.
I promise you,
and
you
so
cannot, because I went and I tried. Well, you might. I'm not saying you can't. I went out there and I tried to find it because I wanted to make a video. We had a symposium of attorneys who were trying to prevent child sex trafficking. And we were looking at videos, and I asked the group, hey, I only see Black men on here. That's the problem, because this is not all Black men. They all agree that it is a problem because it's not all Black men, but none of them, they claim they couldn't find white men talking about it, and I couldn't find white men talking about it. And I promise you, I spent the weekend trying to find, I found one white guy walking around asking people about random things, but it didn't look the same way, and it wasn't as overt. And the law requires intent to start in the US. And the intent is not we're not seeing it from these men. They're not creating platforms. They're not creating movements about going overseas to get women who cannot afford to live on their own. In any case,
there's a whole industry of mail order brides that had, like, they used to promote on TV.
Yes, that's not sex tourism.
Okay, and so if we're being specific about an explicit criminal act, or I don't know if it's even a criminal, I don't know enough about how sex tourism works as to when it constitutes a crime in the States or otherwise. What I'm getting at is that the criminalization and the sensationalizing aspect of the act starts with the Black male image. And those white men that you're speaking about, this is the other thing I wanted to point out. The white men that may or may not be promoting this lifestyle, which we're just going to have to agree to disagree. They can't get rewarded for it in the same way that Black men can. They won't be rewarded algorithmically. They won't be rewarded with engagement or clout. And that also creates a different type of incentive that we have to keep in mind.
All right. But don't we have a responsibility? It's like saying, oh, the system is against me, but let me engage in this behavior still.
Oh, no,
and then complain.
Hi. I want to be clear. I'm not saying that the behavior is in any way good. And I'm not saying that the criticism of this group should cease. I'm speaking to the mostly unengaged with aspect of the desire to consume Black behavior as a negative thing, and allowing the same thing that they tried to do with Kanye West and anti-Semitism. Is Kanye West good? Is it fuck Kanye West right now? Most definitely. Is Kanye West and the Black Hebrew Israelites the face of anti-Semitism? Not at all. So we can do both, and as I think something we can agree with.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, but my problem is I think that's where agency comes back into play. You don't get to say the system is bad. Well, we can say the system is bad, and then engage in this way, and then come back and say, yeah, the system is bad. You knew that before you engage. TJ, whatever his name is, on Good Morning America, getting fired, and the woman throwing him under the bus, and people coming out saying, oh my God, this is another example of white women destroying a Black man. It's like, okay, and because like you're gonna just pretend like you didn't know any of this, like you're just gonna pretend this man wasn't acting in degenerate ways. You're going to pretend, like even the lead attorney is promoting, like these men are literally promoting pump and dump. Lead attorney said you can be the best father in the world and cheat on your wife. Like I think the problem here, and you engaging with them, I think can be like good, because I think it's easy to respect you. I think it's easy to engage with you, but you have to be able to push back. If you don't push back, and if you believe, like, I'm not telling you to change your belief, because it's refreshing to talk to a Black man who says, the system is a problem, we need to fight the system. I wish more of us would say the system is a problem, we need to fight the system. But that's not what's happening. These men are turning to their sisters and they're saying, yeah, it's Black women's fault. That's the problem. That is a problem.
I think the thing that is hard to see, because we're talking about perspectives and standpoints, is what you're asking me to do is something that literally 10, 20, 30 other people are already doing. You see what I'm saying? And what I'm trying to do is something that no one else is doing and very few are even capable of doing. Like, I built a platform, 400,000 subscribers and going, on as a cis het black man, without misogyny, without making 55 dunk videos on Kevin Samuels, humanizing black men, empathizing with black men, speaking to our issues, and galvanize that audience. That's every time I drop a video, I'm thinking to myself, is this the one that's gonna bomb? Is this the one where the audience rejects me? You know what I'm saying? So there's so many people that can make an anti-passport passport bros video, that can make an anti, DJ TJ, what's his TJ? I don't know his last name. The dude from Good Morning America video.
Holmes.
TJ Holmes. And that can make an anti-black Manosphere video, which I've made. But there's no one here doing the actual work of getting in the mud with these brothers and trying to pull them out. And
okay, so I'm not about to get in the mud, but I also recognize that in part of hearing this, it feels like you are concerned about your audience.
No, I mean, the concern about my audience goes as far as not doing that conversation on my platform. But beyond that, I'm not too worried about my personal audience. I'm proud of the audience I've built. So I'm not sure.
Yeah, when you say you are not, you want, I don't have 400,000 subscribers. So like, obviously it's different, but I've never thought about, I wonder if my audience is going to reject me. In fact, I very overtly go against my audience.
Oh no, I'm not worried about my audience reject. That's my thing, Themis. That's the thing I'm trying to get to you. I'm not worried about the audience rejecting me. I'm worried about the algorithm. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm worried about, like, I got on my number one video to this day is my Bo Burnham video, which was in retrospect a very, baseline critical race theory based video about a white comedian that just like blew up. I just was not expecting that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Every video after that, if you go and you track my content as I got bigger and bigger, I didn't like how that video got so much attention while also being relatively toothless to my actual convictions and my beliefs. And so almost every video after that, I get deeper and deeper into my own bag. And I fear that at some point, I'm going to cross a line where the algorithm is like, this nigga right here is saying the type of shit we don't really want that out there. So we're going to move on to somebody else. We're going to go ahead and lower that man's credit score. And so the audience, and you always gain and lose people that watch, right? Like, that's the thing. But the real key is, do I continue to have a reasonable platform? And my audience is so diverse, I could choose who to serve if I wanted to. But I'm right now just trying to serve myself. I'm trying to serve the thing that I want to put out there.
So when it comes to the harm, do you feel any sense of urgency to correct what is happening in the manosphere, or do you think you can continue the way that you're doing it and that you will reap the reward that you want ultimately? Because like I've obviously been discouraged from the manosphere, and I'm hopeful that the right person would come, and I'm not going to like attack you or like get into any of this, because if that is you, I wouldn't want to cause the problems for you in there. But like, it feels like you were just kind of like acquiescing, and I think you are seeing this as something noble. And from my perspective, I hope it's noble, but like, I don't see that. I see someone who engages in conversation and just like not you have the brain to do it because you're doing it with me. So like, then you do it on your channel. So like, it doesn't feel like you are engaging in any mental work when you're talking to them. Like it feels like you are just there and you're building connection as opposed to like challenging ideas or building friendship through challenging ideas or like engaging with people through challenging ideas.
Yeah, probably that's my overall intention. And I think, I mean, so I don't know how much of my background you know. So I was a teacher for 10 years. And after that, I worked in, I'll just say juvenile justice systems. And I worked with high risk youth, male and female. I worked with just people in the margins, people at risk. And there's something I learned even during teaching, but definitely when I was in the courts, is a lot of times, and this is not, I don't know if this is you, but I know this is this is what tends to be the thing in the some of the, I'll say, adjacent spaces to the Black Manosphere. You know, these dudes come up here, they say crazy shit, they talk crazy, they amen each other, they sound ridiculous. And you want someone to put them in their place. It's a very carceral mentality that we are going to defeat their ideas and shame them into changing them. That, you know,
That's the debate bros tactic.
Yeah.
I've spent 12 hours on a live stream after work talking to someone, trying to understand and trying to get their perspective. I don't think slam dunk and like shaming someone is gonna work, but you have to challenge them and you have to correct.
And so, but what you seem to be speaking to is challenging certain talking points, which,
no, not just the talking points. Like talking points, yes, but if the paradigm on which you're operating and the way you see the world is fundamentally flawed, that needs to be addressed. And I am not sure.
But when should that be addressed, though?
I know it should be addressed at some point during the conversation that is happening publicly. It's okay. When I see you engaging this way and you have people lined up that you want to talk with, right? Are you planning to have similar conversation in the way that you did with Bernard with other people? Because if you go on TLA's platform and do that, TLA has been wrong so many times, and he just pretends like he's not wrong, then clicks and edits in a way that makes him look right. And
I'm not trying to go there. And I guess that's the thing that, you know, and again, I empathize with why this would bother you. I'm not going there with the goal of debunking or challenging really anything. You know, like that's the thing that I think needs to be understood. Like I'm not asking you to be okay with that, right? I'm not asking Black women to be okay with that. I'm not asking anyone who was hurt by these men to be okay with the strategy I'm undertaking.
And I'm not saying you should. What I'm asking fundamentally is, are you okay with the harm caused while you are doing what you're doing? Because it feels like you don't feel like this needs to be addressed immediately. I think you can figure out, facilitate the environment, become friendly with them, have their subscriber come to you, and then you can teach their subscribers. And I can tell you that the reason I bowed out of this is because for a year I've had 5 people specifically that I've been monitoring who is a part of the Manosphere who came over, and we've had conversation, we've had Zoom calls, we've engaged. I've coddled, and I wasn't aggressive with them. And this year, the end of last year, they were over in the Manosphere. Like, people are consuming content like entertainment, which is fine, but they're internalizing certain kinds of content. and they're causing harm. And I feel like the harm being caused is being overlooked. And I think for the first time
the
in modern
challenge I would
history,
have, I'm sorry, the challenge I have to give to you is, how would pushing back in the moment have stopped harm in the aftermath?
the people, when you push back, people don't agree with you. What they do is, in moments of silence by themselves where they're not going to be insulted, they can reflect, most people reflect on things that were said to them. They either go and reaffirm their position, or they go and change their position. Petty actually says, me pushing back against Manosphere change his perspective. There are some people who came over who said, "Oh, Demas, I never thought about it like that. Wait, black women aren't taking most men to court? No. Wait, black men by and large cannot afford a quote unquote traditional household, because no man in America really, on average, can afford that. It's usually both people working together, and there's nothing wrong with that." So these ideas, when you challenge them up front and you explain, for some people it might not work, but if you can do it, because I can be aggressive and dismissive sometimes, I'll admit that. But if you're doing it and you can do it in the way that you do, where people listen to you, I think you need to do that. Like it's not even like I want you to change your approach. It's, if you're comfortable doing it the way that you do, it doesn't feel like you are really there to change anything, which you are saying you want to just build something on your own and have them come to you. It seems odd to do that. It seems really strange if you don't push back at all.
I don't think it's odd at all. I think it's evidentiary in what I've been doing up until this point. I didn't, like, again, and I don't want this to come off
no, you can, you build a platform. I haven't. It's
right. I'm just, yeah. And so, like, there's a methodology. It's low key. You know, I was, before anything, I was a bell hook scholar. You know what I'm saying? And so, like, we're talking about love, and we're talking about seeing the humanity in these men before we see their dysfunction. And that's something I learned before I even read a bell hooks book, by teaching boys and by seeing boys in dire and awful situations and witnessing their awful and dire behavior, and saying, you know, I could yell at this boy, but I think everybody's yelling already, and that yelling isn't my forte. Or I could pull this boy aside, give him a hug, and show him some love, and offer him the opportunity to move away from the things that are causing not just him harm, but the harm of people around him. And it's not going to work every time. And it's not something I would do for the most foaming at the mouth, like deep into the woods people. But for the folks that are within those margins, I didn't attract my audience by having this demonstrative, dominating message or persona in my content. I attracted an audience because I presented to them a persona and an image that made people feel safe to think about what I was saying and to further engage with my ideas. And in the middle of all of that, I presented some pushback. I presented my talking points. I presented the research, the data, etc. And I have been successful in doing that to a degree. And again, this is going to sound arrogant, but like to a degree that nobody has done. Yeah. Right? Nobody has done what I've done. So now, and it's in, because it's the irony is, as I peek over into the chat, I'm seeing some of the same things I actually saw in the black, when I was talking to some of these Black Manosphere brothers, which is I am coming to them because I want their audience, when literally the combination of my audience, you couldn't put all of them together to match the numbers I reach. So this is literally not for anything other than the desire to further the work that I'm passionate about with helping Black men. And it is my perspective that having to explain to a crowd of resistant brothers that white supremacy is actually a problem, and that welfare single mothers are not destroying the Black community. Having to explain that in the moment upon first appearance is just not, that's not good praxis. That's not good
Wait,
strategy.
so your goal is to help Black men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that like, do you think by helping Black men, you're going to help the Black community? Because my goal was to help the Black community or to contribute, to contribute positively to the Black community. And when I saw the Black community, I didn't just see men, I saw women. And then I saw women being abused. And then I saw women being blamed for their position. And then I obviously saw the system before I saw any of this. And so for me, it's like, I want to help the Black community, but I know the system is wrong and the way it approaches the Black people causes too much harm. And then I look in the Black community and I see Black men harming Black women. Not ever Black men, by the way, but every time I say that, I have to say not all. And so for me, it's like, when I hear you say, I'm trying to help Black men, it feels like Black women are just going to be bystanders and that they will benefit, hopefully, in the end, like a rising tide lifts all boats kind of thing. And it's like, but they're being harmed now. I don't know. It just doesn't.
Yeah, I can understand why that would bother you, as you know, if you have experienced this type of harm. I can understand why any Black
not
woman
me, not
would be,
personally.
but I can understand why anybody that has been harmed Black men that would harmed by Black men, why that sentiment would bother them. But I would ask them to give me grace. I would challenge them to recognize that, you know, Kim Foster is a thing, Khadijah Mbowe is a thing, T Noir is a thing, you are a thing. You know what I'm saying? Like there's plenty of people out, but you get my point though. There's plenty of people out there doing the prescription that you're offering. There's nobody doing what I'm doing. So it's like,
there's no one trying to help Black men or trying to help
not the way. There's no one that looks like me, that has my credentials, that has my credibility, doing what I'm trying to do. There isn't.
I don't know why you flex and then try to like back out. Flex, like I'm gonna flex.
I'm not trying to. I'm just trying to be humble. Because
by the way, this is the thing that I don't understand. When I see a Black man doing well, like I love to see it. So like when you say that, like I'm like, period. You're like, I built a platform. I'm like, you sure did. Like I don't like I like that. I wish more men were like trying to get something to flex about as opposed to trying to dunk on women. Sorry.
Right. No, I would agree with that. You know, so but you know, going back to your earlier statement, I think the first impetus for me wanting to do this type of work came from me being in grad school, and I get into a gender studies, you know, class, and I'm the only, you know, cis hetero Black man there. And I'm getting schooled because I'm coming out of, you know, I wasn't ever the worst dude in the world, but I grew up under white supremacist patriarchy like most straight men. And it was frustrating once I started to kind of learn and engage and figure things out and unlearn and process. I was like, so I got bell hooks and that's about it. You know what I'm saying? There's nobody here. There's no like why am I learning these things now and not in so many other venues? So like I can't. So the goal immediately from that experience, which is probably a goal I've always had, it was to fill the gap that I am best equipped to fill. And so just by temperament, I am not equipped to go on to Bernard Riley or whomever's channel and get into an intense debate over absurd things that really just drain my spirit. I'm not even built for that, like from a personality standpoint, to sit down and explain to someone why the earth is round. But what I am built for is building community and coalition and pulling people, you know, in a direction based on their investment in me. And so to people who, you know, don't have the privileges in their intersection as I do, I don't, again, as I've said multiple times, I don't expect grace. I'm sorry, I don't expect them to be perfectly fine with what I'm doing, but I just ask for grace.
Do you, that understanding that you have, how much will you accept from these men in an effort to build what you're building? Like, what, I don't want to say what can they do, but like, is there a thing in your mind, don't say, that you are thinking, well, if this happens, I can't fully engage? I know there are some people you said you won't even associate with, which I was very excited to hear. But then you're willing to associate with TLA, which
well, with TLA in particular, because of the court and fatherhood thing, I think he's a good place to start, because I'm working on an idea of like literally putting money where the mouth is. If y'all want to complain about, you know, laws, y'all got lawyers literally on the team. You know, y'all can't start a petition. You know what I'm saying? Like, but
that's, I literally, I've emailed multiple people that I'm talking about the legitimation in Georgia. You need to go change that. There should be funds for people who want to find their children. There should be legal advice for a prenup. There should be a resource for what you cannot put in a prenup, like, I don't know, custody. I think there is a lot of work that the Black Manosphere could do. And it's really strange to me that like anyone would believe these men care when they're not actually doing the work to improve men. Like they sit online.
And that's why so many come in and go out, right? Like that's why their channels never really grow. Or there's, you know, I think Bernard even said this while we were talking. He's up to 30,000 subscribers. Well, his videos might get, a good one might get 3,000 views, because you find the Black Manosphere in a moment of weakness and you sit there for a while and pout and you realize what you're actually doing. And the best, the not even the best, the men with halfway decent sense move on. And so the goal is to be there when that happens, to be around, to let them know, hey, you know, if you're looking for moving on, here are some resources, here are some perspectives to move on to.
But if you said you want to help,
interesting. I'm sorry.
If you said your goal is to help Black men, and specifically Black men, then like I can understand why you do what you do. Because for me, while I take issue with that, I can appreciate if that's what you want to do. I would challenge you. This doesn't mean anything, but like I would challenge you, because I'm not about to fight you on this, but I would challenge you to really try. I know this is not your personality, but to engage. If you're going to help, you need to correct. One of the super chats, I forgot which one. I think Jay. It was one from Jay that said correction. Empathy without truth or correction doesn't move the needle, and it's not going to be helpful. You can't empathize with like someone doing something terrible if you're not going to also try to help them to change that terrible thing. And I'm hopeful that the part that you're not saying is that after infiltrate, you're going to change them. You didn't say that. You don't mean that.
I'm sorry. I thought that was obvious.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought that was a given.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. That so on this side, we are gonna have to hope that you do that, because like on my side, like I want to help the community, which also includes Black women, and I think they are like the most sort of disenfranchised if we're juxtaposing them against Black men, in terms of violence within the Black community. But I also think Black men need actual help. Like I mean, they need help, psychological help, help to get resource. I think we, myself included, need that kind of help. But I can think about me and my image right now, where like it feels like these women are like getting like the women who are taking care of us. A lot of people have like single mother raised, a lot of people I meet and the stats. And these women are like trying their best, and maybe some is on welfare, and people are like blaming them for the faults in the community as opposed to like the people who are not there contributing. And we can blame the system again. I agree with you, but it seems odd to me that the men who aren't there or weren't there are now looking to the women and blaming the woman like that. There's something.
It doesn't make any. Well, it makes a lot of sense if you understand, the way patriarchy shapes all of us. But yeah, like from a practical standpoint, like that's ridiculous. It's completely absurd thinking.
Patriarchy hurts men. Like let me back out. The way that we are taught as men to ignore our emotions, not to deal with certain things, you have to be this and you have to be that, that is detrimental to men. And so, like, how do I tell someone who doesn't even see themselves hurting? Like, it's weird to try to reaffirm things that are harmful to you. It's strange to me to engage with people who are not really engaging in good faith. But if you can do that, I hats off to you. That's amazing.
I mean, it's a matter of one of my least favorite debate bros would say, shit, what is their phrase? Shit.
Not you pulling
diversity of tactics is what it comes down to, which is one of the reasons why, although I'm not a fan of debate bros, I'm also more amenable to the concept that they're doing a specific thing that is of value, because again, we have enough of a particular type of strategy around. Like one of the videos I wish I'd have got around to making, I'm probably going to repurpose this argument for another video, is this, if you watch my content, you probably heard me talk about tough love, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like, from my perspective, that's what you're advocating me to engage in, is to go in there, tell them exactly where they're wrong, push back.
No. The love, I am a tough love person. The love does not have to be tough. It can be soft. The correction, not the love, the correction does not have to be tough. The correction can be a nudge. It just needs to be uttered. Utter it in any way you want, just utter.
But we have to, it's kind of like a Maslow's hierarchy of needs thing. So like, we're talking about men who literally, and this is, I expect some people to not want to, they're not going to like this, but we're talking about men who genuinely, like, the only way you act like the way some of these dudes act is because you don't feel safe. And that the patriarchal, the toxically masculine response to threat is, to, puff your chest up, say the crazy thing, and scare people away. I know so many Black men that literally don't know how to not be antagonistic because they have so much fear wired through their personas and personalities. And I've done that, like, in my actual real work with children who have been systematized or who are on their way to the system from the schools, or researching behavioral health. So like, I know that the last thing you do when you open up engagement with someone who is in a problematic space or problematic belief system is sit down and explain to them why their belief system is incorrect. That is not what you do in first engagement.
Can we stay on Maslow's then? Because if we're talking about the hierarchy of needs, we're going to be at the sort of physiological and the safety or the bottom, like the core needs, right?
Mm-hmm.
For the women, those are at stake. Let's make a problem.
I don't disagree with that. I don't, and this is the reason why I actually came on, because I wanted to hear more about what I could and should be doing from your perspective, as opposed to like how I should act over there. And so, like, in kind of engaging with that, what should I be doing from your perspective?
I think
Like
the
there are
more
women. No,
I
I'm
think the
saying,
more in-depth part of this would be private, because if I say it now, it's useless. But ultimately, it comes down to, if you have the beliefs which you say you have on your platform regarding white supremacy and who it benefits, when Bernard says the system doesn't actually help white men, what women are going after rich white men, you're going to sit him down as a child, and you're going to say, you should, I shouldn't, I'm joking in the way that I'm talking, but the explanation is, okay, Bernard, who created this system? Do you think rich white men created the system so that women, regardless of the race of the woman, can take advantage of them? Or do you think, and just stay there, do you think that they created the system to benefit themselves? He's probably going to say yes and then move into feminism because that.
yeah.
The reality here is, for me, I can go through the dialogue that we're going to have with them because that's what's going to happen. But ultimately, you want them to understand that if the system is failing men and men created the system, accountability for failure in the system lies at the feet of men. It is that simple. Even if we agree that women took charge, even though abortion laws are getting passed, women somehow took charge and women are in power. They can't protect themselves. You've said this, but they somehow created the power and accumulated enough power to control men, but they can't protect themselves in the system. It makes no sense. What I'm saying ultimately is challenge them. Challenge them in your soft uncle type of way that you need to do. Like, if you want to fight for men and help men, that's great. I want the community, but I don't think people should ignore men, but I think you have to do it right. And you can't, like, for me, it's almost like you are saying you guys are right in your anger. No, your anger might be justified insofar as you feel it. Now let's understand why you are angry. And let's get to the reasons why you should be angry, what's reality, what's not, and let's kind of sift through that. Now, these men are not about to accept it, and they're
No.
not, because they're on a platform and they're positioning their platform. It's not for them, it's for the listener.
Yeah.
It's for that person who might be angry, who is going to hear you and then go back, and maybe a week after they've gotten over their girlfriend breaking up with them, they realize, wait, FD did say this, and I got to hear it. Maybe and that process start. It won't get you, I don't think, subscribers, but it will get people help, I think. And that's how
Well, I
psychology
don't know
works.
if it, from my perspective, what you described is what I did. Like, you know, they were watching my video. Like, it's funny. Come back, Davis. Oh, come back. Like, you just kind of, I mean, I don't know if this was, you low-key quoted me, right? I'd said, you know, explain to me how women have all the power when they're literally
No. I quoted you from your channel. I didn't quote you from his channel.
He was watching that video before that. It's literally me on the screen. I don't know how much of, I don't know how he cut it, right?
Yeah,
but
the video of you and him only happens at the end. Like, there was like a couple minutes of you. Let me show you. It's actually on the screen right now. Even here, oh, sorry. Even here, they're still not you. Let me show you where they put you on the video. This is where they started playing your video. At the end, literally 44 minutes in of a 54 minutes video. He is reacting to your video, and he took down the live and re-uploaded the conversation where you and him spoke for 44 minutes, and the end of your video comes in. Yeah.
So my point is, so it's a couple of things. One, I'm not coming in there with the Machiavellian game plan to make sure that the part I just saw get played. Like, I don't control what he does with his content, right? But the part you say I should correct him on was literally floating in the air as we started talking. You see what I'm saying? And maybe this is why I have such a different perspective on, you know, how much pushback actually happened. because like they're literally watching my video explaining to them why they're wrong during the context of the conversation. So it's just
Wait, do you think if you go up there and they challenge your video and you're physically there and you don't push back, you hopefully see how that hurts your point in your video?
Nah, not if there's a difference between like I'm not entertaining this and I'm not pushing back.
Yeah,
does that
but
make sense?
But not entertaining it is not pushing back from the audience perspective. I get what you're saying. Like there are some times where I feel like this is way too idiotic. I'm not engaging in my real life. But on YouTube, it feels there are times, admittedly, on my platform, there are times when someone says something and I'm like, whatever. But you see me do whatever. So you know the reason I'm not engaging is because I don't want to engage. But when you are on his platform and he brings up something that you said that was right when you did it in your video and he challenges it and then moves on from that point as if you guys agree, and then you say, but it's the system, he has got you to agree silently that women are the problem, but you want us to blame the system.
Well, I don't see it like that. And you know, I feel like we've kind of like danced around this specific point of contention a lot. I just have to say I don't see it like that, and I don't think that's the important operation and ongoing when I'm talking there. Like that is not my goal. My goal isn't to come in and correct these men in their space. I don't think that's a valuable strategy. I don't think it's
that's not right, because you literally said you guys should not be doing this. You should be making these videos instead. That's a straight correction.
Well, I'm speaking. I have a major overarching goal, which is I want you all to examine. I want you all to examine your grievances and figure out where those grievances should actually lie. And if you're fair, I don't know. I haven't watched the video myself, so maybe I failed in that regard. But the goal was, hey, you all said you care about X and you're blaming Y. And I say, I also care about X. And my analysis of the situation says, well, Y has some role in the problem. The obvious issue is Z. Can we focus on Z for a little while? And they throw out their misdirection. They talk about aborting black babies and white supremacy isn't a major problem in the black community. They say a lot of ridiculous things. My goal, if I want, like I said before, if I wanted to debunk every part of the Black Manosphere, my video would have been 6 hours long. But I don't see that as a goal that requires my effort. I feel like I am better equipped and positioned to attack space. And I understand that from other people's perspective, there's folks literally dying in the street, right?
Yeah.
I don't know how I stop that individually. But I want to hear more about what you think I could be doing about that.
Wait. See, this is disingenuous, and because I'm going to bring up police brutality. I mean, there it is. It's disingenuous to say, oh my God, how am I going to talk about police brutality when not police brutality? How am I going to save these people? Why am I talking about this? I'm not going to change anything. But I talk about police brutality. I talk about the criminal justice system. And you do too. So in the same way that I do that, I also can talk about women and talk about the community and how it affects certain people involved and women specifically. So it's like, it feels like you're like trying to throw your hands up and say, well, me talking about it and me engaging in it is not going to do anything. But we do that for every other thing.
Well, no, I do that all the time in my actual content. I'm talking about specifically to this moment, this strategic moment, talking to this community in this space. That's what I'm speaking on. I'm not talking about not caring about the issue at all, feeling like I have no role to play in supporting that issue or directly speaking on it. It's what tools do I have access to? What skills have I developed? What audience and what platform have I developed? And how is that platform best utilized? and it's not best utilized to come in and have the debate segment with Bernard Riley. It's just not. I'm already a character within their within their space.
So wait, are you willing to then get dunked on then, like just go there and be like, so that's fine. You said you're not there to debate. Do you think that every sort of conflict is a debate?
No, I don't think. No, I don't think every sort of conflict is debate. It's how you manage disagreement and discourse, and like what you come into a space to do. You know, so I came in there not to debunk the ridiculous talking points, but to illustrate a particular point that I don't think they had access to.
All right, which is all right. That's fine. So if you think white supremacy should be the focal point for Black men, that's what we should focus on. I would completely agree with you, by the way, on that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I think we should obviously protect our community, protect the women, but we should also go and look at white supremacy and fight that. I think we're too afraid to fight white supremacy, so we look to people we think are weaker, which are the women.
Yep.
How do you tell these men to look at white supremacy if you don't first address their concerns? Like you say, white supremacy causes your concerns, right? But wouldn't it be easier to just talk to them about their concerns and lead it up to white supremacy? Because if you reaffirm them, if Black women are the problem in the Black community, Black women aren't the problem in the Black community. I think Black men need to take a look in the mirror and say, if there is a problem in the Black community, if there is a problem with single mothers in the Black community, then you are not the most involved fathers. Like, it just doesn't make sense. If there's a Black women being single mother epidemic in the Black community, Black men cannot also simultaneously be the most involved fathers. What does that say about Black men? Like you're holding, not you, the Manosphere holding two conflicting ideas.
Yeah, they're completely illogical group. There's no internal consistency to their logic, which is why they have so much division, and they spend most of the time arguing with each other. So, and which is why I didn't want to become just another person doing that with them, you know. So, like, I don't disagree with what you're saying. I just don't know, and this is kind of what I want.
If you disagreed, please remember where you were. But if you disagree, would you tell me?
If I disagreed, with what you were saying?
Yeah.
I mean, if in this space where I don't feel like my goal here is actually to learn from you. Does that make sense? So, like, if I disagreed with you, I would probe to understand where that disagreement stemmed from. I wasn't going over there to learn. There's a great quote from I think it's John Henrik Clarke, where he said, oh man, what he said. He said, I only debate with my equals, to all others I teach. and that's kind of like, that was how I went in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not a thing to go in there and explain the realities of white supremacy and Black women in the court system, et cetera. Like, that is not a valuable undertaking from my standpoint. That is something that these men have heard 100 times before. They know this stuff. They don't accept or believe it because it hasn't been told to them, either A, by someone they trust, or B, at the time where they're willing to accept it. And neither of those things existed when I entered the chat. Does that make sense?
Yeah. So the thing is, if you actually came to learn, the questions I need to ask cannot be done publicly. What I need to say can't be done publicly, because if I'm right about any of this and you confirm any of it publicly, then it would just mess up whatever it is that I hope you're doing. But yeah, like I don't see this happening. This conversation happening publicly. And
Well, we
going
can talk. I mean, like I said, this is all in development on another project. Like the goal is to revisit these moments,
yeah.
and and then with the actual skill set that I have, sit back, assess, analyze, and then speak with more effectiveness to an entire body of work, as opposed to jump in, throw elbows, get some good sound clips, and keep it moving. So I definitely would want to speak offline to get a more specific perspective, because I do think I have blind spots, right? I cannot see and engage with the world the way that Black women in films do. And my initial immediate standpoint is to both be a victim of patriarchy, but also a benefactor of it and a reproducer of it. So in order to do the best work possible, I have to do what I can to step outside that perspective, and that standpoint.
So I've never done this, but I probably shouldn't share my research. Most of my research on where is it? If we speak privately, actually, let me take this down. That's fine. I can, if you need the research.
My man got the notepad. That's what I'm talking about. Details.
Yeah, no, if you need the research on like all of why I am where I am, I've given this to one other person, but I've never shown this online, because I've been every time I have a conversation, I come break it down, go find the research, find everything, find opposing views, and then put it back. I think ultimately, if you want to understand, like, I'm not sharing the research. If you want to understand and you want to be talk offline, that's because like I feel like if I do and I ask the questions that I want to, it's not going to work. I don't think ultimately one associating with me is just not going to work for you. Someone said, I'm asking you to do something that I wouldn't do. I have done it. I spoke to Dr. Tierson Johnson, or whatever his name is, and he got mad when he could not verify the research he was putting out. And then they clipped me and did all kinds of foolishness over there. But I don't know. I don't think he's horrible. I don't know. But I definitely went out and talked to him. Is Themis with some uppity? What does it have to do with you? Is Themis you? Oh, whatever. They're fighting in the chat.
And this is another thing that I take into account that I think is hard to understand when you're not as big. Everything I do like with my full chest has consequences. It reverberates. And it's so depersonalizing. It's hard to explain until you've looked at your feed and seen your face 55 times and it's not your content. So like you have to be I've taken like an oath of passivity almost. Because like I've woken up to 10 messages about something that happened, not that because I did it, but because I said something somewhere else that somebody took and weaponized using like secondary clout from my platform to attack such and such, or do this and do that and the third. And it's really a crazy thing that you don't get until you're in there. And so that's another thing to think about. But and so I respect you saying, and I also agree that me popping up here is going to be used against me if I pop back up on one of their channels. But like, they're going to do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not about the content to me. It's about one, learning, two, building rapport, and three, furthering an agenda that I have. And that's only going to come through like building up credibility. You know what I'm saying? But I've seen a lot of super chats that I thought were interesting. If we want to move
let's
on,
go
we want to
through
take a look.
some.
Can I run and get some water real quick, and then I'll give a little more time to jump on those?
All right.
1 second.
FD should have asked, how is it that single Black mothers a problem in our community if the majority of Black men are active, loving, involved father? We know the answer to that. Want to help Black women address Black male pathology. So I don't pathologize, but yeah, this is, I think, a conflicting idea in the manosphere. I hope I said this. I thought I said this to FD just now when I said that you can't be the most active while also the single mother problem is the problem. I don't know if you're back, but this is what Nikia was saying. Thank you, Nikia. You said you saw some interesting ones.
We'll go back to the last one, I think.
They were saying that you should have pushed back when they say single motherhood is the problem in the Black community, but also Black men are the most involved fathers.
Well, I don't remember I don't know. I don't remember the exact combination of language. I pushed back when they said single motherhood, and I want single mothers to be able to support themselves, yada yada. And like, those two things can be true at once. So first, we have to ask, why does the data on Black absentee fatherhood look the way it looks? The narrative is that niggas just running out on they kids, which is true probably to a great extent, right? But we're also talking about how many men are incarcerated, how many men are dead, how many men are estranged for financial reasons, etc. So when we take into account men who actually have access to their children, men who are actually engaged with their children, the data shows that they are the most involved fathers. Now, what percentage of that, what percentage of those men are of all Black fathers, I do not know. I'll be looking into that data, but I don't think one refutes the other automatically. There were, I think, less than 10,000 men overall in that study. To the extent it was generalizable, it's not. And one of the flaws in the conclusion of the study is that they fail to consider where men have multiple children. So if they have multiple children, they ask, but they didn't specify if it is for all of the children involved or just one. And so the men who were using this CDC study from 2010 seems odd, since the CDC announced in the study, in the conclusion, that they didn't capture men, for example, who have more than one children. And if you didn't capture more than one children, they were going to redo the study. They claim to be redoing the study. And my understanding is that they haven't published it because it doesn't say what they wanted to say. So I don't have any insider information on the study in particular. Generalizable can mean a lot of things in terms of a sample size. 10,000, I can't think of a single public health paper that wouldn't consider itself generalizable with the sample size of 10,000. That would be, and I'm
that's what I'm saying.
Okay, so beyond that, I don't know. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of difference. I would imagine my personal experience as a Black father, around other Black fathers and around white and Latino fathers, and just looking at the history of Black men and women, I would be incredibly surprised if the data didn't repeat if the conclusion didn't repeat itself, because Black men have never like historically Black men have not been able to alleviate themselves from child care responsibilities when they are actually with their children, right? Like
I know
that's
there is a write-up that agrees with you that due to lack of involvement in the labor force, Black men, when they are home or live near the children, have more time to be with their children. That does not look good.
I don't
Like,
what no, I mean, based on my political ideology, I don't know how that looks bad. If you say that,
I did.
I don't see how that doesn't look good. Like,
So
we're talking about. Go ahead.
I won't go through all the conclusion, but this was one. A second limitation is that the father. This is from the study itself in the conclusion, right? A second limitation is that the father-involved question were not asked for a specific focal child if fathers had more than one co-residential or non-co-residential child in the age range. So if you had more than one child in the study, your answer is not related to both. And even if it's related to one, we don't know which one, which doesn't actually matter. But it wasn't related to both. They then go on to, well, I don't have to go through all of this. I can send it to you. I'm pretty sure you can just type in CDC Black Father and it will pop up. This is from my archive. The issue is when we're looking at the study, and we're thinking about who, well, I don't want to do that. Ultimately, it's a very weird thing for men to be using this study, just as a general matter.
I don't think that's true at all. I think that's a very important study for Black men to be using. What's weird to me, what's weird to me is the desire to make it seem like the study doesn't have something important to say about Black men as fathers, especially in the face of the narratives that are, more prominent in the media. Now, what should happen is we should speak to the both and. There's both an issue with absentee Black fatherhood, and for Black fathers who are there, they are more there than any other race of men. It's just kind of the same thing about the ongoing narrative about Black men voting Republican. So Black men vote Republican at I think 10% more than Black women, 15% more than Black women. I don't know the number, but 85% of Black men vote Democrat. Not that I'm a Democrat, I want to be clear on that.
Yeah,
but
no,
85% of Black men vote Democrat. 50, I think the next is 60. You know what I'm saying, or 55. And so
when it says the goal of the report is to document the extent of fathers' involvement in their child's life using the sample of 3,928 fathers ages 15 to 44 in this data collection. I understand and I appreciate the need to push back, right, and fight a narrative, but it's strange when we have a self-reported study that is about men who choose voluntarily to engage in this and who are, it says in the beginning, these are men who want to be and are a part of their children's life. How that would capture men generally. As someone, you said you engage at least partially in your PhD program. I wouldn't use I wouldn't use, the only reason this study came up is because people cited it, and I went there and I was trying to understand why it exists as a part of conversations online in the way that the Moynihan report was. I don't know why anyone would cite a racist Moynihan report, but period. I don't understand how you're saying it's fine. We can move past this, but it just seems odd that we would use this study in the same way we would use the OkCupid study. I would never use that.
I'm not
to describe Black men or Black women.
I don't know. No, I don't know what the OkCupid study is.
It's fine.
Please don't look it up. I think the comparison to the Moynihan report is important, actually, because people use. So there is the narrative. then there's the research. And so if the narrative doesn't match the research, then we need to use the research to build a new narrative. And that's why. If the narrative
The
is
Moynihan report said black women were going on welfare because black men were abandoning their family in the prior to the 1960s.
The Moynihan report is trash. I think we both agree on that.
Oh,
right?
all right.
The Moynihan report has so many, like this what was that, 19, is that the 60s, the 80s? When does the Moynihan report come out?
60s. It was the 60s was where it was trying to capture.
Yeah, the Moynihan report is a very different organism in 1960 something than a CDC research paper in 2010. And the research on the Moynihan report was used. This is kind of a perfect example. The Moynihan report was used to build a specific narrative. And the research that came out after the Moynihan report was used to create a new narrative and show why the Moynihan report was incorrect. So it's really just a function of how research works in academia and how it works more poorly in general population, I would say, because it was never meant to win arguments. And maybe that's why, you don't understand its function or why it's being used, because it's not even being used in the way that it needs to, like that it was originally designed.
Yeah, but to research with you is to understand what's happening, right? Beyond your own sort of individual perspective. We can have anecdotal data points, but that might just be our own bias and our own experience. When we get to generalize is when we look at research. The issue is you can use research to argue, because you're arguing about, hopefully, reality. You're basing your argument, it should be predicated on facts and the reality. And so if we're saying something negative about Black men, for example, I don't look to dispel that. I look to see if it is true.
Right. So I don't understand why this particular paper did this particular paper say things that were untrue from your perspective? Or
no,
maybe
it's not untrue, but you can say of the people who were involved, then yes, those were the men who were involved in their father's life. The Black men in the study were more involved based on how they reported than other men. But when you go to the end of the research and you see that, oh, wait, they didn't ask about multiple children, if you're involved with multiple children, how involved you are. Also, they didn't ask about certain criteria. Like at the end, when you read the conclusion, they did say that they also have to reestablish the study, and they were doing it again. And part of why they were doing it again was that the question did not capture the full range of how a parent should be involved in their children's life. Ultimately, that's what it says. And so they're going to do it again. Now, there's also other study that says that white men were the least likely to say that they give enough to their children in terms of physical affection, whereas Black men are the most likely to say, even if they don't get to see their children a lot. And how we value time spent, both from a woman's perspective and a male perspective, is different culturally. I don't know what that means about race, actually, ultimately, but I think some of that has to be captured. I'm not saying this is not a good thing. If Black men are in their children's life, this is great.
So I think maybe what I think I'm perceiving is that this has become a talking point that has maybe overreached its actual significance in terms of what it presents in the argument. And if that's the case, I get what you're saying. To that extent, I get what you're saying. Beyond that, just the value of the value of the study and why it's important for people to know this is really important for a lot of people. Really important for Black fathers. Really important for Black boys. Really important for Black children of Black fathers. A lot of people who have their father in their life or around or even in the household, they feel invisibilized by these narratives, you know?
Yeah, but
And so,
they do. And I think that's bad. But you said it, and I agree. Based on everything that I researched, the men who are not in their children's life are not there because they don't want to be there. And it's difficult for me to night after night talk to men who come up here and say, my dad wasn't in my life because my mom kicked him out and prevented him from coming back because he got a new wife. And then I'm like, how? And now that you're older, have you spoken to your dad? And you're still saying no. Do you know where he is? Yes. Does he want to have a relationship with you? No, because my mom poisoned him against me. And I'm like, this is odd.
yeah, that's
But
wild.
and the narrative, though, and I've only done this so many times, so I can't say this is for everyone. But when I hear stuff like that, and then I see men saying, oh, custody battles are 90% being given to mothers, it's like, no, you hand your child over to the mother 90% of the time without a fight. And it's like, for me, it feels like we are creating a narrative around white supremacy. And I don't think white supremacy needs a narrative to justify anything else. We can fight white supremacy because we can see the direct impact it has for me personally, while also saying, yeah, you men are like, we need to step it up. Like, we need to step it up.
I think our greatest disagreement is going to come through this. Why do you think, what do you think, what role do you think white supremacy has in the brother that abandons his child? I saw a question I wanted to respond to in the super chats. I don't know if she paid that. I don't know if she paid money that many times to put the question up there, or if it just was there. She used the phrase "the pathology of black men."
I saw that. I put it up. I don't pathologize, and I disagree with people who pathologize, but because I don't have the credentials to.
So here's the thing. What's left up in the air is pathologizing. If we say
no,
let me just finish. So we say 90% of what's the actual statistic, so I don't misquote it.
90% of men, 90% of custody, 90% of time custody goes to the man because the man signs it over.
Okay, so let's think of all. So I would say there's a multitude of systemic reasons that predict that outcome. I would say that as a sociologist, as an academic, as a person who's seen it up close, right? Some people, the easy question and the question that gets least challenged, and this is why I say I'm uniquely positioned and why I take the risks I take. The point that the argument, the explanation of that phenomenon that receives the least amount of challenge at the widest scale is that niggas just don't care about their kids, right? That is the narrative. Surely we both can agree that if there's a meme about black fatherhood, the answer is these niggas don't care about their kids. They just having babies everywhere and don't care, and they run out to the next woman, etc. And surely that describes some black men. I don't think we disagree on that either. What a lot of people do is that is a pathology. That is saying that black men are uniquely morally bankrupt.
So that could be the pathology. The thing is, I'm not saying people cannot pathologize. I'm saying I am not able to pathologize. I think you need not even a sociology, at least a psychology degree to engage in that kind of pathologizing, right? That's fine. My thing is, if we are asked this is terrible. Wait, before we go there, do you want to walk back that statement about if you leave things up in the air unchallenged?
No, I don't. I see where you're going, but I don't.
That's my problem with you. I don't know.
I think that's kind of an apples and orange situation, but I understand. I understand why I understand. I disagree, but I understand.
No, before I made the statement, I made sure to give you the opportunity to walk it back. If
No,
you're saying you can't leave things unchallenged and then leave
I,
things up in the air because that becomes the pathology, that's what you did when you leave the whole single mother, and it is big enough around the world and a part of white supremacist dialogue regarding Black women for it to be needing challenge.
yeah. See, leaving it up in the air would insinuate that it hasn't been challenged in any format or any other situation, like literally them
No,
watching
that's impossible because this conclude as terrible as this research is, this is also challenging the Black fatherhood thing. So that there is challenge isn't the touchstone for why you would or would not challenge something.
No, what I'm saying is there's me and you talking in a specific context, with a specific audience watching, and me making the decision to not challenge you on a particular topic. And then there's a grand cultural narrative that has not been challenged at all. You see what I'm saying? So to me, that's two different things. And I don't want to get back to like the push and pull of that conflict between us.
I'm sure you don't.
I don't think we're gonna agree, and we can definitely talk. We can talk around it. I concede that I understand that it would have been ideal for me to challenge that talking point if my goal was to challenge talking points when I went on the show, but my goal wasn't to do that. So, but I understand why that.
I thought your goal was to learn today. Now you're challenging me.
Well, no. Now I thought we were just kind of talking around some of these.
Yeah, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
I'm going to refresh first and then say, I think the pathologizing is allowed. If you at least have a psychology degree, then you can pathologize. I don't do it. But I think when you say something like, hear the statement, right? Is it more likely the case that you, as a white woman, would be a single mother if you are with a Black man than a white man? Pick one. Where would you most likely be a single mother? If you date a Black man or a white man?
If you date a Black man, I'm pretty sure the data would support that.
Oh, wait, I thought you would have a problem with the data. I was waiting for you to fight the data on this.
If the data supports, I imagine that the data would support that based on what I know about single fatherhood, which isn't a ton, but the little I do know would indicate that.
Yes.
Interracial marriages are more likely to break up. Like I know enough of the data to think that it's more likely under those circumstances.
All right. So that is going to play a role in fatherhood. Like I'm not going to say, oh, pathologize. I don't pathologize, but you are going to be so annoyed by this, but I think there is a cultural problem within. Yeah, there is a cultural problem. Like, I don't understand how we don't understand that what we say and what we promote has a profound effect on the people who listen to it. Yes, white supremacy exists there, but like I cannot just look away from agency. So maybe you should question me about why agency is important, because if agency is not important, then we wouldn't tell people to self-improve. We wouldn't.
Oh, go ahead. No. I want you to finish.
We wouldn't tell people to self-improve. And to that extent, it's like, how do we fully embrace individuals' capacity that has tremendous potential, like Black men's capacity for tremendous good and work, and say, let's try to find that, while we also, if we need to fight the system, not if we need to fight the system. It feels like we're saying, let's ignore what's happening in our community and let's try to turn these men against the system. And it's like, you can't do that. Well, I don't know. Maybe you believe you can, but you
have to do both. And so like the irony here is, I'm pretty sure Bernard says a similar thing in our conversation. that we have to look at the culture of Black people to explain these problems, as opposed
He did. He did.
And so, like, and I disagree with him as well.
But no, I don't say you have to look at it to explain, because I can understand the system. Bernard don't think white supremacy is a problem.
Yeah.
I do. But what Bernard and I agree on is that we don't look at a loaded gun and we don't blame the gun for the person who fires the gun. Now, he goes too far with the regulation, because I think there should be regulation. But for me, I think we can also blame the person who picks up the gun and shoots it. So from like, we can do both.
Yeah, but so here's me as a systems analyst type person. We can definitely blame, and this is, you know, my next video, I would be interested to hear your perspective on it when it drops. I'm hearing an echo. I don't know if that's a...
No, I hear you perfectly.
Okay. So we can definitely blame the man behind the trigger, right? The one that pulls the trigger is definitely responsible for the results of that action. That is the individual agency, right? A systems analyst perspective says, okay, do you want to keep this from happening again? Do you want to reduce the likelihood of this happening? Because we can't guarantee it will never happen again. Then systems analysis tells us that if we reduce the amount of guns on the street by X amount, we will reduce the likelihood of this happening by Y amount. And what I have experienced and researched and seen with my own eyes is Black folks are really comfortable. I saw somebody, oh man, somebody did a super chat about it, that we're really comfortable. It is a very, I think we agree on this. It is a very comforting thing to point out Black misbehavior. And I don't begrudge people for pointing out Black misbehavior. I just say from my platform, when I have a chance to speak, I want us to pay attention to how the system predicts this behavior. And if you want to really solve the problem, if you want to actually make an impact on this outcome being reduced, then I need you to engage with a systems perspective with me on this and not expend your time and energy and your passions and your talent fighting this proxy battle against the one person.
First of all, do you think these people have the capacity to engage in system analysis?
The Black Manosphere people?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely.
All right.
They just
no.
to.
I agree with you. I agree with you because I've seen them do it. Some, but
some.
How do you? Again, I'm not going to ask how do you get them to do a system analysis. They are blaming within the community. They're putting blame somewhere. If they put blame somewhere, it's very difficult to not address this blame, particularly if it's wrong, right? And when some of the feminists, Black feminists, who I feel like people confuse Black feminists and intersectional feminists with white feminism, and that's a terrible thing to do. But when they wrote the paper, in the paper, they said it's hard to talk about Black femicide because we have to look at what happens in the culture. And at the time, they were talking about 5.5 hour for Black women in 2020. I'm forgetting my years. Is it 2020 or 2021? 2020. They were talking about that, but not more important, but equally as important, but more numbers were the fact that Black men were dying at a much higher rate. And when you look at the rate at which Black men we are dying from each other, right? I don't even like talking about this, right? It's really difficult for me to not see the urgency in addressing, if you care about Black men, I care about Black men, I also care about Black women. I'm looking at both of them together and it's like, yeah, no, something is wrong here. We need to fix this. Like this needs to happen now. And I think from a systems analysis perspective, you can agree this is going to take forever. Even at a cultural level, if we're talking about individually, this is also going to take a long time. Why can't we do both? Like, why can't we Why can't we?
I think we can do both. I don't think we're doing both. That's kind of my argument.
Yeah, we
We're
are
making
not.
the same.
We're doing neither.
Well, all right.
We're doing, like, if you are saying go focus on the system, they're not about to do that when they're placing the blame. Like, when a black man on here can confidently say white supremacy is not an issue, like that's not a thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm identifying over here with these people. I'm like, I will vote with the tiki torches. I feel like at this point there's delusion. So, like,
Yes.
for me, when you're engaging with them, it's like, you cannot, I don't think it's possible to get past that blockage without addressing it. Addressing the blockage that says Black women are the problem. No, sir, let's be clear. If there is a problem in the community, it might be us. Okay, let's find out why that is and then go up there. Also, Black women have issues. These are the issues. How do we address those issues? But if we allow them to blame Black women for the issues, they're not about to go up. They're building platforms on it. And again, it's not about them. It is about the people listening. And yes, they will listen to you. I know this for a fact because you have too many subscribers for them to ignore. It's not about to happen. They're not about to ignore you. While I've ignored people with 1 million subscribers and I've refused to engage with people who've come on, I've refused to engage with people who've emailed me, I know they won't do that because I don't believe those people have principles, but that's neither here nor there. If you're going to vote for Tiki Torch people, a lot of them. Yeah.
My favorite thing from the Black Manosphere video was watching some of them watch the video and see their faces blurred out. Getting mad about it because they just knew that was their moment. They just knew that was their moment. And they talked, they were so upset. So I mean, this is a difference in perspective on a lot of levels. So let's be clear. The Black Manosphere is a minority group of Black men. Our Black men as a whole, I think, are as invested in patriarchy as any other group of men. Like the general population of all Black men, right? Now, that investment in patriarchy, I think, would probably match the amount of Black women invested in patriarchy, right? This is outside of social media, is what I'm saying. Outside of YouTube, outside of TikTok, etc.
I don't agree with you that Black men are invested in patriarchy.
You don't? What do you think? What do you think it is?
I think Black men are invested in the rewards that they believe patriarchy gets them. I say this watching Destiny and Angry Man debate, and Angry Man said the silent part out loud, where he was like, yeah, we all want to do this and everyone want to be that guy. And I'm like, I'm watching the men react to this, and people are saying, yeah, men, we naturally want power. And Destiny said, what did he say? I don't remember, but I kept calling him the blue hair guy. But he kept saying, yeah, but there are things you have to set up to get that power, right? And I don't think if Black men wanted patriarchal power, they would also be looking at the system. Because for you to have the kind of power you think white men have, you need to be as vicious as you think white men are, and or more. And I don't think, this is my own theorizing, but I don't think from what I've seen that these men want the responsibility, they just want the access and the power. They don't want the responsibility that comes with it.
I think that's maybe a more refined explanation. I guess I don't disagree with that overall. It's still an investment in patriarchy from our perspective, and that's how most white men experience patriarchy. Like the actual people who get the full patriarchal cookie, is very few white men. Very few white men.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? So like now it's an easier pathway, right? And it's the glove is more designed to fit their hand, but it's still an investment. I would just say it's still an investment in patriarchy. But I'm only bringing that up to say that even if all these black men are invested to some extent in patriarchy, they still look at the black manosphere like a bunch of fucking clowns. You know what I'm saying? They still don't adopt those beliefs and habits. They still don't, that's still not a relevant, like, I think it's important to not allow, and this is kind of to an extent, the whole point of what I do. We kind of have to, it's like a touch grass type of thing. And so as we talk about this group of black men whose grand total of all their channels, first off, they share subscribers, right? Outside of Kevin Samuels, who's an anomaly, a once in a lifetime figure for them. Nobody has ever been all that successful. Nobody has actually kept an audience there engaged for a long time. So we shouldn't look at defeating them in the marketplace of ideas as an actual win for black people.
But you really don't think that? Because
no, I don't. I think this is coming back to the systems analysis. We can fix the black manosphere easily with economic, mental, and general health resources in black community, just like we can fix most black people's issues.
Black men are literally online trying to take this mainstream. They're literally going on wide platforms. This is actually so embarrassing for me. They're going on these wide platforms to convince white men. They try to convince Destiny, actually.
Destiny is a person who will let anybody come on his platform as long as he can debate them and as long as they say something dumb enough that he can dispute. That's his clout chasing capacity.
And so these men are doing it, and they're trying to get this out there. And I am not one who believes that, oh, we've argued this point and it's done and I'm not going to readdress it. I can't do that. Well, I don't want to do that. And the reason why I don't want to do this is, quite frankly, if you let ideas fester for too long, it might become something more. And I don't, like, at one point, and this is where I knew that, like, my idea probably is the right one. When Donald Trump was running, every white person at Georgetown Law came to me and said, yeah, he's not gonna win. Why are you mad? I'm like, are we looking at the same America? And everyone just was complacent and they thought Donald Trump could never win. Mm-hmm. And then he won. Mm-hmm. If we let bad ideas fester for long enough, they become a problem. Now, I'm not telling you have to fight every bad idea, but I do think when one person can get 1 million subscribers off of, like, being actually toxic, that is a problem. And even if it's a minority, it's a loud minority. Sorry.
So let's do a system analysis on that real quick.
Not a system analysis. Go ahead.
Let's do a system analysis on Kevin Samuels. So let's first understand that YouTube experienced exponential growth during 2020. Why? Because of the pandemic. Yeah. There were more eyes on the screen than ever before. There's a lot of people that built channels during that time that are wondering why their channels aren't doing the same numbers, right? I am a benefactor of that, even though my channel didn't blow until 2021. So that's number one. It's an artificial inflation of his success based solely off the atmosphere that he took advantage of. Number two, Samuels had that unique viral moment with the average at best woman.
Yeah.
Right. That is what blew him up. He was becoming more successful, and you let me know if this is a false perspective to hold. He was becoming more successful because he had a significant population of women that wanted to participate in his content, which then allowed him a platform to be misogynistic and toxic, which then took advantage of the, white supremacist patriarchal attitudes towards women, especially women of color, who were predominantly the people that he brought on, and the desire to see them be harmed and humbled. So to act like his rise is easily replicatable or even indicative of a greater attitude shift, I think that's plausible, right? But I don't think the data follows that. I don't think if we had data on it, or if we could do a like full analysis of the situation, everybody I know that watched Kevin Samuels, and this maybe speaks highly of people in my community, but like I know one dude that's a real diehard that I don't talk too much, and everybody else, it was shot in front. You know what I'm saying? It was like, I want to go watch him do ridiculous things to these people, which is still shitty and toxic in its own way. But that's indicative of the baseline patriarchal investment that men have versus like the true diehards getting his face tattooed on. And I just want to point out real quick, the Manosphere has been around since the mid 2000s. You know what I'm saying? They've been trying to go mainstream for darn near 20 years now. It's not going to happen. This is the same reason why Andrew Tate, as he began to break out, was eventually pulled out of the game.
All right, but but we're seeing like Fashion Fit and people like that. For you to do a systems analysis and completely miss how the Me Too movement could have affected the manosphere and the potential for growth in the manosphere is like mind-boggling to me. Like, you're saying it can't happen again. They've been doing it for 20 years, but in that 20 years that however long they have been doing it, there hasn't been this kind of significant shift where women are having an outcry in the way that they did in the Me Too movement, right? And that, I think, has facilitated an environment where men who this was now once dormant can now expose this. I was writing an article for the New York. I was writing an article for someone under a pseudonym, and I was trying to figure out what caused the rise in sort of men coming out in this way, because we knew it was happening, but with the women who came out, men are trying to push back against these women and this quote unquote movement. And so the manosphere now has a kind of breathing room that it never had before. Like, this is the first time
I think the manosphere makes for good content. And the manosphere has an algorithmic imperative behind it. It creates engagement. But there's a difference between something being popular and something being impactful. So you mentioned Fresh and Fit, right? And this is something I know from my success on the platform. You go to Fresh and Fit, they have 1.14 million subscribers, and that's went up since the last time I talked about these dudes, because they were at maybe 800,000 the last time I talked. But if you look at their view count, they like literally 1 out of every 5 to 10 videos breaks over 140,000 views. You know what I'm saying? They have weeks here, months ago, 50,000, 70,000, 100,000, 30,000, 40,000, 70,000. Like, that is the true face of this movement. It is 13-year-old boys to, let's say, 23 that find it, become diehards for it, invest in it for a period of time, figure it the fuck out, and move on. And to be clear, because I don't want to diminish the danger here, there is the diehards who, for a variety of possible reasons, come and stay and stick around and invest and give super chats and go to Andrew Tate's compound in Romania to participate in cage fights for $5,000. Like, so there, and then there's them. And for them, it's way deeper than like Manosphere talking points. They would have fell in any cult. You know what I'm saying? Well, not any cult, but like,
yeah, they're looking for something.
They're looking for something. So like, well, I just say that to say, my whole point here is let's not. It's really the same argument I try to give with the Black Manosphere dudes about how big and scary divestors are. I think divestor rhetoric is reprehensible, but, or I should say the divestor rhetoric that is unique to the divestor sphere, to give credence to the actual issues that I would say the divestment movement was born out of. The unique rhetoric to the divestor sphere is reprehensible, and it shouldn't exist, but it exists in such a small, minute space that the response to it from the Black Manosphere looks rather silly. It was my second favorite part of the video is them running from the little dog. You know what I'm saying?
But even if we think about the divestor movement and then we juxtapose that against the Manosphere, they're not comparable at all. And for me, it's when I look at the Manosphere, like Kevin Samuels was embraced culturally, like women pushed back, but like a lot of men. When I saw your video, I know I went after him in one or two videos, I don't know, but then on the live stream. But like I was like, okay, good, because I kept looking for more men to like actually say something and speak up, as he's getting featured by Future, and women are like, they are supporting him, Black women particularly. Yeah, I think this is replicable. Like I think what he did, and everyone is trying to, but like he probably had something that they don't have. I don't know what it is because I didn't care to watch much. But I think you don't think that there is a critical mass of men and women actually in the community who are pushing this kind of misogyny. And like for me, that's like baked into the system. It's actually baked into the system.
I want to be clear, and I want to be clear. You said, I wish I'd have said this earlier too. I am not trying to say that misogyny and patriarchy are not very prominent elements of the culture, both Black and outside of Black communities. And I want to be clear because you had said something and I understood how it might have been taken when I say I'm focused on Black men. That doesn't mean I do not care. It doesn't mean I do not care about Black women or that I have not put in the efforts to address the needs of Black women. I'm sorry, I got a message. I might have to wrap up soon.
That's fine.
What was I saying?
You care about the needs of Black women, even though you excluded them in the beginning.
Yeah. That was a tactical error, so to speak, in terms of like rhetoric. The point I was trying to make is that my role in this action is not to replicate work, if that makes sense. That would be to if we're thinking about like a strategic plan, we don't need 5 people doing the exact same thing, especially if one person's equipped to do a thing that the other 4 are not. That is what the point of that statement was. But the main thing in terms of in the moment is there's no pushback that misogyny is what made Kevin Samuels possible, but the unique ridiculousness of the Manosphere does not have a large imprint on Black men outside of these YouTube spaces, is what I'm saying.
You think that?
Yeah.
I would be surprised if when the research comes out that is true. Like I would be very, very surprised. I am like, it's not just on YouTube, it's on TikTok. It's like these moments go viral and people are deeply invested. And if you can agree that misogyny is baked into patriarchy, which is baked into white supremacist systems that we are under, then those ideas will feel true to men just as a general matter. It takes a special kind of man, I believe, to listen to this and say, no, you're wrong. I am not better than a woman by virtue of me just being man. Right?
No, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine.
I've cut you off a lot.
No, it's fine. I cut people off. It's fine.
No, I don't. I think we're talking about 2 different things. there's the beliefs and aesthetics of the manosphere, which is born out of misogynoir, patriarchy, toxic masculinity, et cetera, all the big words. And then there's those things in isolation in the community. And the manosphere is only possible because of those things, because of the fact that those things exist in the greater community. But to say that the extremeness and the bizarre beliefs and behavior and characters within the manosphere are like leading, you see what I'm saying? It's a kind of a chicken or the egg. It's not even chicken or the egg. It's because those are both possible. It's more like chicken or feathers. You gotta get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
but
it would take.
What do you think the overarching TAM lunch money? Oh my God! Thank you so much. What do you think the overarching idea is in the Black community, if not that? Because
No. The overarching idea in the Black community is an investment in patriarchy. That is, I think, undeniable. But
how do you divorce that investment in patriarchy from the misogyny that, like, for me and hopefully for you, is like right downstream from that?
I don't. I'm talking about the manosphere specifically. Is this so? We have. So I've been on record, and I'll say this again: like, the people that taught me the most about patriarchy were Black women. It was my aunts, right? They told me a real man X, a real man Y, a boy shouldn't X, a boy shouldn't Y. This is not a unique experience for Black men and boys. Then we have hip hop, we have our popular media, we have all these other aspects that reflect the value systems that we have been indoctrinated into. And the manosphere reflects that. And it takes it and it emphasizes certain things, and it makes it into this cartoonish thing to consume and build platforms and clouts and clicks, etc. But men, and I say this in the video, men with half sense and a little bit of pride wouldn't be caught dead hanging with these dudes. You see what I'm saying? They would be laughed. They would be mostly laughed at. They would be mostly, because literally, and this is, this isn't meant to be red meat for the audience, but literally these are some of the weakest niggas in the world.
That's obvious. Like, your ego has to be, something must be, like, if you need to perform in this way, then yeah, that's a problem. The thing though is, even to accept that, what I do know then is we agree about the misogyny. Wait, first, I want to address one small thing. It's when I hear about the women correcting men about their masculinity, that is because the dad wasn't there.
Yeah.
And so, like, again, this idea that they're the most involved father, I feel like it's anyway, leaving that, coming back to this. The ideas that they espouse, you're right, they come out, they are born out of how we understand masculinity in its most toxic form here. And I don't know why people get triggered when someone say toxic masculinity. I said toxic before it. I'm not just saying masculinity, but whatever. If that is true, then how can you also say that the ideas in the manosphere seems distant in a way, and it's just a few, when it's like literally part of not just our culture, but we can just limit it to us, our culture?
I think our original disagreement was the prominence of the manosphere's influence on the culture. And I think what I am arguing against, and this may not be what you're saying, is the manosphere is a byproduct of a misogynistic patriarchal culture.
Yes.
And not the other way around. And that the platforming of a handful of buffoons, most of which have less than 50,000 subscribers, who can't draw more than 5,000 views on their videos, is not the front line of the action we should be taking. If we care about, the ways in which Black men hurt Black women, if we care about Black men, if we care about Black women, if we care about Black issues, communities, children, yada, 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 we should be having discussions. Like the content that you make, that I make, isn't like unimportant or insignificant, but it is not the it is not a radical. It's not radical action. It's not praxis. And the growth of a Kevin Samuels is a problem. It needs to be analyzed, critiqued, studied, but I don't think it marks a change. It's just a new, it's just a unique development. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
that's the difference there. Oh, do we both get unfollowed? Oh no.
Yeah.
I gotta run. Because I'm about to get unfollowed by my wife, who I told me to talk for an hour. But I didn't want to like run after, getting the last word.
Yeah, well, I will end with this, with the discussion, but the thing is, if you're saying that the manosphere is a reflection of the community and not the other way around, or at least a product of the community and not the other way around in terms of creating culture, then I don't understand how you would also then make the argument that they can't go far because it's not like, this is not rhetoric that we will take and uplift, and Kevin Samuels was a one-off. That can't be the case if there is something about our culture based on oppression or whatever else we want to call it, that we have these beliefs and they were reinforced by both men and women within the community. It seems the natural progression is, now that we have put this out in the open and we've been exposed and there's not too much harm done when people say these things when they're upheld, that more people will try to do the same thing. And I don't know if, I think that's something we need to grapple with, but I will let you go. Thank you. I do actually, whenever I talk about people, I appreciate them coming on. So I do appreciate that. I really do, and I enjoy the convo.
Indeed, peace and blessings. Is your email on your channel? Or you want to drop it in the private chat real quick?
Yeah. No, I can do it here. This here.
See, now I gotta, come on now. I can't copy and paste this off the screen.
You can screenshot. I think you can screenshot.
Yeah, I got it. I got it just in time before it got off the screen.
All right. Have a great night.
Indeed. Well, I will try. Peace and blessings, man.
Have a good one. So I know that there are people who wanted to come on. Let me do this. Prince Petty was he dead, so I'm going to go forward and have Prince Petty come on. I'm going to send this via Instagram. Did everyone leave on Prince? I don't see them. All right. Prince Petty, Annalicia, all of you guys who were in the Instagram saying, let me up. I don't dogpile. I don't ever do that. So if I'm going to have a conversation with someone, I'm not going to just add a bunch of people who disagrees, because that's dogpiling, just as a general matter. Prince Petty, I don't know if you're on. Wait, did Prince Petty go to bed? I think Prince Petty left. He really wanted to come on. Sorry, I was not ignoring the super chat. Let me read some super chats while I do this. A level of probability still leaves a degree of percent error, and when we get to talking about agency at the individual human level, that percent error is statistically relevant. Hashtag going broke. No, I appreciate that, and I do agree. Classy and classic themes. Oh, thank you. I'm waiting for Prince Petty. I'm going to just drop this in the chat because I thought Annalicia and Prince Petty had something to say, but I don't know. I'll give it 5 more seconds. So if he believes agency is overblown, his personal responsibility and accountability overblown. This is why Black men avoid taking talking about black men pathology. Thank you, Nikia. I'm sorry, I'm not very good at like reading super chats in the middle of a convo. All right, well, hey, UG Rose.
Oh, child. I'm sorry. I done dozed off and woke back up. I wasn't ready. Hi, demons.
Hi. What do you? I think it's really. I'm gonna just go into the after show. Actually, I'll read some the super chat and then go into the after show and be there for a couple minutes. I think it's really telling that FD really glossed over the fact that number one death for Black men is a young age 1 to 9 gun violence in youth. So this is something that I've seen before, where I think not. He said he wasn't sure where it was, so when he went to like Google it, and then he saw it there. I think a lot of people have to take time to like digest that, because I think we all think, oh, people are lying. The number one cause of death for Black men, 1 to 19 it was, is homicide. I think a lot of people actually have to go digest that, because they believe like it was a lie. So that this is sounding very, what about Harvey Weinstein? Why doesn't FD admit he's the exception among Black men? He's married, and to a Black woman, and to the mother of his children. He's an anomaly. Yeah, let's continue. Actually wish I had gone through the super chat here. Themis, give us full view of you in your turtleneck. Look, it's easier for many Black men to fight Black women than white supremacy. Agreed. Oh my God, you guys were like, so I want to say I'm so sorry. I didn't realize there were so many super chats coming in. First of all, thank you. I really do appreciate that. I didn't notice, like I saw them coming in and I was clicking them, but I didn't realize there were so many. If Black men are truly men, they would teach accountability and tell the other Black men to take ownership and stop blaming Black women for everything. This is my position. Not that they're truly men. I don't engage in the truly men, not truly men, but I think we have to. Dead women can't give grace. I mean, that's true. Jay, thank you. By the way, I've seen your comments and you've been like protecting me. You and Uppity, Hint of Marina. Thank you guys for the support in the chat. Have you considered talking with men about what makes them leave red pill, Black Manosphere space? It may tell us what works. Well, hopefully Prince Petty will start actually talking to Black men and the Manosphere men. Summer Baby, welcome to the membership. There's two more. We finally made it down out of like the 20 of them. And he is high value and educated lem girl. He is pandering to Black women on his channel and empathizing, I think, with red pillars on theirs. Seems calculative to me. So this is what I was trying to understand. If he's trying to get them to him, Petty's going to drag me now, but I want to believe that he is doing a good thing. And the reason I can't fully engage is if he is doing a good thing, then I don't want to cause problems. So we're going to start in 10 minutes. Let me play the outro and then we'll have like a couple minutes. All right, Prince Petty, go ahead. Wait, no, UG Rose, go ahead first.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I mean, I tried to absorb the conversation, but it seems really duplicitous that you could go into a space where you're amongst your peers, as opposed to speaking with them, and giving counterpoints to the arguments that they're presenting as to why their views writ large are correct about Black women. And then come here and say, okay, well, I was just trying to use that as a means of creating an environment where discussion could be had and allowing them to air their thoughts. How many thoughts need to be aired to realize that you're watching the same show? Like there's a point in discussion where, all right, you've made these points are largely what I've heard in other conversations. Why do you think that way? How is this particular line of thinking beneficial to the overall good of the community? Where is the point at which we stop trying to punch down at the more vulnerable in our community? And if it takes us going to blows with one another, because that's how vehemently we want to defend defunct points, well then fine, we're going to go to blows. It can be done tactfully, it can be done respectfully. However, it's not going to take away from the point that the confrontation needs to be had. This is not the time for trying to placate people who have the same lines of thinking that have brought us to the point that we have right here, that we're at right now. If the rule of law is not, it has gotten you to this point, then what's the point of the rule? We're saying that things are largely messed up. Okay, well then thinking this way is not going to suddenly remedy the situation. So it seems circular. It seemed very inauthentic to say, okay, well, I just wanted to hear someone out when it's supposed to be a versus. It's supposed to be being done in the spirit of debates, in good faith, where people are coming with knowledge and points to be made and understanding to be had that one didn't have before. I didn't see anything about that in the entire time that he was talking to bruh on his channel. And honestly, things like I appreciate you entertaining him, but it's like, all right, but like you feel good about the fact that you can analyze the system. The system is messed up. And we can talk about that all day, but if you keep on making yourself fodder for the system by repeating the same type of behavior and don't want to talk about the fact that it's possibly pathologic if it's repeated, no matter what environment you go in. You go into your exoticals, environment, you do the same thing. You go into the Becky with the good hair environment, you do the same thing. You go and get you a Ling Ling, you do the same thing. You go and get yourself whatever environment you go into, you repeat the same behavior with those who you would consider your preference as well. Something's wrong, bro. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't I has much confusion. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I don't disagree with you. I think he and I disagree fundamentally on agency and systems. Here's the thing for me. I recognize, even with some of my friends, they've changed tune now in real life, but there are people who are like, we need to protect the Black community. And by that, they actually do mean Black men. And I think for a lot of them, Black women are an afterthought. And it's really heartbreaking because I think that's a missed opportunity for actually protecting the community. If you think you have to cuddle and protect Black men in order to change them, while some of them engage in harmful behaviors towards Black women, I don't know how that works. Like, I don't know how that works.
Exactly.
And I'm trying to understand, is it possible for some people to focus on Black men, which is their drive, and for others like me to like think more holistically or think about agency? I don't think it's fair to say I am more holistic. I don't know what this means, and I don't fully know, because I'm not going to tell someone that that's not your purpose. Like, even Hafiz, if Hafiz says my purpose is to help Black men, which he says, like, can you do that without harming Black women? Hafiz has failed.
Mm-hmm.
FD, I don't think has directly addressed Black women, but like, you do, like, my issue, I do hope I speak with him privately, because like in the same way that I would have loved to speak with Hafiz when he changed privately to like, if you want to debate, we will learn to debate. Like I will teach you, and then you can add your little thing to it so that you don't sound like me, or you're not attacking. But you don't let black women are the problems in the black community. You don't let that slide. I don't think any reasonable, like I don't think you should let that slide. And I actually do find him really intelligent. And he's right. I think I like talking to smart people. I don't care about man or woman. I just like talking to smart people. But no, I agree with you. I mean, I find that there's need for urgency, and I don't think he sees the urgency in the way that I see it. And that's sad to me.
Exactly. And it's like if that's the potential that we're working with, like I'm not trying to debase or him at all or come for his character. Like if this is how he's trying to engage, if this is the best that we can do, and this is like we are at old dark 30. It is I don't know if any of there are Game of Thrones. Winter is here. Like hardcore. Yeah. People are being harmed. Women are losing their lives. Those who would stand to protect women are losing their lives. If the threat to our own community is us, then it's time that we start meeting that threat head on. And brothers can't be afraid of the fact that you might have to, yes, physically go to blows with someone who feels that they are so God-centered, God-filled, a representative of God, that their thoughts, that their beingness, that their ways of behavior are to go uncontested. And in the face of opposition, we don't need people who are going to be shiftless and and disingenuous and suddenly abandon ship, abandon the argument and try to sympathize. We're beyond sympathy right now. The sympathy goes to those who have lost their lives, for people who cannot control their behavior.
I agree. And the one thing I like, what I will not do, what I say behind your back, I will say in front of your face. It is that simple. The issue that I'm having ultimately is he is the problem. The manosphere is the problem that we're addressing right now. I also like men generally and this whatever. My thing is, he's not like the direct problem. So like my anger, I have to restrain that because I shouldn't aim it at him. I think he is wrong for not pushing back. I told him this, but in talking to him, I'm not going to be able to hold him accountable for the other man. I can hold the other man. I thought a message that says he's also assuming all things are staying the same. Inflation and climate change are on the tail. Africa is being colonized again. Yep. Myron does not have any stat. I promise you he does not. But yeah, no, I agree with you. I just find that, again, I know y'all probably thought I lost hope. I haven't. And that's a bad thing. I hope that on the other end, he's actually trying to change these men, because I don't mind. I fundamentally don't mind. Seamus was still need to vet. Oh yeah, no. Yes. I don't know how to vet, but I'm trying. I hope on the other side, he is a man of his word. This is the first time I've ever spoken to him. And that he's actually trying to change men, even if women will benefit later and he's not focused on women. I don't see that as a bad thing. I think it's really unfair and it's sad, but I can't tell you what your purpose is. So if he's going to protect men and save men and change men for the better, and that's going to benefit women, fine. But I'm going to continue to speak the truth, and hopefully if he and I converse publicly, we continue to disagree. And I don't know if we're going to continue to talk publicly because there's nothing more to say. I think he has his thing over here and I have a very different thing. I want to focus on what I think is the issue.
Focus on your ministry. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you though. And I don't think he is the fundamental problem, right? But I do hope that he's trying to get men to be like him, like have your wife and children and be there and all of that. If that's true, then yeah, I'm here for it. All right, go ahead. Prince Petty. I'm going to add the other two people, and I'm going to close the panel after these two. I will come back some other time, and we can like think about this and then come back, because it's like 12 o'clock and I'm like exhausted.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Can you hear me
People
well?
said you wanted to drag me, so yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, I didn't want to drag you. I actually, I was hoping to ask FD some questions regarding, he had, I think his maybe second to most recent live stream, he was speaking about the trans community towards another big YouTuber. And part of what he said about why he doesn't engage in conversation with people who are transphobic, who don't get with pronouns, who don't get with trans women are women, which I agree with, by the way, because he says it's 2023 and I'm not having this conversation with y'all anymore. Y'all need to just be here. I'm not going to work with you to get there. I'm not going to try to explain it to you or try to be there with you to hold your hand through this. And my question was why he, in my mind, it doesn't seem like he's willing to extend that same type of stringent view on misogynoir when it came to him going on their platform. In that same live stream, he acknowledged that someone had called him out for his, they wanted him to reach out to the young men and try to provide them advice and, you know, help them grow and, you know, move past toxicity and guidance. And he said, these men don't want teaching. They don't want help because I offer help and I offer teaching and they don't want it. What they want is misogyny. He then went in to explain how, you know, Kevin Samuels, Fresh and Fit or whoever, they have their live streams giving advice and giving fitness advice. But like he said today, those videos perform poorly. It's the videos where you are dragging the women through the mud, kicking them out the room that are performing well. And FD's statement that day was, I'm not going to invoke ad misogyny or entertain anything like that, which to me again begs the question, has he changed his position on this since he's willing to go on the platform and just let this be unchecked? And he said it's not worth checking it, I guess. I think the last thing regarding that same live stream was his position on people who are comfortable. He was talking, I think, about moderate or centrist or apolitical people, but people who kind of sit on the fence and while something bad is happening in front of them, they're like, well, we need to listen to both sides. We need to make sure everybody gets a voice and etc. And I would ask again, if he said this was bad to do, there are some things which you don't need to take a side on. I would say misogyny is one of those things. Well, you don't need to both sides on. And yeah, I would say misogyny or misogynoir is one of those things. So I would ask him again, has he changed his position on this? Because it seems again like he's willing to participate in this conversation where misogyny is just flying out and be unwilling to challenge it, which also seemed weird to me because he was here and I felt like he was giving meaningful pushback here. He was giving he was citing studies, he was providing research, regardless of if you feel like that research was valid or not, and he was willing to have discussion. And to be fair, he said this is a different platform than that platform. But I feel like this would have been a much more meaningful type of pushback to have over there. I found it weird that he's not willing to push back on the misogyny like that. But when he comes over here to, I mean, I would call this kind of Black women's empowerment adjacent, maybe. He's willing to provide that pushback in favor of men, but not in favor of women, which I felt like he said out loud when he said, I'm fighting for the men, I'm fighting for the men. And only maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours later, did he say, oh, by the way, also women. I forgot to say that. It feels like kind of Black women are on the back burner in this conversation, in my mind. Outside from that, I got a whole, a whole list, but he had a strong stance regarding destiny. He spoke about today, as well as I think Vosh, some other debate bros, in which he was like, do not engage with these people. Don't go on their platforms. They're just gonna make you look stupid when you're debating them, and you know they're gonna gotcha and all this. And then I feel like that's what he did when he went on to I don't know the man's name, but his platform where he debated. So I would ask again, has he changed his position on that? Because these are things that I was finding that, to me, I watch FD's content, I watch his live streams, and they don't add up with. I feel like he's what's the word? He's not hypocritical. It's another word, but I can't think of it. Like, it's inconsistent what his views
Duplicitous.
are. Huh?
Wait, before you
Duplicitous.
continue, let me respond to this. Themis, you literally said someone else has to try and help the men's, but now you guys are trying to tell him how to do it. You can't have it both ways. No, someone else has to do it. Not that I don't know how to do it. It coming from me is going to sound like the ramblings of a fruitcake. It coming from someone else like him who presents traditionally, quote unquote, masculine, at least in the performance, they will hear it better. There is a distinction there. I'm not saying I don't care. I'm just saying I can't do it. Like myself.
Isn't there research? I can't cite it at the moment, so citation needed and take it with a grain of salt. But isn't there research to suggest that men will literally not listen to what women are saying, but then when the same words come out of a man's mouth, they're somehow able to internalize it? I think I've said that to you before, because I had a therapist 2 years ago. I forgot when I first discovered you. But I had a therapist, and I guarantee you, my therapist, she's a Black woman, and she was saying everything that you were saying. But once I discovered you maybe like a month later and heard you saying it, all of a sudden it made sense to me. It's like, in my mind, there's a unconscious misogyny that may literally infect men in America, at least, I don't know, other countries, that may legitimately require that it be a man to tell men about men's issues. And it might need to be the type of man that they want talking to them, since whatever comment was on the screen was just on the screen. I also wanted to point out the importance of, I didn't like how he demonizes debate bros. If anything, I hope today was can show what it looks like when you don't present your ideas well, and when you don't argue your points well, and when you don't have strong conviction behind what you say and let someone steamroll all over you. It looks bad. And when you have, he said he's not going to change their audience. He's not going to, his audience going to be behind him, and the other man's audience is going to be behind the other man. But you may have someone who's in the middle, who is a, third party, which I might even call us a third party. Actually, I might say we are in FD's favor when it comes to his back and forth with the other man. I would hope we were all rooting for him. So when you have a mutual third party that's even leaning in your side, looking at you and saying that this looks bad, it looks really like it. There can be people who might have 1 foot in, 1 foot out, and they go over to the other side because you did such a poor job of presenting your argument, even if that argument is correct. So, which is what we've been talking about all night. Like some of his argument was good points, poorly argued, or he just let them stay up in the air, he said, or whatever. Like it just looks bad, and you're losing. You brought up Donald Trump. Oh, these are bad ideas. I don't need to contest this. Donald Trump would never get elected president. What are you talking about? I brought up Roe versus Wade. Why would anyone ever overturn it? We're all for it. I'm not wasting time defending why women need access to, like, no, even if it seems like stupidity that you're combating, it still needs to be combated, because not everybody is there yet. Like, women literally lost the right last year. So it's not, I mean, when you fail to push back, that's failure to me. The last thing I had to do with his Manosphere video, in which he had a lot of sympathy for the men in the Manosphere. These are just men, and they're caught up in this, and they just need advice, and this is the only advice out there, and we need to have grace. He was saying that today as well. We need to have grace for this man, and sympathy, and etc. like that. But again, I just don't see him offering that sympathy to the divestment community, for example, which every time he brought it up, he seemed to demonize it. I also didn't like his conflation of, it feels like the Black women empowerment space is just conflated with divestment. I feel like it's more than divestment. I feel like that's a
definitely. Yeah.
But yeah, it doesn't seem like he was able to apply that sympathy equally. It felt like he was comfortable dragging the divestment community and whatever. Meanwhile, it's like a full-on defense of the Manosphere. So, I mean, if anything, again, I'm going to call it contradictory. It feels like, based on what he has said prior to what he said today. Outside of that, I just don't like you being there in the manosphere, and I want to get the men over to my side, but you're not willing to challenge those ideas. There are legitimate negative effects to the manosphere, the type of masculinity that they promote, for example, the traditional, masculinity. Men who engage in that type of masculinity, I believe statistically, are more likely to engage in intimate partner violence, for example, or SA, or other like heinous behavior, usually towards an intimate partner. This to me is like, whether you believe the manosphere influences the culture or the culture influences the manosphere, it's a harmful rhetoric. I don't even think it's comparable to divestment or anything like that, because I just don't see real world consequences from the divestment community like I see from the manosphere. So I think that's where I'm going to rest my questioning. I was also interested to know his thoughts on Black femicide.
Yeah. I too was interested, but I had a million and one things to ask. LB and then Sue, Sup, but you guys have like less than a minute each. I'm actually like hungry, tired, and sleepy.
Well, thank you, Patty, for taking my other 3 minutes. No, I'm just kidding. You had a
No
great
problem.
point. Wow. Okay. Yeah.
Concerned.
So like being in the queue was definitely painful, and I think that maybe you guys are right that I should get a platform, but I'm gonna table that. I heard tonight a lot of arrogance, a lot of belittlement of others, and I was actually very disappointed, but I'm also curious as to where this goes in the future between you and him. I would love to hear the cliff notes at some point, but I will not be watching anything else with the two of you engaging.
I don't know that we will engage anymore, because I think he and I see the world differently. I agree with his perception of systems, but I don't think he agrees with my perception of individual responsibility.
Okay. And then like the main thing that I wanted to point out, because like I don't like the false appeals to authority. The using the experience in education, I have almost a decade of experience in education, and while some of the aspects of what he said are relevant, about meeting people where they're at, about building rapport with people before you get to a point where you're critiquing them or giving them constructive feedback, I still think that it is very like his whole stance on not interacting with the men on that other platform was very disingenuous, like the first commenter said. And I think that through his words, he showed that he thinks less of them than he thinks of himself, like severely less of them. And for me, I don't believe that you are able to help somebody that you do not respect and that you do not value, that you do not see potential in. And even though I am educated with a higher degree, even though I have nearly a decade of experience in education, even though I own my own nonprofit, even though XYZ, even though I think so highly of myself, when I work with other people, I do not think any less of them. Everybody is at a different point in their development, and a different point in their education, a different point in their life. And that does not mean that they're any less or more valuable than any other individual. And unless you're able to see that and to respect that, I don't think that you're in a position to help others. And so I was actually really disgusted with how he gaslit the audience about how he was nagging people in the audience. For instance, the comment about, oh, red meat for the audience. This is not that type of space. Like, nobody is out for blood here. And I found that really disrespectful to your audience. So overall, I did not like the way that he interacted with you, the audience, and how he seems to carry himself in general. And I could be wrong because this is my only interaction.
You didn't think I didn't feel any way about his interaction with me.
So
Wait, you thought
his inner
no,
can
like
I
when I think when he said, "Oh, I build a platform," like I mean, for me, like that's kind of true. Like he did build a 500. I don't know how big his platform is. Like mine is nowhere near that. Like I wouldn't say it, but like I don't mind it being said. But sorry.
yes, but also quality over quantity. And literally anybody with flexible morals can build a following of millions, billions. Literally anybody with flexible morality. And so I'm not impressed by that. And I am not swayed by his following of people that
Oh yeah, I
are
mean, it doesn't bother me. Like I'm not in a measuring contest with
also.
anyone.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna leave it there.
yeah.
But pretty much he says he wants to help people, but you want to help people, that's why you're in that space. But when you're in that space, you're not being honest with these people, you're not giving um feedback to these people that could be used. You don't have to tell people how to be or what to do, but you can tell them your honest opinion. And when you think that they may need to reflect, or when you think that they may have room for improvement, so they can have that feedback instead of watching them. He's essentially watching a flock go over the side of a hill, or watching a herd go over the side of a hill. And he's just like, well, I could tell them not to go over the hill, but they're not in a space for that right now. I'm just going to pray for their souls so that they're safe in the afterlife. Like, I feel like that's essentially what he's doing with those people. And I stand by, you cannot help somebody if you do not respect them.
Yeah, thank you. He was shading your platform size. I honestly didn't interpret it that way. It could have been like I
Oh,
don't catch those things. Like honestly, someone I was repeating the comment. I honestly don't like. I love my platform and my platform size. I like everything about it. So like, there's literally nothing someone could say to me in my face that would like be meaningful to me in a disparaging way about the platform.
oh.
Um,
But last thing. When I said that I didn't like the interaction between you and him, I wasn't specifically pointing towards that comment about the platform, which he made multiple times. But for me, it was more so I saw him, like, to me, I felt like he read you in his mind, and he was like trying to um curate his wording in a way that would speak to what he saw as your needs. Like, I saw it as a manipulation, or an attempted manipulation. I don't think he successfully manipulated you, but I think he took every opportunity to try to manipulate you in this interaction.
right,
And we could look at this in like a replay later,
I will.
but
I will. I
I really
will.
do
I
think
will.
so.
Because
I
I
think he
didn't.
thought he was
I
slick,
think he
but
was. I do think he was trying to see where, in good faith, where I was coming from, but he was not about to budge. But
yeah.
I could be wrong. Like I could look. I don't know how to vet men. I've told you all this. I don't know how to vet people. Period. All right.
I just saw it
Concern.
as even looked down on you, and
Yeah.
that was
I
weird
mean,
to me.
I'm putting on a timer. Looking. I mean, you're gonna be real tall if you try to look down on me.
I'm gonna go away. No, exactly. I was like, he
I'm
does not
putting.
know.
Period. I don't think very lowly of myself. I think very highly of myself. I just don't have to say it out loud, except now. I'm doing a timer. 1 minute. Go ahead, Sup. 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 All right. I think concerned. What's next? You have
Are you
been.
now?
Oh,
I'm sorry. It was picking up my other mic. I just wanted to make a quick talking point about when he was talking about algorithms. So here's the thing. Algorithms are looking at the most data-driven points, which is usually controversy, and usually that's something quick. I work in this industry. I kind of know how this works. But here's the thing that I don't like about what his approach was with the Manosphere. He tells us to give him grace, but at the same time doesn't understand how harmful the rhetoric can be. and how it can platform a lot of these people. That's why we see social media getting rid of people like Andrew Tate and other people or bad actors who have been using this harmful rhetoric for a long time. But more specifically, yes, patriarchy is bad for both men and women. But because Black women deal with misogyny and deal with other type of, violence that's put on our lives, we have a precarious position. And even worse, he's a hetero cis male Black man. And you hardly see people in his capacity basically talking back to these men. Like, I saw laughing, I saw camaraderie, I saw someone who was really interjecting not as much as he should. Like, he could have done a lot more. And the fact that he has such a wide audience is very disturbing to me, because it's just like, even though he may not present that on his channel, the fact is he's giving these people a wider audience to be able to, coincide and work with these men. And the Manosphere and also red pillar communities as well are very harmful to society. We're seeing every day how they're affecting young men and boys. We're seeing how it affects, people on dating apps. And I'm pretty sure that there's going to be all kinds of data sets in the future and research papers that's going to be written about this time. And so my whole thing is, if he's going to be going into these avenues and Wilt saying, oh, the debate bro method isn't going to work, how is holding the hand of the person who is harming the community the most a better and more effective way of doing this? If he would have went into this like with maybe the help or even assistance of like a psychologist to look at different type of perspectives of how this is maybe not only socioeconomical, but also from a psychological level, okay. But all I see is someone playing and pimping the algorithm to kind of cater to what, the middle ground, not really challenging it. And Prince Petty and LB brought up some very good valid points. I know you have the timer, so I won't say anymore, but that's just what I wanted to say.
The thing is, I'm not even generally strict on timer, but like, I am exhausted.
Yeah, man. No, I was just saying, yeah, like I understand.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, what I wanted to say is, from a marketing perspective, he's also putting his face next to their face, and they are also capable of manipulating the conversation to make it sound like his message is not what it is. And so when we think about the long term from a marketing perspective piece, there are ways that you're undermining yourself, even if this is your true north. That if you would sit with the problem longer and think about all the other things having your reach could mean, you could find better strategies that have less risk in the long term for other audiences you care about, including the audience that is your main focus. There are other strategies that you could take to get to the same end without losing the leverage of the narrative you want to make, like the things you want to let slide through the cracks, the statement you want to have. And so from me, I don't like the idea that this person would feel like there aren't so many ways that this could backfire, even if that is your true north. So many ways it could backfire, even if you're on your actual goal, because of the long-term side effects of letting those people own that conversation. So,
yeah. I appreciate you guys. We'll have another debrief, but I cannot. I do actually, before I make comments on what just happened, I want to first sleep, think about it, watch it again, and then do it. I'll see you guys tomorrow for the book club meeting. For those of you who are part of the book club, that will be a private membership live. Thank you all. I'm actually really tired. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Bye.
Bye.
Good night.